£6.80. Now, the special present with it finishes at midnight tonight, right? So you'll always pay this much for it, £1,249, or split pay 255 times, right? You will also get the 5-year warranty, but if you buy today up until midnight, you get £100 worth of freebies, and here they are. There you go. There you go. So you get threads, panels, fabric paints, a ruler, buttons. Lovely. It's gorgeous, isn't it? And that's the 5-year warranty that I told you about. Right. Don't forget, I'm sure most probably recap this later, but don't forget the air threader. I'm pointing there because it's on the floor down there. The air threader overlock has been flying out today, and we've got there's the air threader at £1,059. Gorgeous machine. You don't need to thread up the lower loopers. It does it for you by putting the thread in, press a button, it goes like that and sends it through to the lower loopers. And it's got needle threaders on it as well. So if you don't like threading your needle on a machine like that, there's a left and a right needle threader on it, right? And then very quickly, the 570 is back in stock. You get a Delphine pattern and a metre of fabric with that one, worth £17.50, £649. Please Google Yahoo or Bing how much that is elsewhere, because I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, even though the price has gone up a little bit. Mandy is back in an hour's time. Don't be thinking we're finished. Oh, there she is. There she is.
I'm here.
She's muttering away. So now, Stuart and Debbie... no, Stuart's back on his own. Stuart's back with his fabric. Now, I don't know what he's going to do, because his fabrics have been absolutely flying out. All the bundles have gone. All of the fat quarters have gone. And the fabric is left by half metre. Wait till you see. It's gorgeous. And it's also, wait to see the price, right? Wait to see the price. We'll be back in an hour's time. We've got a rabbit in a pocket.
Yeah. What else we got? I can do something gorgeous.
And we'll think of something else to do.
Yeah.
Oh, bunny purse. Oh,
that's nice.
Yeah,
that's gorgeous. That is nice.
Oh, that's fallen over.
Yeah.
That's
it's fallen over.
All right, we will see you in an hour. Stuart will see you in 5 minutes from now.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hello everyone, it's Delphine Brooks here. Just want to wish everyone at Sewing Street a big happy birthday from all the team and to all the viewers. Congratulations. I look forward to another year of some really exciting projects. Happy birthday.
Hello, this is Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I just wanted to wish Sewing Street and Yarn Lane a very happy second birthday. Happy birthday!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Happy birthday, Sewing Street. Wishing you all the best for your second birthday, and it's been such fun last 2 years. I've had a ball. And thanks to all the viewers for tuning in, and look forward to seeing you on the show soon. Bye.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We are celebrating Sewing Street's second birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. for fabulous demonstrations, new fabrics and brand new projects galore. The week is jam-packed, including amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. We have even extended our live hours for the whole week. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win our daily giveaways. And the fun doesn't stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free limited edition Sewing Street birthday pin badge, our little way of saying thank you for your support. Remember to join us all week for all the fun and celebrations.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi there everybody, back again. I'm just rearranging my books here. Actually, I'm gonna take these over here. How are you? How's your morning going? We've gone from red to blue. I'm a blue boy, you knew that already. And in this hour, we're going to be having a look at my most recent fabric collection, which is called Indigo Elements. I'm going to be telling you the sort of background story to how it came to be designed. I'm going to talk you through some of the projects that I've got here on the set with me today. We're also going to be having a look through 3 of my books. Most recently, of course, we've been talking a lot about Bags for Life, my bag making book with 21 patterns. But we've also got 2 of my quilting titles here. Use Scraps, Sew Blocks, Make 100 Quilts, and Simple Shaped Stunning Quilts, which is also another 100 quilts. If you do miss out on any of these fabrics, by the way, and we have been very busy, thank you everyone who's bought them, we are going to get them back in. We've realised that we didn't have enough, sorry, but we're going to get some more in. We have got some more fabric lined up, so that'll be in the next week or two, I'm sure, and we'll come back with more. But we have got fabric on the show, so let's start there. Well, let me tell you first of all about the kind of inspiration behind the collection. And it's called Indigo Elements. And, you know, indigo is one of those, it's a dye stuff which has been around and used for thousands of years. It pops up in just about every culture around the world as well, from, you know, Japan and India and Africa, and also in England too. Our version of indigo is woad, same sort of compound, same kind of chemical reaction as well. And, you know, woad, we're talking pre-medieval. I mean, it's just a dye stuff that's been around forever. But also the indigo that it makes is the same colour that's used for our blue jeans right now, our Levi 501s or whatever jeans we wear. It's the same colour. So it's this dye stuff that's got incredible history, an incredible cultural significance. As I say, everywhere from, you know, war paint and clothing dyes in prehistory, right through to Levi 501s. So I just love it. Anyway, during lockdown, I was sort of experimenting with dyeing plain fabrics for fun, for kind of stimulation, for, you know, what am I going to do now, you know? And so I started dyeing fabric, and I used all sorts of different ways to dye fabric. I did tie-dye, which I hadn't done since the 70s. I did potato printing, hand prints. I did a bit of kind of shibori style dyeing. I did sponge prints, all sorts. I used egg cups dunked in dye to create circles and coffee jar lids, you name it. And out of all of that was born this collection called Indigo Elements, which has, see, I think often we think indigo, it's that really, really deep blue, but actually indigo can be used to dye from the palest ash grey right through to that sort of darkest inky, almost black, and everywhere in between. And blue, of course, is the world's favourite colour, and it certainly is mine too. And I've just realised I'm wearing the wrong shirt, but hey. Now, if you've had a look on the website, you will notice that they've either sold out or they're very close to selling out. So we'll go through these really quickly. Yeah, absolutely. So let me show you first of all two really significant prints from the collection. I'm going to just make a little bit of space here. So I love to create fabric which kind of incorporates all the designs and more. So I designed this fabric, which is a hexagon, almost faux patchwork. And what this has is that really dark, inky background, navy, deep navy background. And then it has some of the different designs like the tropical leaves, the shibori stems. This one has sold out, but I just want to show you. And then that deep, deep navy background. Fabulous for things like dressing gowns, pyjamas, home decor, bags, shirts. It's gorgeous for clothing. The other version of that has a white background. The navy background sold out, right? Only 2 meters of the white available as well. But so this has that crisp white background. And I just want to show you here this bag that I made using that fabric. So the fabric, I used the hexagons on the bottom, just a little bit of white in the middle, and then this striped fabric from the collection around the top, and then just some really smart faux leather straps which I found on the internet. But it's just a simple tote bag, that's all it is, a front and a back, boxed corners, nothing fancy. Those handles really finish it off. That hexagon fabric really sets it off. That's sold out now, that hexagon fabric, but we will get it back, I promise. So start planning your projects. Like I say, can you imagine gorgeous dressing gown made out of that? Really lovely. Now you might have noticed me wearing a shirt made out of this fabric. Have we got this one? This is LH97. Oh, that's sold out. Okay. Am I allowed to show it? Okay, just briefly. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to move the book over out the way so that we've got some proper space. There we go. That's more like it. Now we're cooking with gas. It's sold out, so why am I even showing it? But yeah, this is big tropical leaves. You see me wearing the shirt made out of this. So lovely for clothing. My lovely friend Bernadette from Little Miss Dress Company made that shirt. Again, and it's that sort of same thing. I was experimenting with using things like leaf prints on fabric as well. I'm about to go on a cyanotype dyeing course, which I'm really excited about, which is actually sort of putting fabric in a photographic chemical bath almost, like pre-treating the fabric. Then you lay things on top of it and then expose it to sunlight and it creates like a photographic image. Really amazing process. Okay, so I'm going to show you each of the fabrics, and to be honest with you, I'm just kind of teasing you with these now. The quality of the fabric, by the way, is amazing. It is beautiful, premium quality. I know it's only £4.99 a metre. Please don't think for one moment we've compromised on the quality of anything. Anyone who's bought any of my fabric collections will know they are beautiful quality fabrics. We just give you, from Craft Cotton Company, we just give you amazing value. This is another favourite of mine. This was a hot contender for a shirt. Fun, isn't it? Amazing fabric. Thanks, Stuart, for all the inspiration. I've added it to my wish list. Will I get noticed so I don't miss out on the bundle next time, please? Margaret, thank you for doing that. That is exactly what will happen. If you want to get on the wish list, jump on the phone now, speak to our call centre, ask to be put on the wish list or what you want on your wish list. And then as soon as we get these back in stock, you will be informed. Thank you for that lovely message. This is one that was inspired by me printing. Well, actually, and I'll tell you, there's a little funny story. I have this lovely Indian wood table in my sitting room. It's lovely. It's one of my most favourite things. I bought it years and years ago. It cost a fortune at the time, and it was money I didn't really have, but I wanted it so badly, and I still really love it. I'm absolutely obsessed with not getting coffee rings, you know, cup rings on it. And I did one day, I got rid of it, but it was that coffee ring that made me think, it's actually quite nice in a way, just not on my beautiful table. You know, but I try and get inspired by anything and everything. That's life, isn't it? That's how life works. Try and see inspiration. Try and see the good. This one, you know, I love a striped fabric, a stripe element in fabric. It's so useful around the tops of bags, sashings, bindings, great for dressmaking as well. And this brings in that ash as well as the really deep navy and the sky blue on white. I tell you, it's the most fun designing your own fabric and then being able to sew with them. I love it. Some of the makes, by the way, that are on screen with me have been made by the Deputy. You know Joan? Deputy Dog? No, Deputy Joan. This one again, this was that kind of using various different implements to print with. The rubber on the end of a pencil, dunked in ink and, you know, and anything round I could find, things that were circular. And then just out of that came these designs. Just while we're talking about inspiration, we've got a lovely little picture to show you, if we may. Can we? Yeah. Of a gorgeous make from Audrey. Audrey sent this picture to me. This is a little mouse that she's just finished making. who is completely dressed in indigo elements. I love the detail on the back of the jacket. Isn't that cool? You know, it takes a certain sense of personal style to put, you know, a ball gown with a denim jacket. That is real style and real class. And a pair of knitted Converse. You're an absolute legend, Audrey. I love it. Gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. This next one you probably recognise from the bag. We use this on the top edge of the bag. And it's a thing I do all the time, actually, when I'm making bags, simple bags, to make them look more interesting. Just sew 2 or 3 different fabrics together, either a fabric round the base and a main fabric through the centre, or something round the top. Adding the stripe at the top just creates more visual interest and contrasts with the hexagons. Lovely message from Margaret. What a fabulous day of programmes. Please, will you do every Sunday like today? Margaret in East Yorkshire. We will definitely take note. I think it's a lovely suggestion. It's a lovely suggestion. I'm absolutely loving having the Shaws in the building, both Debbie and Mandy. It's wonderful, isn't it? Now, this next print was really to sort of draw lots of elements together into almost like a sort of a, I don't know, almost like an art fabric that was a bit more abstract and took some of the elements and just kind of mixed them up a little bit and to create some light and shade. Yeah, so there are definitely, within the indigo elements, there was also the sense in my mind too of the different elements, earth, air, fire and water, because I think of indigo as such a, you know, like ancient dye stuff, when those elements were such an important part of everyday life. I mean, they still are now. They're just hidden behind technology, aren't they? But earth, air, fire and water are still integral to our lives. So there are water themes here. There are earth, air, fire. You know, that's why on the leaf, the leaves themselves, to me, look like flames. There's like a flame element of that. And yeah, definitely some sea themes going on there. Then sort of shibori style. Now this would be lovely for dressmaking, wouldn't it? $4.99 for a ½ metre. This is the one that hasn't sold out. Oh, it has sold out. Oh, right, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, we'll get more in. If you've got a design that's your favourite, by the way, get in touch and say, won't you? I'll try and make sure we've got more of that. Is it the hexagon print? Is it the tie-dye? This one here, again, is another of my absolute favourites from this range. This is the raindrops or water drops. And here it was about playing with that kind of transparency effect. So you'll see in some of the raindrops, they overlay each other and you can see the different colours and shades as they sort of overlap each other. It's just great fun, great fun. There's one fabric that hasn't sold out. Let me just tell you, it's this one that I've used on the top of the bag. It's 4 meters left of that. Apologies. We will get it back in, don't worry. But well done if you got your hands on indigo elements. I'm thrilled to bits. I'm thrilled to bits. Use the wish list feature on the website, or not on the website, sorry, you need to call the call centre, don't you? Completely free to call. You can wish list anything at all, and then you'll be informed as soon as it's back in stock. Tracy's got a question. Fab. Hi, Stuart. What a guy. Oh, thank you. Brilliant fabrics. Can you tell me if you have the pattern for the table runner behind you? Thank you. Well, isn't it fabulous? Isn't that fabulous? Now, this was made by Joan, my lovely friend Joan and Deputy. There isn't a pattern for it at the moment. I think we need to make sure that there is a pattern, don't we? It's amazing. Now, what we've used here, though, is the solid navy. Now, we've got solid navy on the show. We've got some complementary fabrics that would go beautifully. I'll show you those in a second. But yeah, I mean, it is an amazing design, isn't it? I shall have to ask Joan very nicely if I can have the design. The Joan runner. Runner Joan. Gorgeous. They are lovely. Now, we have got some complementary solids that we've put together to go with the Indigo Elements collection. So if you've got your hands on it already, or you're going to wish list it and get it when it's back in stock, which will be very soon, believe me. The fabric is waiting in the warehouse. We'll have it in really soon. We just couldn't add it today. We've got a light sky blue, we've got a light grey, that dark navy and white. Now, all of these are going to go absolutely beautifully with any of the designs. You can see there we've picked out that grey and that blue and that navy and that white. They're all there. And it's a great way of just adding a little extra detail or a little extra feature in your bags or your quilting. They just work really, really nicely. It's $14.99 and you get 2 meters in total, half a metre of each. Yes, yes, yes. Has Joan messaged in? Ah, good day, Joan. Oh, good. So Joan suggested I have Mood Indigo as my theme song, like that. Set looks fabulous, thank you. Oh. Oh. That's really kind. Joan sent a lovely message in. She thinks this is my best collection yet. But Joan, we've got more coming, don't worry. Ah, and 2 little ducks, because she's Joan Drake. Cute. And Tony, of course. Hi, both. This is another little bit of inspiration for you as well. Just a simple zippy bag. Okay. Again, nothing hard. Front and the back. Box the corners. Okay. But what makes it look special are the fabrics, the way they're put together, a little bit of that navy in the centre, little stripe around the top. It always creates a smart finish. I've used the hexagon in the bottom and then I've quilted through the centre of each of the hexagons. Didn't mark it, just eyeballed it. Men and women could have this for sure. It's really important to me when I design fabrics and when I designed my sock yarn range, Colours of the World. Really important to me that there are fabrics in my collections that are going to appeal to men, women, boys, girls, that are non-gender specific, that are non-gendered, that you can use any way you want to. Just talk you through a couple of the other things we've got on set. This quilt, again, just a really easy quilt to show off the fabrics. Great baby quilt, very simple, just using wide bars and narrow bars of the fabric separated out by strips, 1-inch finished strips, flying geese through the centre. It all matches up in rows. Same fabric, and then just a couple of simple borders around the outside edge. Yeah, thank you. Our director Elliot really likes it. Okay, real quick message. Bags for Life is about to sell out. So, if you want Bags for Life, pop it in your basket and check out straight away. Bags for Life are all signed. These are all signed. We can get some more in the future, but these are all signed. Now, Bags for Life, 21 projects, 21 bag projects. They're all different. They're all different to the ones you've seen as well. There isn't a zippy bag. There isn't a simple tote in here as such. But there are all sorts of other bags. Wendy's messaged in, hi Stuart, got one of your blue fat quarter bundles early this morning. Thank you. To make your beach hobo bag. Can't wait, Wendy in Staffordshire. Beautiful. Thank you for that message, Wendy. Lovely. There is a little zippy bag, okay, in the book, but I wanted to make it different. So your zippy bag, there it is, but then the flap actually opens out and you've got space for all your toiletries, your soap, or this could be sewing or crochet bag, and then everything folds back up and over the top of the bag and then clips together. So all of that is contained in the flap around the back. So I really had a chance to sort of experiment and do different things. There's my essential roll-up organizer, weekend warrior bag, nice big roomy bag for taking for weekends away. Of course, during lockdown, it was just a memory and a hope for the future, but hopefully now we're getting back to it. An attaché. I do modelling as well, if you're interested. That's me. Our producer has just said, with her tongue very firmly in cheek, is that you? I thought that was George Clooney. Yeah, he can't grow a beard like this. Believe me. He's asked, and I won't tell him the secret. Little essential messenger bag. Each chapter has got a kind of a theme to it in terms of fabric. Of course, I rolled out the cape. It would be rude not to. And also some lovely Stylecraft yarns. You know me, I'm always knitting socks. I was working on these while I was doing the shoot. Sewing machine cover. A great big drawstring topped project bag for knitting and crochet. Little project pods. You've seen me making those on air. Is it sold out? Yeah, but so much more. Have fun, won't you, when you get Bags for Life home. Gorge. Now, we have 2 of my quilting books available. Oh, yeah, we can indeed. We can talk about Bosal. You know Bosal's one of my hero products. It's probably the hero product I use more often than any other. And in particular, Bosal's product, In Our Form. In Our Form is the most brilliant product. It's a fusible foam core that you put inside bags. You get 1/2 metre. Width-wise, it's really wide. Let me just show you. Is it about 50 inches wide, 40 inches wide? 150 centimetres. I think that's 50 inches, isn't it? Thereabouts. $11.99. Now you're going to use this for all sorts of bags, including this one. These are the trolley bags, expanding trolley bags. You'll use Bosal for the bottom half, and then just a medium weight fusible interfacing for the top half. And then those top halves actually fold down into the bottom half to create small bags which fit into a small trolley. So you can use them in a small trolley like that, or opened up and they fill a big trolley like that. These are all from Bags for Life. You've got a trifold wallet, go shopping. This bag right here has got Bosal in it, In Our Form in it. Super useful. You get great structure without bulkiness, without weight. Now, now this one here is a single-sided fusible. And single-sided, I'm going to struggle to get that back in the bag. I'm going to do it. I mostly use single-sided fusible because I'll have my linings inside the bag loose. However, if you want to have a sort of fitted lining inside your bag, then the double-sided fusible is really useful. Double-sided fusible has, exactly as it sounds, it's got that fusible layer on both sides. Now, it does mean that when you're working with this, you are going to need to make sure that you sandwich your In Our Form between your lining fabric and your outer fabric and fuse the two at the same time. If you just put the one fabric on the top and lay that down on your ironing board and fuse, of course you're going to fuse it to your ironing board. Okay, not a good look. Not a good look. Single-sided, double-sided, they're both really useful. Also, if you make bags where you have the lining and the outer and the inner form together, okay, quilt them, that looks amazing, okay, and then piece your bag together with your seams on the outside, bear with me, and then bind the seams on the outside with contrast fabric, looks amazing. If you've done any of the patterns by Annie, amazing bag pattern designer, most of her bags have got the seams on the outside and the edges are bound. So that's a great time to use double-sided. Also, if you're doing something like table runners, placemats, coasters, anything like that, the table runner on the wall you could do with double-sided in our form. You absolutely could. Bosal, it's like one of those products like sellotape that's a company name, but is so synonymous with one of their products that we just refer to this as Bosal. But they do hundreds of different products. This is in our form. All right, I'll just pop that back in. And then let's have a look at books. Okay, we're going to start with, what do you want to start with? Well, let's start with Use Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts. Okay, so this is £17.99. The cover price is actually £22.95, so you're making a great saving. Don't apologise to me, it's fine. I want everyone to have this book. It's a great book. Now I spent, well, I still do it now. I've spent the last 10 years writing a scrap quilting column for quilting magazines. That was me. That was me. That was me.
There's messages for you on your iPad.
Oh, bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
And it wasn't me making the noise. Just so
no, it was me. Oh, thanks for all these lovely messages. I shall read them all in the break. Yeah, so I've been... Oh, hello. Look at that smoulder. Do you know...
corset?
Oh, did you hear that? Could somebody please get a saucer of milk for Miss John Scott?
Oh, what did happen?
Do you wearing a corset? No, I tell you what I was doing, John. You'll like this.
Breathing in, that's for sure.
No, there's a reason why I'm leaning forward. Look.
Yeah.
Look. See, look. Normal.
Yeah. Oh,
Look at me. Look.
There you go.
Look.
Yeah.
Look. How to lose 20 pounds instantly.
Right, I'm just going off to get a table.
John will be leaning a lot in his next show. But this book is all about scrap quilting. What is a scrap quilt? How do you make colours work? How do you organise your scraps? 10 of my top tips for organising your scraps. All of the basic techniques that you're going to need to make patchwork, to layer a quilt, to foundation piece, to quilt, whatever you need to do. And then we get into the designs. And in this book, there are 100 quilt designs. Some of them are made and photographed in location. Some of them are what I call virtual quilts. So they're computer generated. They look exactly the same as a real quilt. And it means that I can put, you know, 10 times the inspiration into my books than I would be able to if I had to make every single last one. So there's all sorts of different styles using traditional patchwork. This one's foundation piece. This is one of the most made quilts from the book. I've seen so many versions of this. I love each and every one. This is the perfect pattern, actually, if you're making for a teen or a tween or, a, you know, somebody who just loves their nail polish and lipstick or their makeup. It's a really fun motif. It's a great one to put in a bag as well. Easy to piece. The jewel design as well. Actually, I made that after the book had been finished, so I do have this hanging in my studio. Yeah, you could make a lovely cushion out of that. And also, of course, you can change the colours to create whatever you like. Birthstones, weddings, absolutely. I did a canary diamond, ruby, emerald and sapphire. But of course, you could do amethyst, you could do topaz, tanzanite. Yeah, ice cream cones. Some are really easy. Some are more complex or will take you longer. And what I've tried to do as well throughout the book is to use different styles of fabrics, some that are solids, some that are very modern looking. And there's a bit of fun, spool of thread, some that are very traditional looking. Yeah, now the Union Jack quilt, there's a quick story I must tell about this. I originally designed this for a quilting magazine that only made 2 issues. And this was in the second and final edition. Yeah, it didn't really take off. But no reflection on the quilt at all. But I really, you know, mixed up the styles. And the reason why is because I'm really eclectic in my style of quilting. I love all sorts of now that, if you asked me to pick my favourite quilt out of the whole book, it would be that one, Covent Garden. And that was inspired, I was in London, I was on the tube, and I wasn't going to Covent Garden, but we went through Covent Garden station, and I did that thing that all quilters do. I saw the tiles on the wall, on the platform, and I thought, oh, that would make such a gorgeous quilt design. So I jumped off the tube, I took photographs, and I designed this quilt. Deputy Joan pieced this quilt. Didn't she do an amazing job? It's one of my all-time favourites. One of my all-time favourites. So there's just so many designs here in the book. It's absolutely stuffed full of quilting patterns. That one Joan's made as well. Joan made the top, I quilted it. Plenty to keep you busy. Machine stitch cathedral window. All sorts of different techniques. This one actually was inspired by Kay Fassett actually. And his way of using all the reds, including the oranges and the golds, and his love of knitting as well, of course. That one, crazy for quilting. Yeah, all sorts of different quilting styles. Some applique, some foundation piecing. Another of my favourites is this log cabin with applique. I've just actually been honoured. The Quilters Guild of the British Isles have just asked me if they can put one of my quilts in their permanent collection, which is amazing, and I'm thrilled to bits. I'm considering it might be that one. It might have to be that one that they have. They want something that's representative of me. And that's the very me quilt. I just don't know whether I can part with it. Just full. I made this one actually, bullseye, for Charlie for his office when he's finished his refit and redone his office. He's never ever going to get that quilt because he's never going to finish his office. No judgment. But he never will. But you can see there's enough there to keep you going for years. That's used scrap, sew blocks make 100 quilts. Susan has messaged, Stuart, can I ask, I have Bags for Life book, but I see you have 2 quilt books. Which one would you use for a beginner, Suzanne? Suzanne in Essex, brilliant, brilliant question. Well, Suzanne, all of my books are suitable for all levels of maker. first and foremost. I always make sure that there is plenty for beginners, intermediate and more advanced makers. There's always a big chunk at the front that goes through all of the important techniques. And of course, there's also my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, that you can always go to if you need a visual on something else. Simple Shape Stunning Quilts, which is the next book I'm going to show you, does have a really goodly number by its very nature. It's all about using simple shapes to create gorgeous quilts. This might be a very good one for you. Yeah, do you know that front cover? We were doing the shoot. It was the last couple of days, and we were shooting in London, actually. This is in London, and we had this great space to work in, and this was actually a balcony off the kitchen. We were on the first floor. It's a gorgeous kitchen, and often used for things like cookery TV shows, actually, which is rather nice. Looking about thinking, I'm sure the last time I saw this kitchen, Nigella was in it with a wooden spoon. But anyway, I just looked out onto the balcony and I said, this is where we need to shoot the front cover. And I'd deliberately designed and made these two quilts to show how you can use exactly the same fabrics and make two wildly different patchwork quilts. This one is mostly applique. This one is foundation paper pieced. They use the same fabrics, but they look really different. And so we hung them over the balcony. Love the little geraniums in the corner, and away we went. Now, the premise behind this book, this one is signed. There we go. Oh, hello. Oh, Blue Eyes is back. The premise of this book was really to introduce the concept of quilt making. And to show how you could use simple shapes to make really gorgeous quilts. So I was very much taking it from the point of view of a beginner. So what is a quilt? Good to define that to start with. How do we make colours work in a quilt? So a bit about colour theory. And we just show it really simply using some threads to make a colour wheel. Monochromatic, using just colours that are the same, more or less, but doing a caife. You know, if you're going to use blue, use the blue and the bluey green as well, or the bluey purple, gives it much more dynamism. Complementary colours, so working with colours that are opposite each other on the colour wheel, so in this case, blue and orange. Split complementary, where it's a bit more exciting this, where we work in like a, we split it, we take two colours, one either side, and then opposite the centre, if that makes sense. So opposite blue is orange. We're not using orange, we're using red, yellow, blue. Or for example, round here, we might use yellow, green, red, would be a really gorgeous combination. And then here, triadic colour schemes, where we use three colours at sort of equidistant. Really useful, that. Really useful. Or don't use the colour wheel. Yeah? So you know I'm a bit of a rebel. Do what you like. Do what you like. If it makes you happy, if it makes your heart sing, it's the right combination. Of course, we've got all of the how-tos, all of the important information, all the important skills. Okay. Hello, that would be me. And also how to add borders, how to layer, how to hang a quilt, how to bind a quilt. And then we get into the meat and veg. There's 100 more quilt patterns in this book. And they're divided up into chapters. So the first chapter is called One Patch Quilts, or One is Fun. And this is the idea. Now this quilt, Knit One Purl One, I think has been on the channel. That's all right, it's all right. This is another favourite. And actually that features my very first fabric collection that I ever designed for the Craft Cotton Company, the Sewing Bumblebee. But that's a one patch quilt, hexagons. Well, it actually uses half hexagons. Yeah, no, you're just going to cut that out of yardage. I always find the easier way to do everything. So this is made of half hexagons that you can machine piece. So there's all sorts of quilts that are just made from one basic patch. The tumbler, absolute classic, checkerboard, all kinds of people, twisted ribbons, stacked bricks. That's a lovely easy quilt, but it has so much dynamism in it. Disappearing 9-patch, Hope and Glory. Now, the Union Jack quilt from Make 100 Quilts was so popular that I wanted to do something similar but different. And so this one I did Hope and Glory, and this is just made out of squares and triangles, or half a square triangles. So basically a square, and it's half a Union Jack. I loved making that quilt. And we had great fun styling it too. Okay, so once you've gone through all of those, we're now on to twice as nice. This is strips and squares. What we can achieve if we combine strips and squares. Contained chaos. It's the alternative name for Sewing Street. There's loads in here. Rainbow Heart. Now, we've done that before on Sewing Street, haven't we? It's a lovely quilt. Old Glory. I made that one actually after we shot the book. That was lovely. Floating tiles, jewel box. Lots of quilts here that are going to be fun to make. Springtime in Oslo, Manhattan. So some really modern looking quilts, and then also some that are really traditional as well. Attic window, for example, let me just go back. I did this as an I Spy quilt. So, you know, with an I Spy quilt, this is called I Spy through the attic window. The idea is to sit down with children and play I Spy. So, can you find the ice creams? Can you find a bicycle? Yeah? And it's just a different way of doing it. Can you find something that's red? Can you find something that's circular? You know, that's a circle or a star. So great fun to do. And then, moving on, so much in the book. Love making those as well, the pineapple and strawberry. Ice crystals. Now this was a series quilt. So it was in a magazine originally, and it was over about 5 months, like a mystery quilt. But the mystery is revealed. So really lovely. Bound for Glory. Christmas cactus. It was a lovely house. Well, there was several houses that we shot the book in, and really wanted to show off the quilts in context as well, and how you would use them in your home. Lady of the Lake, that's one of my favourites. I must just tell you the story of this. Can you see the lovely dog on the bed? So in this house, we'd rented this house, beautiful, and we were told we had the whole run of the whole house, apart from the teenager's bedroom, because he would be sleeping until 12 o'clock. And then after 12 o'clock, he would be getting up. Any of you who've got teenagers, I'm sure, can relate. And then we were allowed to use his room. So at 12 o'clock, he left. We then went in and we were allowed to use the room. The very first thing the family's dog did was to run in, as we put the quilt on, was to run in and leap on the bed. And the owner was very apologetic. And I said, no, it's absolutely fine for him to stay, so long as we can feature him in the book. And you know what his name is? Dash. Dash. Never seen such a slow-moving dog. Dash. But yeah, you get every single pattern. Pineapple log cabin, clamshells, Rick Rack, that's made in Tilda. Star Baker, my little tribute. Half circles, just full of ideas. Lovely appliques, lollipop flowers. We're still only on design 78, 79, chroma crabs, quiver, Coggin. Deputy Joan made that top as well, Coggin. Named after the Japanese style of embroidery. Ice lolly. Now I designed this because I wanted something to go, do you remember in 100 quilts? There was the ice cream. This is the ice lolly, same size block so you can mix and match. I'd just like to point out a few things in this photograph. First and foremost, no, I don't live here, but isn't it nice? However, I just want to point out that this is not a house. This is a neighbour's house, and this is a garden shed. But it looks like it's this gorgeous American-style house, doesn't it? Okay, magic of photography. I'd also like to point out that this is not a cosmopolitan, nor any kind of cocktail. It is cold tea. Cold tea, yep. They wouldn't let me have a cocktail. And I certainly wasn't going to drink cold tea. Yeah, Mondrian, that's really fun to make. Well, abstract rose. Wild Goose Chase fish bones. Great fun. Great fun. Yeah. All sorts of different techniques, all sorts of different ways of making quilts. You get your templates, you get your foundations. They're all in the back. And a list of suppliers. So that is Simple Shapes, Stunning Quilts. That was my third book. We had a show the other day, just mentioned, which was the Moxie. We haven't got it on the show, of course, but you know I long arm a lot of my quilts and I use Handy Quilter. The Handy Quilter Moxie. In fact, I was talking this morning with Mandy about the Moxie. Fantastic machine. The Moxie is a long arm quilter that you can use at home. The frame, you get the frame as well. You can't see it there, that's just the Moxie itself, but you get the frame. It's an 8-foot frame. So you need about the size of a double bed, plus be able to walk along two sides. Now, there you can see the sort of space that you need for a Moxie. As a minimum, you're going to need 8 by 8, 8'8" by 6'4". Yeah, so about the size of a double bed and being able to walk along the long side and a short side. That's a minimum. If you're only quilting from one side, you'd want that. No, actually 6'4", you can work from both sides. Now, it was on Tuesday's show last week, Tuesday the 1st. You can watch it back. We did a really good tour of the machine. I mean, if you were to ask me what the benefits were of long arm quilting, they are legion. One of them, of course, is that you don't actually have to layer a quilt. You put the different elements onto rollers, just wind it on, and then bring everything together. And I mean, you've got set up in about 20 minutes, half an hour for most quilts, and you're ready to quilt. There's no basting, there's no pinning, there's no scrabbling around on the floor trying to get your layers together. Then when you actually quilt, if you're free motion quilting, rather than moving the paper under the pencil and trying to draw, you're actually moving the pencil on the paper. So you're moving the sewing machine to quilt your stitches. The quilt stays still. So if you want to do ruler work, you lay the ruler down on a quilt which isn't moving and you move the sewing machine along the ruler. It's so easy. It is so easy. Do watch the show back. It's on our YouTube channel. Also, you can use the watch back feature on the website as well if you want to watch the show that way. It's a special extended show, So you get a really, really good tour. And that package for $5,795, there's so much in it, actually. There's so much in it. So you get the Moxie, you get the 8-foot frame, you get the quilting from the back kit. That's to be able to use things like pantographs. You get like a tabletop. You get groovy board stylus, and you get groovy boards. These are actually almost like a groove design that you follow from the back to quilt. It's amazing. You get a gift box with fabric and accessories. You get a starter pack with all things like needles, bobbins, all the sort of hardware that you might need, some scissors, open and closed toe, feet. You get your separate heavy duty bobbin winder. You can just see it in the front of the picture there, that white box. It's self-installation, however, you use what's called the Built app, B-I-L-T, and you can always download this and have a look at it, actually, if you just want to see how the frame goes together. It's very easy. And then on top of all of that, you get a full-day foundation training course held at Pinhole Quilting Showroom, which is in Pershore, near Pershore. So there's a huge amount of value. The whole price you should pay is £6,064, but our price is £5,795, and that's an amazing price. Now, to watch back that show on the website, what you're going to need to do is go onto the website, click on TV Guide at the top. That'll take you to where we are right now, but if you scroll back to Tuesday the 1st, and then scroll down, you will find Pinhole Quilting. If you click on Watch This Show, and then you're straight in to that show. There's Liz. Now it does say out of stock, but that's because it's on our live page today. It is in stock. If you would like to buy yourself the Moxie, then just ring our call centre. Now, do I just have a moment to answer a few messages? Sue said, I think the dynamics with you and John is TV gold. Love your fabric, Stuart from Princess Maya. Some really lovely messages. I've just bought the Raindrops and Elements fabric to make a summer dress. Amazing colours. Love the fabric. That's from Carol. Love, love, love that bag from Amanda. Hilary says, morning, Stuart. I have all of this range of fabrics. I love it. Thank you so much for all the love, everybody. I'm going to hand over to John now. John is going to be here next. You have to watch us now on either Sky 674, or you can watch us on the website or the app. So you won't be able to watch on Freeview anymore, but we're going to carry on live now through until 4 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. Do stay with us. I'll be back with Debbie Shaw at 2 o'clock. So I will see you then, but stick around for John.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Hello everyone, it's Jane Greenoff wishing everyone at Sewing Street a very happy second birthday, and thank you all for your support over the last couple of years.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Hi everyone, Jules Mayoof here, just to wish Sewing Street a happy second birthday. I can't believe where the time's gone, it's amazing. I'd just like to say a big thank you to everybody in the Sewing Street team, front of house and behind the scenes, all the presenters and all the guest designers. It's been a fab time. And most of all, thank you to all of you lovely viewers for your great support always and your caring attitude. Without you, we wouldn't be anywhere. But thank you again and happy second birthday.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, Catherine Wright here, wishing Sewing Street a very happy second birthday.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We are celebrating Sewing Street's second birthday this week. Celebrate with us every day from 8 a.m. for fabulous demonstrations, new fabrics and brand new projects galore. The week is jam-packed, including amazing daily giveaways not to be missed. We have even extended our live hours for the whole week. Make sure you're watching us live every day to be in with a chance to win our daily giveaways. And the fun doesn't stop there. We are also giving everyone who shops with us a free limited edition Sewing Street birthday pin badge, our little way of saying thank you for your support. Remember to join us all week for all the fun and celebrations.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Okay, so I'm wearing this shirt now, so Mandy and I match in, right? But you can't see Mandy, she's just disappeared. So you can see in a minute. This is me as I arrive to work, Norm. This is casual, John. This is afternoon, John. Right, I hope you've all turned over to 674, because we're on Sky 674. If you're watching on Sky, I hope you're watching on the app, the website, the YouTube, or the Facebook Live. So this is the menu for the rest of the day, because it's only 1:05. So here is the menu. We've done 12 o'clock already. So 1 o'clock, Red Work with Mandy Shaw. We've got 2 o'clock, Debbie Shaw Fabrics with Debbie Shaw. And then 3 o'clock, birthday highlights, because it is the last day of the birthday. So the other thing you need to know is everybody who buys something today, whether it's from the show or from the website or anything, up until about midnight tonight, your names will all go into the draw. And one of you will win all of that tomorrow. Oh no, you'll win it today, but it'll be announced tomorrow. There's a sewing machine, £300, a steam iron, £349, or £299, sorry. Rows of Hubble fabric worth a fortune, all that Orifil thread, Wabi Sabi thread. There's a native lighting, a task lamp in there. There's a whole hamper of hemline gold. And you see that roll of fabric? It looks just like a little roll. It's huge. It's huge. Somebody will win all of that. And all you have to, Hannah's going to get it for me. And all you have to do is buy something, right? All you have to do is buy something. Your name's all going. Now, I'm thinking that with here she comes. It's not displayed to the best in this way. It's just some of it. This isn't it. This isn't the sewing machine. This isn't the This isn't the sewing machine or the iron or the native lighting. Look at that roll of fabric. It's huge. Then you've got your hemline box of goodies there, your Wabi Sabi Orifil thread. Look at all that fabric there. What are you looking for? Go. Plus the iron, plus the native lighting, plus the sewing machine. I know one of you will win all of that just by buying something today. Also, we are giving away the badge while stocks last, but I'm having a feeling they might have gone now. But I'm still going to say it while stocks last. There you go. While stocks last, but I have a feeling they will have gone now. Right, shall we? Now, I've got a few. I'll tell you what, before I introduce the new items, I'm just going to recap some of the items from before because we've got a few of these left. So I just want you to know, if you weren't watching early, if you've just come in from the shops or something like that, we've had such a busy day, haven't we? A really, really busy day, right? So where would you like me to start? Jubilee Hanging Heart. Oh, okay, I don't know what. There are over 80 people got this in their basket now. $19.99. All you need is a needle and some stuffing. But there's... What a great prize. Who said that? Fran said, what a great prize. Well, good luck, everyone. Yeah, good luck just by buying something, look. What a great prize. Good luck from Fran. Right, okay, so there's more. So basically, there's way too many people got that in their basket. Is that what we're saying? So I'll put that to one side. Righty-ho. Then where would you like to go next, then? The other hanging heart, which is the springtime hanging heart, which is this one here. Now, we've messed this up because we opened this out earlier. So what you get in here is you get the instructions, you get the linen, you get the interfacing, you get the red thread. Over 40 people have got that in their basket. Oh, isn't it weird? I haven't coughed for a whole hour sitting out there. And here I am, come in here straight away, start coughing. Excitement of seeing Hannah, that's what it is. She just chased me around the studio wanting a hug.
Did you call that a chase?
That was a chase, that's as fast as you can go.
Oh, bless.
Yeah. $19.99, springtime, beautiful rabbit there. Now, what was I saying? You get the linen, the interfacing, the red spot fabric, the ribbon, and the red thread, and the instructions, and the, what's that? Iron-on template, the iron-on template, which you can use up to 6 times. There's over 40 of those in baskets. Please check out on that one. Next, the hoopy. That's this one. Beautiful, isn't it? There's your hoopy. So you get the hoopy, you get the linen. Now, do you get interfacing on this one as well? No.
Yes, you do. Yeah.
Oh, you do. You do get interfacing on this one, and your red thread, and your rickrack, and your ribbon, and your instructions, and your iron-on. I don't know why I've got. Oh, I see. And your iron-on template, £24.99. Few of those left. Then all I've got left are the little things and the rabbit, the book, and the what it's called, Hannah. We'll do the rabbit first, okay then. So this is the rabbit. You do not get the chair, but you do get the whole. I'll just break that. It didn't sound solid, that did it? Did what? No, I've had an hour off. I don't like these hours off because my energy levels have all dropped. So £32.99, you get your lovely fabric, your fleecy fabric, you get your gingham, your felt, your ribbon, your thread, your buttons, your black thread, instructions, pattern pieces, everything you need. £32.99, sweet little feet there. Oh, hang on, that way up. There, aren't they lovely? Anyway, £32.99. We demoed a little bit of that in Mandy's last hour. Then this here, now this book, see this quilt here. That's that you get the whole of the pattern and the templates and the instruction, everything for that. So that's from page 50 onwards, right? There you go. So from page 50 onwards, there's the quilt. That's the quilt. So it gives you all the information about all the different blocks, how to do it, what you see. There's some piecing in there, embroidery in there. There's over 50 people got this in their basket. We haven't got enough. We haven't got enough to go round, so you do need to check out. Right, and then what happens is you get all of your templates in here. So they're ones that you trace off. But what's before page 50 here, you're saying, well, there are all these other projects. There's a stitch directory and general information and everything like that. But then, look, there are projects. So there's a little notepad. There's your little notepad cover. Then you also get the template for that embroidery. There it is, look. There's your template for your embroidery. So that's one thing there. Then what else have we got in here? We've got the little gnomes. Oh, he's fallen over. There's your little gnome. Get the instructions for that. All for £15.99. This here is gorgeous. Now, I don't know, Mandy, I don't know if I've broken this.
Oh, no, it's 2 knitting needles.
Oh, it's 2. Oh, that's right. I thought I'd broken it. Right. So these are all different stitches, look. Isn't it cute? So it's a sampler and you can practice doing your stitches at the same time. That's the one I like, though, which looks like a seagull that's gone running around the sand.
Oh.
What's that one?
I think it's Lazy Daisy.
No, that's not Lazy Daisy.
Yeah, it is at different angles. I think yeah, it is.
It's like a little cross stitch, like a little sideways cross stitch.
Oh. It's a herringbone stitch.
Herringbone. There you go, herringbone stitch. I haven't finished yet. These are all included in your £15.99. There it is. Oh, yeah, I could have told you what it was. It's a herringbone stitch. Now, that's not here. It's lovely, isn't it? I've got my keys now. I meant to show that's not my key. Obviously, I've got my car keys on mine. Then you've also got your lavender bag. You've got your pumpkin pin cushion. Is that really a pumpkin or is it tomato?
It's a pumpkin because we're going slightly through the seasons there.
Oh, okay. But it looks like a tomato to me.
Yeah, no, you can be a tomato, John. You like tomatoes, yeah.
I love tomatoes. Little treasure poppy brooch. A little bit organised. A little bit of organising in my life. Look. Oh. You don't get the pencil in yours. Yeah, we used to have this fabric in Sewing Quarter. Did you nick it from Sewing Quarter when you came in?
No, I think it's the same time, but we can't get it. I'd love to get more of that.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'd love that.
Wasn't it from France? Wasn't that fabric from France? Hannah nicked some. She's some in her house if you want it. And then you've got the quilt. So all of that fits in there, right? So as I say, you've got your templates in there. But you know what? If you don't want to do tracing off, how about buying the iron transfers? Iron-on transfers. I can't think. I was going to say iron interfacing, and I knew that wasn't the right word. It's been a long day. It's been a long week as well. So this doesn't include any instructions or anything like that. It's literally all of these templates here, like the sewing machine, the bee kelp, the flowers in the vase, the teapot, everything like that is in there at £15.99. Now. This is called the little things because Mandy's fabric range is divided between the little things and Stitch with Love.
Yes.
This is when you're supposed to interrupt me.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, darling, yes. Oh, you going to show me?
we talked about this. I said, you get it out the bag. I'll go, you're not supposed to show that.
Oh, John, look what I've bought.
You're not supposed to show that.
A little early preview.
Yeah, go on then. So this is the fabric that we will be launching here very, very soon. Mandy's next time here. You're not supposed to be seeing this today, but this is for the future.
This is for the future. So exciting. So this is my first fabric range.
Yeah.
And it's a red work range.
Really?
And look at, yes, fancy that. And there, look, that's one of the prints. I just
Moving to the
love
left
it.
a tiny
To the
little
left
bit
a
for me.
bit.
There
Is
you
that
go,
gorgeous? And so this quilt, oh, not that quilt, but actually that quilt would look gorgeous in this as well.
Yeah, that quilt on the wall is nothing to do with Mandy. That's in Stuart's last hour this afternoon.
But it would look nice in this fabric range.
Yeah.
But the book, the little things, some of the icons, the drawings in the book end up on the fabric.
Beautiful. So that's all different
Yes,
icons
yeah.
there. What's that one?
That's
just moved-
thimbles
there you
one.
go,
Thimbles one. We've got the classic spot and dot. Oh, that doesn't belong there. We've got we've got a lovely border fabric, which is gorgeous.
Look.
Which is going to be used. I'm going to use this for going around the edge of cushions and things.
Not available until Mandy's next visit.
Next visit, yeah. And I was just obviously just doing some samples and things. But look how lovely they all go well together. Look at the lovely button one. Look at that there. So and again, there's a sewing machine. Look, there's a sewing machine that's actually in the quilt.
Oh,
Do
yes,
you
of
see?
course.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
nice.
lovely.
Quick question from Christine. I've lost my watch tape measure pin cushion. Is it still available?
Yes, we've got kits of them.
On
Yes,
the website.
yes, yes.
Not
yeah,
ours. We haven't
yeah,
got it.
yeah,
Their
yeah,
website.
yeah.
Designs.
Yeah.
Right,
There's a
we carried on looking at the
dotty
fabric. Sorry, she's
version
on
of
one
them.
now.
It's not all here, but and
That's
there's
not.
and that's a thimble version as well. So what they do is they send you strike-offs.
Yes.
Oh, you know about this, do
Yes,
you?
yes. So what is it? What's a
It's-
strike-off?
A strike-off is where they print it off and they say, do we love it? What's wrong with it?
Yeah.
And so this one is a strike-off, and actually what happened is the red has bled a little bit into the white.
let's
so
have a look.
Can you see that? It's interesting.
Oh, yeah.
So when you
So you
see-
send that back, go,
so
no,
you
this
send
isn't
it
good enough.
back. So it's quite exciting. So when you send it back, and then they send you this one, and you can see the difference.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
So that pinky one in the background won't be seen. That one
no.
won't be available.
And then we didn't actually, we thought this was nice, but not quite better. So that's still a bit pinky.
Yeah.
So they sent it again. So it's taken 2 years.
Oh, no, but it can take backwards, forwards,
absolutely,
forwards.
forever,
And,
ever.
is it printed in Japan or somewhere like that?
Somewhere, yeah.
Abroad.
Somewhere abroad. But
Because it takes a while to get backwards and forwards, because you
Yeah.
can't look at it on the computer, can you? Anyway, we've got 2 brand new projects for this hour.
Oh, yes.
2 brand new projects, right? Which would you like to look at first?
Who, me? You talking to
No,
me?
not you, I'm talking to us. The purse, first of all.
Okay, the purse.
Yeah, now earlier on the website, Julie Vaughan pointed it out, but it's fixed now. The picture on the website was wrong. It was showing a picture of the rabbits. I know you're not going to realise. Let me just put that down there. Can you see that through the bag? Look at the clasp. Oh, you can see it there. Look at the clasp. It's like fighting hares, is it? But look at this kit. Oh, look. You get that's the clasp you get.
Yeah.
That's the clasp you actually get. Then you get your... there's the finished thing. Sorry, no, it's fine. Then you get your thread, your embroidery thread. He's just coming now. There you go, embroidery thread. Beautiful, beautiful ribbons. Like, look at that rick-rack. Have you ever seen rick-rack looking like that before?
It's French.
To go around your central thing there. You've got some plain rick-rack in here as well.
Yeah.
Not sure where that goes.
I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you.
Then you've got beautiful linen. This is divine.
Oh, it's stunning.
So
Yeah,
beautiful,
lovely,
isn't it?
Yeah.
Then you get your instructions. Everything in there that you need. And then, do you get a template of the little rabbit?
You do. You've
I
got
think
it
you've
all here.
nicked
I've
it.
got. I pinched it here. I've got
Yeah,
it here
she's
for you.
got it.
Done,
Is it an iron-on transfer or is it a
iron-on-
template?
Iron-on transfer.
Iron-on
yeah,
transfer for the little rabbits in there as well. $29.99. So do I need anything else?
Nothing. No, makes
What's
nothing.
inside it?
A little bit of stuffing.
You don't need that. She's just put that in to poof it out a bit. $29.99. So you don't need anything else apart from a sewing machine.
No. Or you could do it by hand, but
Yeah. We'll show you that in a minute because I've got 2 projects to show you. There's that one, and then there's this one. Now, I think that on the website picture, this looks like it's the size of an egg. It looks tiny, right? But actually, look how cute this is. I'll put my... sorry. Let me hold it up like that so you can see how big it is, right? How cute is this? Now, look. So let me pop that down there. This is the loveliest little egg pouch. Well, it doesn't have to be an Easter egg, does it? It's just a pocket, right?
Yeah.
But look, Elliot. So we call that Elliot the rabbit. That one. Oh, Hannah would put a pom pom on his bottom.
Oh, I think he should have a pom pom.
Oh, he should have a pom pom on his bottom.
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't have taken that one out, John. Anyway, isn't that cute? Isn't it? No, it didn't fall off. No, it's not in the pouch. Maybe that's a pom-pomless one. Because not everyone's born with a pom-pom. Yeah. Right, okay, so what do you get here? You get the instructions. You get now, that's called back foam, isn't it? Bosal. Is it Bosal?
Yeah. Well, I don't use that brand, but
it's
is
the
exactly
same as the Bosal that's just been showing, right?
Yeah.
Then you get the lovely, that's gorgeous, white fleece for your rabbit. Then you get your little bit of denim there. You get your spot. You get your bias binding to go around the edge. You get a little bit of ribbon to make his choker. You get the rick-rack for the top of the pouch there. And then you get some iron-on. Is that Bonder web?
Yes.
Or you don't call it Bonder web?
I call it fusible webbing only because there's different brands.
Yeah, different brands.
Yeah.
So you get all of that. Do you need anything else? A bit of stuffing.
A little bit of stuffing.
Yeah, to put inside the rabbit. Well, it'd be gorgeous for an Easter gift, right? But also, I don't think it has to be Easter, does it? Any child's going to love that, aren't they? And goes to its little bed. And also, you can hang it on the wall by the bed. If you had that on the wall by the bed, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it? $29.99. So 2 brand new projects at 1:20 in our Saturday afternoon. So what are we going to show? What are you going to do first? The purse.
I was going to do the purse. But can you just pass in the rick-rack over that?
Which rick-rack?
The rick-rack.
Both?
No, yeah, both will be fine. That's gorgeous. That's gorgeous, right. Okay.
Let me just move that off your table as well.
Okay, so it's wonderful. Wonderful.
Here I am.
Right, are we off?
Yep.
Oh, we're off. So, on the original purse John had over there was piping.
Would you like to have it?
Oh yeah, it'd be lovely. There was piping on it, but this is the trouble with making patterns in large quantities. Is that I couldn't get that quantity of piping in time for us, so I changed it to the rick-rack, which is very beautiful.
Okay.
And as you can see, it matches even more beautifully than ever. So let me just give you a few tips on how to do things on this.
Brilliant.
Sewing the rick-rack on. And what we're going to do is we're going to put the rick-rack, that's going to go in the seam like that. It's the seam allowance is 1/4 inch, but the rick-rack's a little bit smaller than that. So I'm going to put the rick-rack slightly inside the 1/4 inch. Does that make sense? And I'm going to tack it on with the sewing machine. Now you could have tacked this on by hand, but it's important that you actually tack it on so you've got a little overhang. So I'll quickly do that for you just to show you. You can increase your stitch length to make it go quicker, but I'll just do that for you. So it's got to be tacked on, and it's going through the middle.
Right.
And this stitch can be used to guide it sewing on later on as well. So because it's slightly smaller than 1/2 inch, we don't want our seams to be...
Julie loves the purse. She's been waiting since 9 o'clock this morning to see it.
Oh, darling, that's the trouble with doing 3 shows. You have to hang around. But we do that. We have got it on catch up, haven't we, John, or something strange?
Maybe next time you have to do 3 hours in one go.
Oh, my God. Well, actually, it does go really quickly, doesn't it? Time does go really quickly.
And also, like, we've both flagged a little bit in that hour, haven't we? So it'd be
good. Yeah, I started nibbling into the crisps. I should have done the raspberries, but I did the crisps.
She's got crisps and chocolate all over her face.
Yeah, we've got Colin Caterpillar cake. That was...
other birthday cakes are available.
Yeah. You gave me the end, John, and that was very, very thick chocolate. So
I do apologise.
Sorry.
Hannah had you had the head and Hannah had the bottom.
Oh.
Tail.
So
will Mandy's fabrics be shipped from Sewing Street, available to ship to Ireland? Oh, Ema, can you buy in? Can you buy Ema? Can you buy in Ireland now? If they deliver to you now, yes, they'll be via Sewing Street. Definitely be via Sewing Street.
Yeah. I think sometimes if you're air.
Oh, okay.
I guess if you're air, it takes a little bit longer because we have to send them back to somewhere else.
First.
Yes, first. Okay. So, but if you are Northern Ireland, you should be fine.
Okay, and so if we don't have it, you'll be able to get it from Mandy, I presume, eventually afterwards, won't you?
Oh yes, but we have it 2 weeks before later, unless
after.
It's
so we have the exclusivity, and then you have after that. Yeah.
Okay, so what I've done with the rick-rack is I've just tacked it on through the middle of the rick-rack, leaving a little bit of a gap, so our seam allowance is 1/4 inch. And because this is linen, it might just fray a little bit with this. And the other thing you're going to do is you're going to, before you do the next bit, which I'm going to jump ahead, you're going to make your little decoration here. And again, iron-on transfer, so that can be used for different things as well.
Okay.
And you're just going to stitch it. We've got it a lovely raspberry red here, which we really love that colour. Going to stitch that, and then you're going to cut out a template for the oval opening, and just gather around the outside edge and then press it tight.
Brilliant.
Okay.
There's a template for that.
There's a template for that little oval template. So
Ellen, Stuart was on the last hour and he's on again the next hour. We're swapping around today. So after this hour, you've got Stuart for 2 hours,
his new fabric range looked lovely, didn't it?
Well, it sold
John?
out. Everything sold out, didn't it? Well done. That's brilliant.
Yeah, it's good. So you understood what I meant by that, didn't
Yes.
you guys? You're just going to gather around the outside of that. You're going to tighten it up so it's all nice and tight. Give it a good press, and that will be placed in position there. And then your other bit of rickrack can just go around the outside edge.
Brilliant.
All right, so get that beautiful.
Yeah.
So that's nice. So this is what I wanted to show, because this is the quirky bit of life with these things, is that, and this is all done to make your life very much easier. You pin the 2 layers together. Now, if you stitch again on the same line, you have to watch out. This is slightly on the bias, so you've got to be a little bit, pin it well, and because it's gorgeous fabric, because it's a linen, it does move around, so give it a jolly good pin. If you stitch on that marked line, on that same line you sewed the rickrack on, you'll get exactly what I want from the rickrack, just beautiful humps, and you won't miss your humps.
So Ema, what you'll be able to do is 2 weeks after we launch it, you'll be able to buy it from Mandy's website, because apparently we don't ship to where you are. So, but you'll be able to, because you ship all over the world, don't you?
We do, but we're having trouble at the minute with all this import duties everyone uses. So we have to warn you that there will be import duties and all sorts of strange things. But if you just if you speak to us, we'll just sort it out for you. But people, especially going to France, are a little bit shocked at the amount of money they're having to pay for import duties.
Well, it's the same coming the other way, isn't it, as well?
Oh gosh, yes, yeah. Well, we do the same with when you buy.
When you buy all the things from France. Christine says, "Can you tell me if you're going to the London Creative Craft Show in April, please?"
No, I'm only doing festive quilts.
Right.
That's because these we're so busy at home on the website that we can't afford to leave it.
Yeah.
And so we're going to have one big powwow at the Fest of the Quilts. And
what did I say? I didn't know there was that one. I'm going to go to Sewing for Pleasure for one day. I'm not quite sure what day my ticket's for. I'm here every day that it's on, but I'll pop along one afternoon afterwards, and then we'll be there for Festival of Quilts.
Yeah. So when you turn it inside out, you'll see that you just get, it's so delicious. You just get, let me move that way so you can see, you just get the lovely, so you're not missing out by having...
Yeah, he's just coming in now.
Yeah, just hang on, look at that lovely little, it's beautiful.
Oh, so rather than the piping, you've got the little lumps, humps.
So piping's great. If you're making this with just the pattern, that's great. But if you've got rickrack, it just absolutely matches beautifully. And we've got just the...
So what do you get in the kit? The rickrack?
The rickrack, you get the rickrack. But you just get the humps of the rickrack.
Oh, no, it's nice. I like it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And so that's beautiful. Let me just whip round this while you're talking, John.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm just going to whip round the lining because there's something quite important I wanted to show you.
Yeah. The sewing machine that Mandy is using is the machine of Mark. I've got it, the 680 plus. Now, remember, it will always be £1,249, but you buy it before midnight tonight. The 5-year warranty stays on it. That 5-year warranty stays on it while we've got the stock. But also till tonight, till midnight tonight, you also get £100 worth of freebies, which are a couple of panels, some fabric, some threads, a ruler, and some fabric paints. It's a gorgeous machine. One man is using, it's the one I've got at home. It's absolutely brilliant. Loads of you have received it this week. Lots of you bought it and received it this week. And quite a few of you got it in the basket. So remember, if you don't check out before midnight, you won't get the deal. You won't get that deal.
And it actually's got a really lovely, 2 lovely blanket stitches. You know that I'm hot about my blanket stitches. So this, and I've got this at home as well in my studio. The 2 blanket stitches here are lovely, so that's really lovely. So there's lots of ways of making these clip frame purses, but I decided to do the little gathering in here. I was going to have a seamed joint, but it was too bulky. So I'm going to do something strange. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. We've made the main bag and we've turned it the right way out. It will have its lovely little decoration on it when you make it. Then I've made the lining, but I've made the lining seam a little bit bigger. So I went a chunky,
so it's a bit smaller.
Yeah, it is a bit smaller. And we've still got it open, and I'm going to place that inside there.
Wrong sides together.
Wrong sides together. Because I had a vision in my head and it didn't work when I first made it. So what we're going to do now is we're going to fold that really beautifully, and we're going to stitch, I'm going to stitch it again around the top edge here, and then we're going to zigzag it very beautifully. So that's very different to what you would normally do. But if I did a seam, it's too bulky to get inside the purse clip.
Course.
Have you got the purse clip there?
Oh, do you need my purse clip as well?
Yeah, we need it all, darling. You know I need it all today. I'm very needy today.
You are.
Yeah.
It's not your fault, though. It's our fault.
No, it's my world has... Oh, I forget that. So look how lovely that is. So what I wanted to do, I didn't want to put this purse clip on this size purse because it would be too tight to get in.
Yeah.
So I want you to have some gathers. So this is why we're doing this. So what we're going to do is just pin it each side, and I'm going to then tell you.
Julie says Mandy's got such wonderful taste. Everything she makes is top quality.
Oh, darlings, you know, I really struggled. John knows we'd had this conversation with Debbie, and really struggled to find really gorgeous fabrics that we can buy off the shelf, not have to order 10 months in advance, and also that we can have the quantity.
Yes, of course.
So
just well, we had the quantity because everything's selling so big time today.
But that's why I decided to design my own fabrics. At least I'll then have the quantity.
Yeah.
And you've ordered lots of it as well, so I'm sure that's...
So will you be putting it in some of your kits and things?
Yes, that's the whole idea. Oh my goodness.
You have to get your own linen source next then.
Well, that's impossible. And we buy some of our Irish linen from Ireland.
Really?
Yeah. Fancy that.
It's funny that.
Funny that. But linen is still quite expensive. It's quite expensive for us. But we can't... I suppose really if we bought hundreds and hundreds of metres at one time... I'm using the wrong colour thread here. So
what are you doing?
Well, I'm just sewing around the top. But I'm lazy. I'm not changing my thread. But
that's okay.
That's good. You can see. I'm just sort of sewing the two layers together. So I'll explain once I've done it. And I'm doing it doubly like this because of the linen. Because the linen's, as much as we love it badly, it has a little tendency to fray. That's one side. And I'll show you the other side. Oops. I've got one of my other machines' feet lifts up as I stop. So I'm used to other things in life.
Make sure you check out Lotsy coming in. So what are you zigzagging around the edge?
No, I'm going to do double security. I'll just do that quite roughly. Right. I'm double securitying it. So I've just sewn it so that the layers are all together. Okay. And I'll just do one side. So I've just sewn it so the layers are all together. So now we've got our lovely little purse. It's looking cute and lovely. Yeah. But I've just sewn it so the layers together. And now I'm going to trim it quite close to the stitch line. So but like half of a quarter of an inch, couple of mil from the stitch line. And then I'm going to zigzag that.
Right.
And then I'm going to gather it, so it just fits my template. So I'll just do one side to show you. But the zigzag, it just means it's nice and flat. There's no bulk in that seam. Yeah. And once I gather it a little bit, there will be less bulk. So that's not safe like that, so I will zigzag it.
Brilliant.
And of course, what you should do is have a small zigzag. This is going to be interesting. A small zigzag.
You need to choose one of the zigzags, then change the size.
Oh yes, darling. What do we fancy today? Number 11. Let's see what
then
happens.
You can make it smaller.
Yeah. No. So we want it quite small and tight. Yeah. Okay. Because we don't. Oh, that's nice. So I might make it a bit wider. Go, darling. But and it won't. This will never be seen. Yeah.
While Mandy's zigzagging that, just mind you, in your kit you get the gingham linen, the plain linen, 2 different bric racks. You get the clasp, you get the embroidery thread, you get the template. No, not the template. The iron-on transfer for the fighting rabbits.
Oh, that's nice.
Everything you need. There's nothing else you need apart from that.
That's gorgeous. Look at that.
We had a lovely email from Lindsay. Love doing red work.
Yeah.
And all of your other sewing.
Oh, bless her. That's lovely to hear.
She's having a cup of herbal tea with her lunch.
Oh, I thought it was over her love.
And sending kisses and hugs.
Oh, that's lovely. Lindsay, who's this? Lindsay.
Who are you, Lindsay?
Where does she come from?
Where's she come from? We don't know because it's in an email, isn't it?
Oh, bless. It's lovely because I should listen more carefully to all the lovely love I get. But you know, like sometimes you don't always listen to those ones, do you? And I do appreciate it. And I make all these things for you. I do think about things I make for you.
Susan sent a message. Enjoy birthday week. Quarter to 6:80. Yay! And more treats. It's taken me a week to decide. Yeah, but get it now when you can. My house is like the set of Sewing Street. I don't think it will be. If you could see behind this table, if Health and Safety came in here now, they would have a field day. Yeah, if you are looking for tutor, this one will be available from Thursday. And then Margaret says, oh, bless you, John, I thought you'd have been home by now. No, we've done the hours differently today, but I've got to leave straight after here because I've got my Facebook Live later, haven't I?
Oh, gosh,
Tricia's
yes.
asked a question.
Oh, yeah. Well, she asked,
do you do workshops, Mandy?
Well, I do, but I haven't done for a couple of years, have I?
Yeah.
You know, but I do, but somehow I haven't got many booked in for a long time because I'm too busy. But when the fabric range comes out, I'm going to be doing a few shops around the country.
Are you?
Yeah.
You're coming to my neck of the woods? Well, you'd always stay in the centre of town and go to the hotel there and go on your tours there.
Some ghost tour, yeah.
You come to my house, I'll do a ghost tour for you.
Oh, yeah, I bet you will. I bet you
That
will.
sounded wrong. That sounded so wrong.
Right, okay.
What's he doing?
So what I've done is, look how lovely that zigzag is. It's nice and neat.
Yeah.
And there's no thick, bulky seam. Do you see that? Then I've just done a little row of gathering stitches.
By hand.
Yeah, just by hand, just so that I can manipulate them a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to gather along the top edge. I'll cast that off now, just for a second. And then you're going to put that will now fit. It's all signed, sealed and delivered and will fit inside the frame without any bulk. Because if it's too bulky, it doesn't sit nicely. So what you're going to do is open your frame up, find the middle of your purse.
Yeah.
Which is, you will find the proper middle of your purse. I'm sort of slightly
Find the middle before you stitch the...
And what I do is I stitch it on, I'll just take that off, I stitch it on from the middle outwards and back to the middle, so that you don't, because these tend to ride slightly. And I will use a double thread, and if you've got embroidery thread in your kit, I would use embroidery thread. But if you had extra strong thread, you can, or you can put it through your wax melt or a candle or anything just to keep it nice and strong.
Oh.
Yeah. So I don't want to do it in black, so let me just do this.
No, tacky black, it'll always come back.
So,
Claire says she'd love to make a dress from that gingham linen.
Oh,
It'd be
so
lovely. It's such good quality.
It was end of line. I got it in a warehouse shop, end of line.
Oh, so you won't be getting any
you won't. No, we've got a little bit left, but it's only just in case we've run out of... So what you're going to do, you've watched me carefully, is... Oh, God. Why does that not come through there? Oh, my needles. You have to watch out, because sometimes your needles, I'll just check. Oh, no, it's fine there.
Oh, yeah.
Your needles could be too... Because I've got a chunky needle here.
So you've gone through a hole in the...
So I've gone through the purse, and it has come through. Right, okay. So what I'm going to do, you can see me nicely there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go
really close up on that.
And down, just like a running stitch. I'm not going to do each hole. Up and down. And I've done a lot of these, and I find this is the best way of doing it. So I'm going to go up and down. It's like a running stitch to the end. It's a bit. You can't always see where you're going, so don't worry if you.
I'm borrow my glasses.
No, it's a feel, darling. It's feel.
Oh, sorry.
It's feel. It's feel. So the gathering will be at the top end of the purse.
Yeah. But not round. So
the gathering will be at the top end of the purse to make it nice. So we're going to pretend I'm at the bottom. I've finished my threads.
Finished.
And I'm going to come back up. So I'll just do one more so that you can see.
Right.
So I've finished. I've gone right round, and I've got that inside there beautifully. Yeah. And now I'm going to come backwards.
And fill the gaps.
Fill the gaps.
Brilliant.
And that what that does is make sure that it stays central, because they are a real bummer. Oh,
oops!
Is that quite a sweet word? Is that okay?
No, you're allowed to say that. That's fine.
That's a real pain for twisting themselves. They twist themselves.
Mandy, please do a workshop in Eastbourne. All my classes have closed down because of COVID, and I'm getting withdrawal symptoms.
Oh, darling,
you're not far away from there, are you?
7 miles away. But there, I've got a little exhibition in my hometown of old quilts at the minute. So do you see?
In Eastbourne?
In Hailsham, little Hailsham. Oh. So do you see? You get a really lovely look.
Yeah.
And it'll be all lovely and central. So have a look at it finished.
Yeah, have a look at the finished one.
And I've done it in, I think I've done that one in beige, but look how lovely that looks. So just gathered along the top.
I like it in the red, actually.
Well, yeah, actually, the red's a bit strong, but actually there was a lovely dusty pink that we put in there. But so you start from the middle, go down and up, then down and up.
Yeah.
Then swap it over.
Do the other
Do
side.
the other side.
That's actually much easier than doing the glue one when you've got the double thing.
Yeah.
Like
And also what they like you to do is put a little bit of cord in here to hold it down. But once you've done it once, if you do and just double check that it's looking good, you can go over it again, and you can always squash these tight. But they are a little bit tricky, but I think that's the best way of doing them. And there you are. How delicious is that?
Lovely.
Yes,
Do you ever tack the frame in before you start sewing it?
Oh, well, you don't have to that way because you've got the centre. But she's right. Sometimes I can see why you would do that, but I'd really tack. But yes, you're fine. You're right with that one.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Right,
That's it.
Do check out. I've only got half a kit here to show you, but do check out. It's $29.99.
Oh, it's all there. Look.
It's all there. Mandy's got it all on her desk there.
And it looks
When
gorgeous.
did you sew the afternoon? I've been following Mandy for 20 years. When I went to her adult education classes, myself and my friend will be joining her in Vietnam. When are you going to Vietnam?
Oh, we're going to Vietnam. We are.
Yeah, I know that.
Before I go to Vietnam, I'm going on a river cruise, John.
Is that my river cruise
it's
you're
your
doing?
river cruise. And it looks like I'm going to the Madrid Quilt Show as well. Well, where's
your river cruise going?
It's a river cruise is going through Belgium and Holland. You can come and join me.
No, I can't.
Why can't you? You can come. Anyone can come and join.
No, I'll have to pay. If I come with you, I've got to pay for it. I want to be paid to do it, not go. These are river cruises and holidays that Mandy does, where she is the host for the weekend. You sit on your boat and you do your stitching. You stop off in different cities and things like that.
Yeah, really stunning things.
Nice.
Really.
When did you sew your little medallion on with the rabbit?
I did sew my medallion on before I started.
So while it was still on the flat.
But I didn't in the real life. But I did talk to you about doing the little template.
You told us how to do it, but you didn't say when you stitched it.
Yes. Before you start. But you see, I do love the Rick Rack really badly.
Blake and I are both watching today while we're eating our lunch, taking a break from stripping Crystal. Wallpaper. Wallpaper. That's Crystal. She's Linda Evans from Dynasty.
Is she really?
Yeah.
What, she really is?
Yeah. Blake and Crystal are their character names. It's Linda Evans from Dynasty. Anyway, we've got to move on to the next one.
Yeah, okay.
What are you having for lunch? I've had my boiled egg, but it didn't hit the spot.
Boiled eggs don't do things for me.
What?
Boiled eggs don't do
Well,
it for
they're
me.
just easy, aren't they? They're full of proteins. That's good. Anyway, let's move on to the rabbit. Are we all right to move on, Han? Yeah. Rabbit in a pocket now.
Okie-doke.
Rabbit in the pocket. So let me take you through what you get. So you get your instructions and all your pattern pieces are in there. You get your fusible web. You get some bias binding for around the edge. You get some ribbon for the choker. You've got some rick-rack for the top of the pocket there. You've got your spotty fabric there. You've got your denim there. You've got your beautiful, is that non-pill polar fleece? It feels like it.
Yeah.
And then you've got your bosal or whatever make it is to go inside the pocket there. Is there any thread in that one?
There will be pink thread. There is thread.
I'm sure it was there.
I think I might have pinched it for something on. Yeah, I'm pinching everything at the minute.
That's fine. Right, okay, so what do we need to do on this one then?
Right, this is a lovely little thing. Again, when I make these things, I'm thinking that you might be having a little decoration for Easter.
Yeah, you
or
get
for
a button.
Springtime.
You get one button as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or for springtime. This is a slightly different one. I'll put my hands over it for a minute.
Do you want this one? Here, you have that one.
I don't want you to get upset with me. Hang on, and then I'll come back to that one. So this is for springtime. So as you know, I always decorate my home and I front.
And she decorates her home, believe you me.
And I just think it brings a bit of cheer and a bit of interest, and especially at the minute we've got such dire news
everywhere. What have you done to her ears?
Oh, I was just tucked them in because that's quite cute. It's quite a cute look.
Yeah,
it's quite a cute look. But so this also, I've got this wonderful little granddaughter, Dusty Rose, and I'm just inspired by kids and things they love to do. And I remember my mum making me a doll in a little upside down bed. She made from Women's Weekly, and it's a little bed like that with a little knitted doll that went in it, and I'm desperate to find the pattern.
Oh, because there's that song, isn't there? Beat Me on the Bottom with the Women's Weekly.
Oh, is that
Victoria Wood?
So Women's Weekly, 1967-ish, I'd have been 7. I want to find out that little knitted... So this is where it's inspired for a little pocket with a doll in it. Yeah.
Because Elliot used to have a knitted rabbit like this.
Oh, did he?
Christine says it looks great having you side by side like that.
Well, we're not quite side by side, darling.
Oh, is that Elliot puts it in boxes? Oh, here you go.
Oh, that's cute.
But
yes,
wait,
that's cute.
wait till Thursday. She won't be here on Thursday. Wait till we're in the new studio on Thursday. Apparently the table's so small. We'll be like that.
Oh, right. So when it was not, we're not.
Well, no, everyone else is doing it now, so we're all doing it.
Oh, right. No, fine. That's fine. That's fine by me. Anyway, this is lovely and easy to make. It's very, very cute to make. And it's very similar to the little heart thing I made for our badges to go on, John.
Can't hear you, Elliot. You're muttering. Go on.
Do you remember the little badges I put on the other day on those little heart felty things?
Yes.
So it's very similar to that. So we use the Bosal. I use the iron-on one, which is spectacular. So the little bed is not difficult to make at all. You've got a background which has got Bosal on.
Yeah, the Bosal's in your kit.
Sorry, Bosal's in your kit. Yes. Then you have a little bit of fabric which you've got the Bosal in between. And then you bind the top edge with your rick-rack and your binding. You pop that on there, and then you just bind right round the outside edge of it. So it really isn't difficult to make. And then you can add little hearts and flowers and all sorts, or even names and things.
Oh yeah.
And I've made another one here, which is made
different fabric.
Yeah, an old Liberty,
from
old Liberty.
Cosmos.
Yes, whatever. So it's exactly. So it's just. And these are old jeans. Look, an old jean there, but we've got some nice denim in there for you, chambray in there for you.
Yeah, maybe you'll stick to 2 hours in the. Yeah, whatever.
What's that?
Cosmos. Yeah, whatever, John. Whatever.
Oh, he's tired.
She's tired.
She's tired. So here's a rabbit, dead easy. But again, like the previous rabbit I was talking to you about, it's best to make a cardboard template.
Yep.
Mark it on your fleece, your lovely little fleece. Mm-hmm. Stitch on the marked line.
Where'd you leave the gap?
We're going to leave the gap in the back.
Oh.
In the front, where you put the hearts.
Yeah.
So it's so much easier to do that than it is to leave a gap on the side, which would distort. Okay.
Yeah. Because it's unshaped, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So remember that you're stitching on the marked line. People do this in my workshops, and they automatically go for the scissors and cut.
Yes.
So you draw it first, you stitch on the line, then you cut, and that means you get a perfect little shaped bunny.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to stuff to your heart's content. So people are very nervous about that little slit, but I promise you, the slit will be beautiful.
Because it's covered over by the heart.
It's covered over by the heart. So then when you do these, you just gently you gently stuff.
Yeah.
And I do always use, which work really well, the forceps, Spencer Wells forceps.
Oh yeah, the hemostats.
Hemostats.
We call them needle grippers on our website.
Yeah, that's good. So they're always wonderful to have in your. So just give this a lovely little stuff. Now this is just a very simple little rabbit. I didn't stuff the ears. No, I didn't stuff the ears because you can't really get up there. No, they just beautifully worked nicely together. That's nice, and just give a bit of stuffing in the body. And it's a simple little shape, could be given to a newborn, to a young baby, because there's nothing on there that's dangerous. But what else you can do with them is very exciting. So hang on a second and I'll show you, because I've got quite a few here. So, of course, I think children are obsessed with little things in pockets. That's why we called it...
bunny in a pocket.
Bunny in a pocket.
Spotty.
I watch what my Dusty does when I show her things and see what she does. And she automatically in and out the pocket.
Dusty must be about 15 now.
Oh, she's not quite. She acts like she's 15.
Oh, okay.
She's only 6. She's delicious. Oh. But watch this. So
Go on, then.
If you're into Easter decorations, okay, look, you join them together, make 3 or 4, and you've got a garland. Did you see that?
Yes.
Do you remember this morning?
There's only enough fabric to make one, though.
Oh, yes, but this is ideas. Do you remember this morning we made... Well, it's a bit big, that rose. We made little roses. Look, so you could have put little roses on their little heads, or even on their neckerchiefs, things like that. You see,
or make a smaller one.
Or you could even make it out of felt.
Oh, look.
That's felt. That's just slightly smaller because of the transfer. And you could definitely make a garland like that. You see, but how? Or there could be mummy, daddy, and baby. Oh, it's getting sad.
Oh.
So, and of course, you could have had, if you've got a nice little wicker basket, you could have made these and they could have gone around the outside of the basket.
Of course they could,
you see. Okay. So and you could have just hung them on the Easter tree pleasantly.
Yeah, because everyone has an Easter tree.
And there is a little, there's a little fluffy ball for their...
And what would you make that
That is in the kit. That is in the kit. That will be in the kit.
Oh, that's in the kit.
Yes, we've got them in the kits, yeah. So there we are. It's easy, and it can be made out of all your scraps. So of course these could all going to be hung on the tree or just hung in places.
How big is your Easter tree?
Oh, it's quite big.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Is it just a twig?
You know, it's one of those white things.
Yeah, but normally when you come to your hall at Easter, there's a white twig with little legs on it. It's not that one.
No, there's we've
you've moved on.
We've decorated. But no, but that twig did exist. It doesn't anymore. But we got one of those large white trees. You know.
What do you call what? Today?
You've got them here, and you're from, from that
We've
shop.
got them here.
From that shop.
Which shop?
The hobby shop.
Oh, okay. Right, okay. Yeah. I wonder why she wasn't saying
You're a bit
anything.
slow, John.
Yeah, sorry.
I
sorry.
know.
I didn't know this whole. If you get the new Tilda book, she's got how to make your own one of those trees.
Oh, has she?
Yeah, out of wood.
Well, yeah, I have no. I just get branches from the garden and spray them and then stick them into a vase. That'll do for
exactly.
me. But they do look lovely, and you think, oh, why make the effort? But if you see my little grandkids' face when they come in for our little spring session, and they've got all their little eyes looking all over the place, so that's why it's
just
worth
your
it.
husband. That's not the kids. That's
Oh,
the
that's,
husband.
that's not my husband.
So $29.99, Mandy Shaw's bunny in a pocket. Again, you get everything you need in the kit apart from the stuffing. I'll go through it with you for you. So, oh look, there's a button there. Be careful you don't lose your button. There's a white button there for the middle of the heart. You get the instructions with all the... Oh, you only get one set of instructions. I've got two of this one for some reason. There's your template. There's your egg pocket. There's your bunny rabbit. So photocopy those. And then all the instructions of how to put it together. You then get your white bias binding to go all the way around the edge and across the top of the pocket. You get your pink dotty fabric to make the pocket. That's your denim to make the actual egg shape. That's your ribbon to go around your rabbit's neck. This is your polar fleece to make your rabbit with. That's your iron-on fusing there. That's your white rickrack to go across the top of the pocket. That's your equivalent of bozal to go within it. So you don't need anything else at all apart from a little bit of stuffing to go inside your rabbit.
Yes, yeah. And the bozal stitches really well, doesn't it?
Is it just sewing? There's no iron on?
Well, I used iron on.
Oh, no, it's got an iron on.
It is iron on, yeah. I love the iron on.
But it's all in the instructions there, $29.99. And that will make you, I haven't got one to show you, that will make you, there you go. There you go, brilliant.
Yeah.
Bunny in a pocket, spots.
Yeah.
That's what it's called, that one.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Make sure you check out your basket. Very, very busy today. Could the pocket be used for an Easter egg hunt?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We have Easter egg. I've made these. This is something lovely to do. I actually got my husband to make Easter eggs this size out of wood, but you could do it out of cardboard.
Yeah.
I got all the kids to decorate them.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Good morning and welcome to Sewing Street on Tuesday. I'm not normally here on a Tuesday. I was very confused yesterday because it's normally only a Monday, but it's Tuesday and it's a very lovely day, I can tell you, in sunny Redditch. A bit frosty, but a very lovely day. We have got a fab show. I only just managed to get behind the desk on time. I've been chatting to Kerry. She always has such great stuff with her. We were chatting about zips and the joy of a double-ended zip. So we've got 4 brand new projects from her today, as well as loads of other lovely stuff. First hour, I've got some really nice fabric, which I'm quite excited about. But even more exciting is the early bird. Now, I know it looks very little, but it's a very useful thing. Very useful. And pack of two. So let me show you. They're metal D-rings. Everyone loves a D-ring. Well, I do. So in the pack, you have got 4 20 mils in the silver finish. Well, nickel actually, and 4 in the brass finish, and they are 25 mils. Absolutely perfect for, let me move it to the middle, for your bags, absolutely perfect. Now, whenever we do bag hardware on our early bird, it flies out because it's an early bird. So, you know, when you're making a bag and you want to be able to put a handle on, it always, I think, makes it look just a little bit more professional if you put metal hardware on a bag. It also means that if you use a lobster clasp, you can take your handle on, so you can have a long handle or a short handle. Really good for lanyards. You know, when you've got to have one for work and you hang it around your neck, really good for that. And it's quite nice that you've got the 2 colours. Also, we did a show the other week where who was that? I'll think about that in a minute. Where you can put like a key holder on your bag. So you get a long piece of strip of fabric, you put a D-ring on the end, and then you can sew that to the inside of your bag, and then you can use that to hang your keys on. Because you know what it's like when you've got a tote bag or something, you can never find your keys in the bottom of it. Really good for that. But it always adds that professional finish, and it's the sort of thing that's not that easy to get hold of. Because if, you know, unless you've got a sewing shop that's nearby, which is not always possible, it's not easy to find. So we're giving you a pack of 2, so you've got a choice between the nickel and the brass. You've got both of them. Oh, and obviously it's the early bird, so we're reducing it. £2.48, pound off today. So you get 8 D-rings for a pound off, £2.48. And I know loads of you are already multi-buying. So it all adds up, doesn't it? Every time you buy a pack. So remember, you get both of these in the pack. Really good for using up your scraps of fabric as well. Nice thing to have in your stash. But yeah, you see, I've seen lots of people do things with different styles of patchwork. Really good for using up your scraps if you want to make long key rings or add longer straps to things. I think it just looks, it's actually easier if you're making like a messenger bag or something and you put a tab of fabric on and then you fold the fabric through the D-ring and then you sew that into the seam. It's actually easier than too much bulk of trying to get everything through into a bag. Really just a useful thing to have in your sewing room. Put in your little stash. Loads of you are there, loads of you in your basket. Don't forget to check out. You're saving £1 today. Now your postage and packaging for anything you buy all day is £3.95, just one lot of £3.95, so you've already saved £1 on that. But I always have I've got one of those really nice glass Kilner jars in my sewing room that is full of all of these sorts of things. Very annoying when you run out of a D-ring. Those are things you can do. And they're really good quality, these hemline ones as well. Welded metal as well, which is quite useful, isn't it? They are very strong. And in the packaging, I won't take mine out because it's sealed on the top, you can slide this up take them out and slide it back on. So it's one, if you, I don't want to split the seal on this one, but this does slide up, so it's quite good storage for it as well, and hang them up. So £2.48 for 8 D-rings. The nickel ones are 20mm, and that measurement is the straight edge. So when you're making the fabric strap to go through it, make sure that the finished size is 20mm or smaller. This brass one is 25mm, and again, it's the straight edge. Sorry, Hannah's telling me something. Right, we have sold over 100 already. Just like that, boom. I'm not surprised, they are brilliant. And also, the ends of them, where they meet in on the straight edge, are welded together. So that it's not like, you know, when you get keyrings that you can bend them apart. They won't come apart. They are a forever thing, which is fantastic, isn't it? Really, really useful. Really, really useful. Please continue. Lots of you have got them in your baskets, multi-buy, and continue checking out. Obviously, if we have any left at midnight, it will go back up to £3.48. But when they're gone, they're gone. And then we'll have to wait to get them back in, because it's these little bits of hardware that really make a difference. I've seen loads of you making key rings and lanyards, because you know you get one at work and they're never very attractive. When I worked in an office when I worked for the magazine, they used to give us these ones with the printed logo of the company. Didn't like that. I had a lovely Liberty one, beautiful. In fact, I made my whole team one in the end, but you need that little D-ring on the end of it, and then a little lobster clasp to attach to your pass. Really good for bus passes, anything like that. Things that if you want to keep them in your bag so you don't lose them, you can just clip a lobster clasp to them. There you go, easy to find. And then you can, but you could, if you put a lobster clasp on the end of your keys, you can then clip that too. So if you just have a little loop of fabric inside your handbag with a D-ring on, clip that onto your keys, so much easier to find, or your purse, or your phone holder, or your headphones, all of those sort of things that you struggle to find. In fact, I think my handbag would be better if it had loads of loops all just around the inside, and then I'd actually be able to find things. So keep on checking out for those. £2.48, that's £1 off today. And remember, you get 8, 4 brass and 4 nickel. I will keep reminding you during the morning, in case, but once we've sold out, we've sold out, that's it. Oh, that's okay. Shall we have a look? Oh, no. There's a lot of you who are putting them in your baskets, ready to check out. It's really busy, so we're just waiting for everyone to check out, because if you haven't checked out... Now, the good thing about checking out now is you've done with your P&P. Your £3.95 is paid. Now, it doesn't matter how many times you shop today between now and midnight. Could be 300 times. It's at midnight that it's all added up and calculated, and then they start processing your order. The £3.95 is put on at the very end. So if you spent it now, don't worry that thinking, oh, well, I might want to buy some later. You can keep adding into your basket. You can come back into your basket at 2 o'clock. It's a bit like you do when you do your online grocery order. And, you know, you do it a week before, and then you just keep adding things to it as the week goes on. You still only get charged that 1 delivery charge. There is a small queue on the phone lines. If you want to, you can order on the website, sewingstreet.com, or you can order on the, you see the phone line number there? Oh, I got it wrong. I thought I'd call it. See? 0800, look at that. 0800 001 4433. I'd love to know what you're going to use yours for. We did fabric clips and thread huggers the other day, and I asked you to message in with what you do with yours, because I know that lots of you use these things for things I'd never thought of. Let me know what you're going to do with your D-rings. Always fascinating. Oh yeah, we've got some ideas as well. Hannah's made a slide. Oh, this is Hannah's car keys. It will be one day when she's passed her driving test. There you go, you see. Key ring. Absolutely ideal. That's the sort of thing you can have them as well, that you can put around your wrist so you don't lose them. But you can use, if all you need then is, once you've got your D-ring on the end, it's just a very simple key ring to put on it. And then you could actually make that to attach inside your bag. Or if you've got a lobster clasp, you can take them off. But you see them, I have one with my shed keys on, because they always seem to go missing. So I've got them on a long fabric loop, and I have them hanging up. And you could even embroider shed, my house. Maybe not my car. Well, you could put my car, but you're not supposed to ever put your name on it, are you? Or your phone number, in case anyone knows where you live. Or your address. Definitely not your address. Hundreds and hundreds. I think this is going to be one of our, we should have a winner early bird. I think this might be one of our busiest winner early birds ever, but it's because it's fantastic value. You know, to get £1 off, amazing. And so about 80% of you have bought more than 1 pack of them. But then it's really worth it, isn't it? Because you've always got them on your stash, and they make really good presents for people. You know, when you like, particularly, I know it's not Christmas, but anytime when you want to make things like little stocking fillers or little presents, everyone loves a little key ring. You can make one for you can make one for 8 different people. Embroider their names on. If you, yeah, Hannah's like, I just got 8 friends. What do you mean you haven't got 8 friends? But she does need one for her window keys, because they just go missing otherwise. Yeah, she couldn't open her windows for 2 years because she lost the keys. You definitely need one. But also, you think of all those little scraps of fabric you have, like your Liberty, the expensive stuff you don't want to use, you don't want to get rid of, but you've got a little strip left. Perfect for a key ring, and all you need is a D-ring on the end of it. Still, keep checking out, please, because we have got a lot of you there. We will remind you, we'll let you know if there's any left at the end of the hour. But do keep checking out on our fab early bird. So, menu, what is coming up today? Well, now at 8 o'clock, we know that you love Jason Yenter fabric. It is glorious. We've had lots of different collections in, so over the last few months. So this is the Jason Yenter stock. We are limited on what we have left, so we've put it all together. This is your final chance to get some of the beautiful Jason Yenter fabric. If you haven't heard of him, you haven't seen it before, why? But if you haven't, I will show you all. It comes in different colour collections and different prints. Absolutely beautiful. He is the king of layering of colours, and he seems to create almost 3-dimensional print, but on fabrics. Beautiful. So we have got all of the collection. This is your last chance to get hold of the Jason Yenter fabric from us. And we've got lots and lots of different fabrics from the Resplendent and the Calypso collections. They are gorgeous. That's at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock, we've got Kerry with us 2 brand new designs. She's got a cosmetic bag, which is gorgeous because it's made from Michael Miller fabric and cork. And the kits are fab because they have everything that you need in them. They've got the zip, the interfacing, the fabric and the cork, and all the instructions, and you can choose from 2 different colourways. Isn't that cork gorgeous? It's got like little like paint splattered effect in it. So that's brand new, and we've got the pattern on its own as well. That's at 8 o'clock. She's also designed a brand new cushion that she's going to be showing you how to make. It's really clever, isn't it? It's a bit like your kind of log cabin thing where you overlap one fabric onto another. She's going to be demonstrating that. Again, that is available in 2 colourways. And we also have the pattern for sale. So that's at 9 o'clock. She's going to be talking us her 2 new. Now, her kits are always massively popular. I'll show you the website in a minute. So if you want to get ahead and shop before we get there, because we nearly always sell out with Kerry's kits. So if you want to get ahead with that, I'll show you that in a minute. Buy the kit, then you can just sit back and relax and know it's yours and watch the demonstration. 10 o'clock, we have sewing room tools. Lots of lovely things. I'm going to show you about freezer paper, because we realise our freezer paper is incredibly competitive. So I'm going to show you about freezer paper because we've got that, and Odecote. Also got some fab fabric. Ballerina fabric. Look at this. Now, you might have missed this. I showed this for the first time on one of the birthday shows, I think on Monday. It's gorgeous ballerina. Shall I show you? We've got 4 different fabrics. And this is coming at 9, so I will show... Shall I show you this? I mean, I know it's the sewing tools out, so we shouldn't have had fabric, but we loved this. Oh, we love this. Hayley's on holiday, so she won't know because we're not supposed to do fabric in the tools out. Look at that. That's the panel. How gorgeous. And I've got 3 fabrics that go with it. You've got this beautiful mini ballerinas. You've got a panel with squares of ballerinas. I mean, I'll be showing you all. I haven't got all the graphics on there. I mean, if you want to get ahead, obviously go onto the website on Watch Live and scroll down from there, you can get it. But I'll be showing you all the prices and everything. But isn't that gorgeous? So if you've got a little ballerina in your life that you know would love a beautiful quilted wall hanging or a lovely little bag for their ballet shoes, it is absolutely good. I mean, there's only 4 fabrics in the collection, but it is beautiful. And it would make, you know, little drawstring bag for the ballet kit, cushion for the bed. Gorgeous, isn't it? So that's going to be coming up at 9 o'clock in the tool hour. Wanted to show you now because it's not strictly a tool, but we couldn't resist it. And obviously, you know, we show things once on air, but if you weren't watching that day, you won't have seen it. So that's at 9 o'clock. Then that's at 10, sorry, confused. That's at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, Kerry will be back with 2 brand new kits, and she has brought back the egg. The limited number. Now, she did these before, and they just, whoosh, they sold out. So we have asked if we can have some more for the egg, especially for your Easter decorations. Shall I put it down flat so you can see it? So we have got a limited number of these kits. Isn't it gorgeous? It's all these folded rectangles of fabric that make triangles, and then it's all pinned in. Now the kit contains everything you need to make this beautiful egg. There's a lovely photo of it. Now, we are very limited in number of that because we asked Kerry, could she bring it back? So she could only put together the kits that she had the fabric for. So we are limited. So I just wanted to show you now. I don't want you to miss out, because last year when we had them, last show, I thought it was last year, they just whooshed out. So we have got a few back in stock if you missed out last time. But if you want to get ahead, I'll show you in a minute. Oh, I'm talking about back in stock. The Elna 780 is back. 780, 570. Got my numbers mixed around. The Elna 570 sewing machine is back in stock. We have had a lot of you asking about it. It is a gorgeous machine. So the 5 series is the lowest, what's the word, is the sort of the base range. The 5 series is the base range from the Elna. Beautiful, beautiful machines. But the 570A is the top one in that base range. So it has extra features to the other 5s, and it's massively popular. I will talk about it later. Kerry's going to use it because she loves this machine. She's going to be using it. But very exciting is that we did a special offer on the birthday, is that we gave a free pattern and a metre of fabric worth £17.50 if you bought it in the birthday week. Now, luckily, somebody has forgotten to take that offer off. So we've kept it. So until anyone finds out, we are going to keep that offer. So the Elna 578, so it's worth £17.50, you will get a free pattern and a metre of fabric. So of the Elna base range that we sell, that is the top one of it. It's got lots of extra features from the 550 and the 560. It is a gorgeous machine. It's not a beginner, it's not a starting machine. It's not a machine that you'll think, oh, well, I'm going to have to buy another one. It is a beautiful quality machine that will do everything that you need it to do. And it's got a thread cutter, which is very important to me. Now, have a look. Before I'm going to be talking about it more in detail. Kerry's going to be using it all morning. I'll be talking about it at 12 o'clock in detail more. But just have a look at the price, £649. Now, you go and shop around and have a look and see what price it is elsewhere. That is a fantastic price. We're offering it on split pay as well. Split pay means that you can spread the payments. It doesn't cost you anything extra. We don't charge any interest. So if you are looking to buy a new sewing machine and you want something that's a quality machine with a decent motor that isn't going to break down and has all the features that you as a sewer need, like the thread cutter and the bob, all the stuff that you need, and all the feet and the extension table, it is a beautiful machine. So if you want to spread the payments, you can do it on 3 equal payments of £216.33. You will be sent it straight away from Elna, and then the other payments will be taken out later, or you can pay for it up front. front. But I just wanted to tell you, because I'm going to be going through it in detail at 12 o'clock, but I just wanted to tell you now so you could have a think about it. If you are thinking about buying a new machine, have a look, shop around, see what price you can see everyone else. Ours is extremely competitive. Have a look at we've got it on the website with all the different features. So have a think about it, because it is back in stock, and I'm not sure that we will be allowed to get that off again, because we sort of stole it a bit, because I think they forgot to take it off. They didn't take it off, and we've just taken that for you today, and probably tomorrow we won't be allowed to have it. But anyway, it's back in stock. So I will be going through all the details and all the features and showing you in more detail. Kerry will be using it all morning, but I just wanted to give you a bit of time to have a think about it. If you do need a new sewing machine, you're thinking about buying a quality sewing machine, something that's going to last you, have a look around. If you go onto the website, all the features are listed. Go onto the Elna website, where they give a lot of details, because I know it's not something that you just go, right, I'm just going to buy that. You need time to think about it. And at 12 o'clock, I'll be going through it in more detail. So that's the day. That's the day. Now, you've got any questions? Love a question. Not just a question, but your photos. Let me know what you're making today, what's on your work table. Love to see that. Tell me what you're going to do with your D-rings. Message studio@sewingstreet.com and I will read out your messages. But we'd love to see what you're making. What are you doing this morning? Now, if you want to shop with us, remember I said it's a really good idea to get ahead, particularly with Kerry's kits, because they always sell out. And the egg in particular, because it went last week. You need to go on to the website. This is the easiest way. There's two ways of shopping. On the website, www.sewingstreet.com. Now, see at the top there where it says Watch Live, you've got Search TV Guide Watch Live. Click on Watch Live. And you can message us there as well. See that bit? Send message. Hello. You just go hello and then send message. Now, there you can see on the left is today's show deals. Those are the things that I've already talked about. So obviously that's why the D-ring's there, because that's the only thing that I've been through so far. And then on the right hand side is pre-order. Those are the items that are coming up. Once I've talked about them, they move on to the other one. So you can go there. Look, there's all the Jason Yenter fabrics. Or that's everything that we have available in the Jason Yenter range. The Resplendent, massively popular. We've got it by the half metre and we've got it in bundles. There's the Calypso. This is probably the last time that we will see these two collections because they just sell out. Now there's Kerry's kit. So there's the cosmetic bag. We've also got packs of zips from her as well. We've got the Amelia cushion. And we've got Liberty scrap bags. Then this is the next style where we've got all the sewing tools, got some fab things. Oh, we've got the Ripstop back in stock. Fantastic. Love that. And Odecote we've got. And, oh, look, loads of tools. Ooh, got nice. There's the ballerina fabric. So if you want the ballerina fabric, there it is. You need to scroll down to that tab. That is the big panel that I was just showing you. Then we've got, look, there's the Easter egg. If you want the egg, everything you need is in that kit. Now, remember, it's only $11.99. Totally sold out last time. So if you want it, it's really lovely project to do. It's quite a nice project you can do with other people as well. You can do it with children if you want to teach them because it's all about folding and pinning. Then there's the sewing machines. Oh, we've got the embroidery machine. Oh, there's my favourite. I'm after that 720 Pro. I borrowed the instruction booklet last night and I said, can I borrow the machine as well? But they wouldn't let me have that. Well, actually, can I have it? It's gorgeous. My favourite machine. And then all the iron stand as well. So that's everything. Oh, we've got the multicoloured clips as well. Are they out of stock? Oh, who bought them? Gone. Everyone bought them. That's because they're so fab. So, shall we talk? The Bloom, this one. There's only two. So this is the Jason Yenter Blue Mega. You have displayed it beautifully, Hannah. Beautifully. This is the Blue Mega Bundle, which Hannah has displayed beautifully. And I'm now ruining it. Now, we only have two of the Mega Bundle left. And there are more people who have this in basket than we've got. So if you've got it in your basket, click check out very fast. Isn't it gorgeous? absolutely, oh, I like that one. Now, some of these are available on their own by the half metre as well, which I'll show you in a minute. So we won't be able to make this again. This is the last time we will have the Resplendent Mega Bundle. Only one left, only one left. When it's gone, we will not be able to get this Mega Bundle back. $66.99 for 4.5 metres. You get 9 half metres of fabric there. And there is some of them, but not all of them we do by the half metre. Right, gone. It's gone. It's gone. So let's talk about, should we do the half metre? Now this is beautiful. This one actually is my favourite one, and this one is available by the half metre. I think, to me, it looks like wisteria. Not brilliant at flowers, but that's what it looks like to me. Isn't that beautiful? So that's £7.49 for half a metre, and there are less than 10 metres left. And we've only had it on air once before. So because we're selling it by the half metre, if you want more than half a metre, say you want 1.5 metres because you're going to make yourself a summer dress, you need to put 3 units in your basket. You will be sent it as a whole cut piece. You won't be sent 3 half metres. You will be sent a whole 1.5 metre piece. So that's your £7.49. That's half a metre. It's your 44-inch, 112 centimetre width, quilting weight cotton. We can't do the mega bundle again. That's gone. Whoosh. But we can sell this by the half metre. But if you want more than that, we have a warehouse full of fabric cutters, and they get your order and they cut your fabric to the length that you want it to be. So you just put the number of half metre units you want and you will be sent it. Only 6 metres left of it. It's beautiful. I mean, it's quilting weight cotton, obviously ideal for patchwork and quilting. Really good for homewares, but remember, it's really good for sort of spring, summer dressmaking or lining things. You know, it is quilting weight cotton, but look at the detail. Now, I don't know how he does it. I think Jason Yenter layers it, but when you look at it, sometimes it looks almost like it's got a sheen printed on it, but it's the way he designs the fabric with the sort of the shadow and the light and the shade on it that it looks almost 3D, doesn't it? It's absolutely stunning, isn't it? And it's what I quite like about this fabric is if you're going to say you were going to use it for patchwork and cut it up, there's no direction really to it that matters. You know, it will work with all the different, if you cut it into small pieces, you just get those beautiful blues. But then if you want to use it as a feature cushion, very bold, very striking, you'll get 2 cushions out of half metre. Right. That's that one. I mean, they're obviously, or if you're not sure, if you want some of them higher half metre, do look on the website because we've got individual photos of them. That's the next one. Is that it? No, there ain't. So the next one that I have by the half metre is this leafy one. Again, less than 10 metres. Now have a look at this one. We're not going to get these again. This is the last time we'll have them. This is just a beautiful array of fallen leaves, but look at the colours on them. You've got this beautiful, really striking black background, which makes the leaves really pop. You've got peacock blues and kingfisher greens all over. It's absolutely stunning. Message from Barbara. They look like wood violets from Barbara in Lincolnshire. Yes, they could be. I told you, but Barbara, I'm not brilliant at flowers. I knew a few things. I know hydrangeas, but yeah, wood violets could be. Could be. Thank you for that. Anyone who knows more about flowers, that's not difficult. Let me know. I love these leaves though. They are stunning, and again, don't they look like they've got some kind of sheen printed onto them? But that's just the way that he paints and he illustrates in layers of colour. That's really gorgeous as well. Goes really well with the other one that we've got by the half metre. So if you wanted a matching pair, very nice together. That one, £7.49, resplendent leaves in blue, less than 10 metres of that. Remember, if you want more than a half a metre, put that number of units in your basket and you'll be sent it as a whole cut piece. Very stunning, that one, isn't it? Could use it for a plique as well. You could press a little bit of Bonder web to the back, cut around the leaves, and then you could applique them onto other things. So if you think, well, I'm going to buy that, I know what I'm going to do with it, and you've got a little strip left, don't throw it away. not that you would throw fabric away, but use it, think, well, I can use that for a applique. I mean, like if you look at this leaf here, that's perfect, because some of them, the ones that sit on the top, like this one, would look beautiful. You could cut round a few of them and just appliqued, even onto the back of something. You know when you made a quilt and you put some plain backing fabric, things like this applique to the back, just give it that extra interest, or just to the sort of cornerstones of a quilt or the edges of a cushion, or just even like to the inside of a bag. You know, the little things appliqued on, and all you have to do, I would use just a narrow black zigzag and stitch it on. You could add a bit of embroidery to it. If you like embroidery, this would look beautiful embroidered. I mean, even if you thought, right, I'm just going to make a cushion from this, you could take some of the leaves from the other half, applique them on top. If you put like a bit of felt or wadding behind, it gives it that 3D feel, or just embroider on them. You don't have to do the whole thing. Just think, well, I'm just going to embroider the veins on the centre of some leaves. It just makes, that means you've got 2 cushion fronts for £7.49. If you then do some embroidery, some chain stitch would look lovely in like a lime green around the edge of them. You've then got like a designer look cushion for 2 designer cushions for £7.49. Fantastic. So that's that one. Let me just give them that a little fold up. Right, now the next one that I have by the ½ metre is this one. Jason Yent has this great name, so he always has his main fabrics. So those 2 I've showed you are 2 of the main fabrics in the collection. And then he then designs other fabrics that coordinate with him, and he calls them the go-withs, which is my new favourite phrase. So this is one of his go-withs. I watched his videos and he goes, and in the go-withs. I'm not very good at the American accent. But this is a go-with. And it does go with it, doesn't it? It's because you've got leaves, you've got paisley, that features in the main collection. But when you look at the background of this isn't just one plain blue colour. When I looked at it first, it looks like it's got shadows on it. So this area here, you can see it almost looks like a purple shadow, but it's not. That's the purple mottled background. And then it moves into more of a turquoise here and a much lighter blue. And I think by putting those different levels of lightness of fabric, it looks like there's different light play on it, so it makes it so interesting. Again, this would work really well if you wanted to make something with this one and use this one as a lining or a backing. They work beautifully together because the colour palette's the same and the prints and the patterns are mirrored. So you've got the leaves that are in here are mirrored in here. So that's beautiful, isn't it? So that goes with £7.49. Again, if you want more than ½ metre, it will be cut to order. Right, the next one that we have by the ½ metre is the paisley. This is lovely, isn't it? Well, I'm thinking dressing gown or the lining of a waistcoat. No, the back of a waistcoat would be quite nice, wouldn't it? Or very lovely pyjama bottoms. For a man, actually. Look nice for a man, wouldn't they? There's nice sort of long drawstring pyjama bottoms. Perfect if you're going away or if you've got to go in hospital. You'd look the best, you'd look cool, wouldn't you? Actually, they're really easy to make. If you want to get something for somebody who hasn't done much sewing, I bought my niece for Christmas. I decided that she likes sewing. She can use a sewing machine, but she hasn't done much dressmaking. So I bought a pattern for pyjama bottoms, and luckily it had long ones and short ones, a metre and a half of fabric, and she's made them. They looked fantastic. And once you've got the pattern, they're brilliant, aren't they? They're just really nice for lounging around the house. If somebody came round, they wouldn't mind, would they? If you had on your paisley pyjama bottoms. But nice for just a cotton robe. But if you want more than ½ metre, then, we will send it to you as a whole cut piece because obviously you don't want your pyjama bottoms patched. But actually, I think it would make quite a nice summer blouse. I know it's dark, but black looks really nice in the summer, doesn't it? And it gives you that kind of all-over pattern, but quite, it's got these spots of light. Where you see all the little flowers, they sort of shine out, don't they? Just because they've got the little light hue. But remember, if you've bought any of the others by the ½ metre, it does go really nicely with this one, doesn't it? Aren't they lovely? There's only 2 metres left of this one, so if you want this one, whether it wood violets, Barbara said, if you want that one. There's only 2 metres left of that. But you see, if you bought half a metre of this one, half a metre of that one, then you could have this as your cushion back, pop a little zip in. I did a demonstration last week of how to put a zip in the bottom of a cushion in a very easy way. That was last Tuesday. So if you want to know how to put the zip in the back of a cushion, go on to last Tuesday. What was that? The 1st of March, I think. If you go onto YouTube, I did a whole demonstration of how to cut 2 squares of fabric and just put a zip in the bottom, because loads of people say, I want to make a cushion, I don't want to do the envelope back, I just want to put a zip in the seam at the bottom. And I did a demonstration 1st of March on how to do that. Lacy circles. Is that your name for it, Hannah, or is it actually called lacy circles? Oh, I like this one. This one has been super popular on pre-order. Now, what's great about this one, obviously, I think this is another go with. Or maybe it's just standalone. It may be whereas that one probably is a go with. But that's amazing. So look at that. I mean, it looks, doesn't it? You've got this beautiful light turquoisey patch here. And then you move into these shades. It's gorgeous. It looks like, you know, when you look into a swimming pool and the water is rippling. So you get some dark areas and some light areas. What's lovely about this, obviously you can use it as a piece as itself, but if you were doing smaller piecing, maybe FPP or EPP or little bits of applique, you've got lots of different shades of the same colour. So shall I show you what you get in a whole half metre rather than half a metre? Look at all the different shades you get. So if you were doing, maybe you were doing some EPP or applique, you wanted like a sea or a water effect and you want lots of different shades. In that 1/2 metre, you are getting loads of very close shades of the same colour. Gorgeous, isn't it? It is very textile arty. I don't know how I think it's all done in layers, because you have got these turquoises and blacks and then you've got purpley blues up here. Message. Morning, Rebecca. I bought a couple of these in blue and purple colourways. Can't wait to see them in real life from Collector Merseyside. They're beautiful. They're beautiful. I'm not surprised, because they are honestly stunning fabrics. That one goes beautiful with the paisley. Aren't they beautiful? Well, when you have decided what you're going to do with them, send us a photo. Doesn't it look lovely with the paisley? Really nice. They are absolutely, I mean, the colours are bold and vibrant and intense. And I think that's important. You know, sometimes you see fabric, which is supposed to be light and pastel, but these are so intense. You feel that you're getting really good value for money. There's a lot of colour in here. Great value for money with all the ink. No, the fabric design, it's just so intense. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Loving that one. So that's your lacy circles. Bloom Blue. Bloom Blue. I reckon it's this one. Oh, yes. Oh, this is very nice. Oh, yeah. Now, don't forget, we do have these fabrics, some of these fabrics in other colourways, in the purple colourway and the brown colourway. So if you love the fabric, don't worry, we'll be going through all of them. But don't worry, if you've already checked out, you can keep checking out. It's a bit like your online grocery order. You can keep adding things all the time. You still will only pay one lot of postage of £3.95. Isn't this one beautiful? Actually, if I was going pyjama bottoms, this is the one I'd choose. I think that is stunning. Actually, that's a very good idea. I think you only need 1.5 metres. I've got a pattern. They're lovely, aren't they? £7.49 for 1/2 metre, and it is stunning. And it does look beautiful with the other ones. It actually looks really nice with the circly one that we had earlier, doesn't it? So if you wanted a coordinating fabric for that. Very posh bag. Would look nice as one of those messenger bags. If you had a bit of structure and a bit of sort of heavyweight interfacing or some foam, wouldn't that look beautiful as a messenger bag? And you could have your straps in this. Oh, nice, nice makeup bag. You know, those DOP bags that they've got the box corners in all 4 corners would look lovely in that, wouldn't it? Or a lining. That's what I often use in things. If you were going to make something, I like making bags in denim, particularly like toiletry bags. Then this as a lining would be beautiful, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. We had oh yes, we had some Fiona Hesford patterns last week. The Portobello bag would look very nice in that. Have a look on the website. Denim would look beautiful with that. Nice if you wanted to make a pocket as well. This is what's quite useful about these fabrics. If you love the fabric, but you think, oh, I don't actually know what I'm going to do with it. Once you've got it, you soon will. And keep a little piece for an EPP hexie as well. Always nice to put into your stash. This one. No, that one. This is called Twigs in turquoise. Now, I think of all of them that's got the variance of colour and colour changes and depths, I think that's the main one, isn't it? It does look very seaside. It does look like looking through a rock pool in one of those beautiful clear Mediterranean seas. So you've got this darker shadowy area here. But look at the differences in colour in just one piece. You've got the darker area here. This colour, honestly, is what you can see on screen. It is extremely vibrant. You can tell, can't you? Absolutely stunning. And it's shades of turquoise and cobalt, and you've even got like deep navy blues in there as well. Right, limited, going to sell out. If you want that one, please do quickly, very quickly check out. I think that's this one. I like this little paisley one. That's beautiful, isn't it? Lovely with the mottled background, but it's the same as this one. So if you're thinking what to pair them up, see, it's the same as that one that I showed you earlier. Remember, if you want to see, if you can't remember which ones I've been through, just go onto the website, click on Watch Live and scroll down. You will see a little image of all of these if you want to remind yourself. Yeah, so this black one, you can see that it's just a solid black background with the paisley, whereas this one, it's not solid. You've got that mottled look. So any of the fabrics in the collection, any of the ones that I've already shown you, they all, obviously, they're the same collection, they're the same colour range, they all go beautifully together. So all of these that I've already shown you, how lovely. There's all of them. But that's the one that's on the screen at the moment. And one more, which Hannah has saved because it's her favourite. It's called It's Elegance. That's why it's Hannah's favourite, because she's so elegant. It's like hearts, isn't it? You can see the hearts. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at the intricate details. That's actually asking to be embroidered, that, isn't it? You could just work, I would work chain stitch around the edges of here and then a little bit of back stitch. But you could cut one of these hearts out and applique it onto something. It's just lovely. To me, that's lining. I love making things that have a stunning lining. And I know it's then hidden away, but when you open it up, you go, oh, wow, that's amazing. Or, yeah, nice A-line summer skirt. Or nice little summer dress, get a plain black fabric for the bodice section and put this as the skirt section. I'm not sure you'd ever see anyone else with that. You would be completely unique. Oh, I'd love to do that, because you actually don't, if you do it that way, I've done it quite often with summer dresses, is that you only then need to pay for the designer fabric section for the skirt, and then you can just use a plain cotton fabric for the bodice. That's beautiful, isn't it? Or just a lovely full-length summer skirt, black t-shirt. I love that. Look at the vibrancy of the turquoise in it. But remember, so all of the fabrics that I've shown you that are available by the half metre, they obviously are all from the same collection. The mega bundle is sold out, but if you want them by the half a metre and you're not sure, have a look on the website. We do have pictures of all of them, but you can see now, I'll bring that one in, how beautifully the whole collection goes together. £7.49 for half a metre. Remember, we are very low on some of them. And if you want more than a half a metre, it will be sent you as a whole cut piece. But some of them we only have like 2 meters left of. So if you want them and you're thinking about, you know, you want more than a ½ meter, then do be quick with your checking out before somebody else pinches them. Oh, just, there we go. That's the blue. Should we do brown? Now, the mega bundle for the brown is about to sell out. So this is the mega bundle. £66.99. You've got 9, all of them. Let me move purple out of the way a bit. 9 ½ meters of fabric. That is about to sell out. That is sold out. This one. So let's start. So these are the ones we've got available by ½ meter. This is called Lush. Oh, wow. Right. This is whizzing out on pre-order. There's only 3 meters left of it. Look at that. It's so autumnal, isn't it? You've got reds, ochres, greens, yellows, all on this black background. Little sprigs of white that really make the colour pop. You've even got bits of blue. It's like the very end of summer before it becomes autumn and you have masses of shades all together. That's beautiful, isn't it? Again, lovely as a whole piece. But if you're wanting fabric where you've got lots of different colours in one fabric, so you want to use them for other things, this is ideal. That's about to be gone. About to be gone. Leaves. This is beautiful, isn't it? You've got so many colours in here. So I showed you the leaves in the blue, but you get more colours in the brown colourway. Beautiful for, you know, you can just use it as it is, but if you like embellishing fabric, if you like putting embroidery, beads, couching, gold work, if you want to take some of the leaves out, applique them onto other things, put some fabric behind them, even felt works really well, gives it a 3D look. But if you wanted, if you're thinking like maybe you've made a quilt in one of these colours and you want to put a nice sort of heavy 4-inch border, full 5-inch border all the way around the edge, this would be ideal because there's so much interest on there. But it's lovely, and I love it when you have movement in fabric because it gives it almost a 3-dimensional quality. It's not just sort of flat. And I know we often think, oh, we'll put a plain border on, but isn't that beautiful? And if you're wanting some ideas for colours as well, because that's one of the hardest things that I find is choosing colours that go together. Just look at this. Have a look at the fabric. Once you get this, have a look at the fabrics in your stash. Think, right, I've got that blue. It's like a bluey grey. I've got that orange. They all go together, don't they? Yeah, door curtain. Be nice if you, yeah, because it's so warm. It's so warm, isn't it? Nice for curtain lining. If you had, imagine over a door, nice big. I want to make a patchwork curtain for my door. I think that would look fantastic. And actually, you can just use quilting fabric, join it all together, make a nice patch. It could be just simple squares. Quilt it as if it were a quilt and make it into a curtain. And absolutely the most fantastic thing for a curtain. Yeah, so Hannah says this reminds her of really expensive Persian rugs. Well, I think it's because it's got those colours in it. It isn't just your ochres and yellows and browns. I love the hints of blue in it as well. Beautiful fabric. So that's your leaves in brown. Right. Should we do a little print? Right. Just the little one. Which one of you we're going to have? That is this one. This one. So again, you've got those colours. You've got the yellows and the ochre, so you can see how it picks up the colours in this one. It's lovely, isn't it? I don't know why it's called brown, because you think of brown, but it isn't. It's not brown. It's ochres and mustards and conkers. And you've got loads of different shades. Again, you've got that mottled effect. So you've got the brighter mustard here and the deeper conker colours of the paisleys all over it. But again, a beautiful complementary fabric. Not free, matching. That'd be confusing, wouldn't it? Complementary. No, complementary. That's lovely, that one. So that's your paisley tonal. I know it's called brown, but it isn't brown. It's ochre and conker. I'm going to rename these fabrics. Right. Shall we... oh, have we got this one? The one... Have we got that one that's ORUQ71? Good. Look at this one. So this was Hannah's favourite one in blue, and isn't it beautiful in this one? Well, you've got the black background, but the colours in this one are orange, olive, ochre, and with a hint of blue. All those little highlights, all the sort of lacy highlights, they're in like a grey blue. It's lovely. It would make a really nice bolster cushion, wouldn't it? I think this would go with a lot. Those autumn colour fabrics are gorgeous. But no embroidery, that's just gilding the lily from Jan in Lancashire. Jan, you can never over gild the lily. We know that. I would. For me, more is always more. I'm not very good at that, less is more. You know that, Jan. Always gild the lily. Just think of the embroidery on this. But do you know what you can do, though? Rather, if you want to embroider it, to not add any more colour, but you could add more texture to it. So if you chain stitch this in the same colour, it would just give it an even more three-dimensional feel. More is always more. Sometimes I have to go, walk away from the fabric. Leave it alone. That's gorgeous. Such beautiful autumn colours. This one. So if you want something a little bit lighter because you want a fabric that coordinates with it, look, that's lovely. And again, you've got the shades. So in this area here, you've got olive leaves. You've got deep conker leaves here. You've got orange ones over here. But look how nicely that goes. Look at that as a contrast. And actually a very nice contrast to that one as well. Very lovely. And then we'll put that one on. Patchwork door curtain sorted. Wouldn't that look lovely all together? Lovely, actually. Very nice as a patchwork quilt for your bed. Dog friendly. Because you know what it's like? Brand new duvet cover on, white. Dog jumps on it. For those people who let their dogs upstairs. I don't. She just does it. Very dog friendly. Which is always useful, isn't it? Which one's next? Oh, yes. Like that one. Sorry. I'm getting told off, sorry. Don't fold the fabric. Can't help it. You can't just chuck fabric. No folding fabric. That one's beautiful, isn't it? I think that one is really good with this one. I know they're really similar, but I like that when you put two fabrics together, same colours, similar scale of pattern, they just flow from one to the other. And then when you put another contrast fabric between them, it works really well, doesn't it? So you look like you've got the same because you've got the same colourways, but you get that subtle patchwork effect, like those two together. Actually, that's my favourite one with there. Isn't that nice if you had that one as like a border fabric? How nice does that look together? That would be lovely, wouldn't it? I'm thinking like, I can feel like this is the inside of my bag, so that's your sort of facing, and then this is the lining, or that's the top border, and that's the out of the bag. That's lovely. Right, which one next, Hannah? I'm going to fold it while she's not looking. This one, another paisley, but with a really dark background. There's lots of paisleys in this one. This is, yeah, this looks like your kind of traditional, you know, your wood block prints. When they do carved blocks and they print on it, that's beautiful, isn't it? But it does have a very leafy feel to it as well. It's a very organic shape. I like that. Very smart, but it looks, see, because you've got the paisley in this light one, they pick up really well together. But then when you put that one with it, it really pulls out the orange section, doesn't it? I like that one. Next. The circles in shades of, again, conker and orange and a very light olive, sort of a mustardy olive. But you've got these areas of dark and light. I don't know how he does that, actually. No idea. It's very clever. This is why Jason Yenter fabric is so popular with you, because it's completely different to other fabrics that we have. I think you get a lot of value for your money because you get a lot of colours in one piece of fabric. So if you want to use it for smaller pieces, but it saves you having to think about whether you've got to cut and piece. It sort of does all the work for you. So that's the Resplendent Collection lace brown. And have we got this final brown one? Then the final one that we have in brown is this one. Really, this one's very contrast in shade. You've got lots of different colours going on here. You've really got the orange and the olive, and this section, very deep burgundy. But it would look lovely if you were doing a plique, if you cut out leaf shapes from this. So rather than some of the others where you would cut out the individual shape, if you've got to just print off a leaf shape off the internet, cut it out in here, that would look beautiful. You could then have loads and loads of leaves all over something. And I think sometimes it's nice. You often think of when you're doing a plique of using plain fabrics, but actually this is much more realistic. So nice one to have in your stash for doing things like that if you're an applique fan. So that's it for the brown one. We've got purple. Well, it's purples and turquoises. So this is the purple and turquoise mega bundle. Right, there is $66.99 for 4.5 meters, so 9 different half meters. More people have this in their basket than we have in stock, so you need to check out. Now, this has been massively popular, so we have very little of it left by the half meter. So we've got this one. Yeah. This one we have available by the half meter, but only 3 meters left of that one. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got, again, the black background with highlights of purple and magenta. Beautiful. I mean, you've got that light and shadow, about to sell out. Purple twigs. There we go. How lovely is that one? Again, you've got those areas of light and shadow with purples and pale pinks as the highlight. Twigs in purple. Absolutely beautiful. Purple's always really popular, isn't it? So pretty. It just feels pretty, doesn't it? But a little bit regal. Loads of you putting that one in your basket. We knew that you'd love that one. A light blue, this one. Again, well, you've seen these before in the blues and the browns, but it's lovely in this turquoise. I mean, it looks beautiful with the purple fabrics, doesn't it? Beautiful colour contrast, but in the same kind of tonal range, so it works well together. But again, you've got paisley and leaves, but it works well with all of the blues as well. This is kind of one of the fabrics that goes between the two collections. So that's Resplendent Delicate Turquoise. Circles. This one. Oh yeah. Now less than 10 meters of this one available. This is this beautiful, you've seen this in the other colorways as well. It's the circle lace design. When you look at it actually from afar, you can see the definite circles, but when you then get closer up, you can see all the swirls. Again, you've got a lovely mottled background, mixtures of, this is very peacock kingfisher. So that's what, you know, when you get them and you see, when you've ordered them, you will see how vibrant the colours are. But it is the colours of a kingfisher. Next. So this is the last one that we have available by the half metre from this range. The other ones in the mega bundle have all gone now. So we've seen this one we have seen in the other two collections, but again, it is beautiful, vibrant blues. It is a kingfisher breast. There we go. Right, we also have the Calypso collection. We only have a little bit left of it. Haven't got loads of them, but I haven't got time to go through them all. But these are all of them, and we will show these in the break so you can see all the different colours and prints. Again, they are all on the website. So if you want to have a look at them, they are all $7.99 for half a metre. If you want to have a look at them on the website, you can see, you know, bigger pictures of them. But so this is all of our Jason Yenter that we have left. Just let me show you this one. Look at that one. Don't forget that one. The right way up even. And then I'll show you the ballerinas. Look at this one. That one is one of the ones we have some left of. Absolutely gorgeous. That's the only sort of panel type one. It's not a panel, but it's stripes. And the others are all beautiful sea prints. I love that one. Look at that one. That is gorgeous. About to sell out. Love that one. Don't forget about the ballerina fabrics. All of the ballerina fabrics are on pre-order. I'll be going through them in more detail at 10. Do you want me to get it? Let me just give it a quick flash. I'm back. Quick flash of the ballerina. Don't forget, I'm going to be talking about these at 10 o'clock, but I don't want you to miss out because obviously everyone watches all the time, all day. So don't forget, there's two blender fabrics. Beautiful ballerina panel. That is gorgeous. I'm thinking centre of a quilt or very simple wall hanging. Just needs a board around it and quilting. And then look at this one. This one. These will be on at 10 o'clock in more detail, but they are available to pre-order. Look at that one. All of those beautiful squares of ballerinas. Anyway, that's the Jason Yenter fabric over. We are going to go and have a very quick break, and then Kerry will be with us with her two brand new projects, with the gorgeous Michael Miller & Cork makeup cosmetic bag and her lovely heart cushion. I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hello, I'm Kerry from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton, and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got Kerry with us. I'm just opening all the kits. They let me open them today. So we've got 2 kits from Kerry today, plus the Easter egg she's going to be showing us later. So I just want to go through those before we let Kerry get on with her demo. Look at the egg. Look at the egg. This is on pre-order. We had it on air last week. Totally sold out. So Kerry has bought us a few back. It is on pre-order. So if you click on sewingstreet.com and scroll down from there, it is available on pre-order, so do get yours before they sell out. We'll be talking to Kerry about it at 11 if there's any left, but I didn't want you to miss out on the gorgeous egg. Isn't that lovely? The centerpiece of your Easter decorations. So only $11.99 as well. Gorgeous. No thank you. That sounds a bit odd, doesn't it?
Gorgeous, no thank you.
Do you want anything? No, I'm fine, thank you. She was just asking me if I wanted a cup of tea, but Kerry's already made me a really lovely cup of tea, so I don't need one. Right, cushion, we have it available. Morning, Elliot. He's still here, it's his last week. We were so sad. How can he leave us?
I just thought Elliot said he was going to be here. I was really sad when he wasn't this morning.
He's in now. He's in now. He's almost in tears. Right, brand new kit today for this gorgeous cushion. Look, there we are. Now, we've got it available in 2 colourways, and I'm going to open it. Now, in the kit, you've got everything you need. This colourway, though, is the one that we have the sample of, the purple one. So in the kit, you get full instructions. Oh, look, let me show you. I've got this one up here. This is for this colourway. Brilliant. Mother's Day gift is absolutely perfect. You've still got time. 27th of March is Mother's Day. Beautiful. Lovely for yourself. Perfect. Put on a little chair on your bed. Or maybe you know someone who just needs a little bit of love, a little bit of hug, a little thank you. Absolutely perfect. Good luck even. Heart says everything, doesn't it? We could make one for Elliot, couldn't we? I think he'd like one of these. A little bit of love for him to take with us. I know, it's so sad, isn't it? It's so sad. So, full instructions and templates. $16.99. And let me just show you what you get in it. So, you're getting the instructions and the template and, quite excitingly, QR code that you can scan for full tutorial. Yeah? So, not only that, right, we've got all the fabric, look, wrapped in tissue paper, all the fabric pre-cut. I know, it's $16.99. So you've got the white fabric that you need for the backing, you've got the wadding, you've got Liberty, should I say that twice? Liberty fabric for the heart, you've got the fabric for the binding, you've even got the piping cord. All you need is you.
And a sewing machine.
And maybe a sewing machine
Bit
would
of
be
thread.
helpful. reel of thread, you, and that's it, isn't it? What a fantastic price. So you've got the instructions, the templates, you can scan that to watch the full tutorial, piping cord, fabric for the binding, Liberty fabric. What would you pay if you had to buy all of this? I mean, normally you pay £9.99 for instructions and a template, and you're paying £16.99 for wadding. Back, you've got the front and the back of the cushion, all pre-cut, and super thick piping cord, and beautiful 80/20 cotton wadding. I know what that is. It's my favourite wadding, so I know that's 80/20. I could be on like mastermind specialist subject wadding.
That was it. That'd probably be the only one I could answer, actually.
What is the composition? 80/20 cotton wadding. I know what that is.
I
And
could answer the middle of the piping cord if I got
yes,
the feeling.
and
I
what
could do that
millimetre
bit.
is this piping
Anything
cord?
else is way above me.
Yeah, but we'd be brilliant now. We'll go on together.
We'll go together.
And that, all of that, makes this beautiful finished cushion. And obviously, because you've got the pattern, you can make hundreds of them. Once you've practiced and made it perfectly with this beautiful fabric in this kit, you can make it again and again and again. Nice memory cushion, actually. You know, if you wanted to, you could make it from shirts and clothes. Perfect.
I actually love a memory cushion.
Little
That's
nice
a
memory
lovely
cushion.
idea, actually. Yeah.
From a shirt.
Yeah.
All
Or
black.
ties as well.
Ties, because it's in strips, nice from ties as well. And obviously, all the instructions are in your kit. That's amazing, isn't it? Because half of the stock's gone. It is available in another colourway, though, just in case you need to know. Same price, though. Same price, but another colourway, wrapped in nice tissue paper. So same thing, full instructions, templates, that's all there.
We're in Eastery colours with the tissue paper this month.
It
we
is
normally
very
always do blue, but we
yeah, this
fancied
is
a
very
change.
it is very Easter egg colour, isn't it? All pastely and lovely.
I'm ready for the sunshine now.
Is this the one that you will be demoing?
This is the one I'm
with?
demoing
Oh,
with
okay.
today, yeah.
Right. Now let's have a look at this one. So again, you've got your piping cord. You've got, oh, I like that one. Lovely mottled gold colour. Actually, the kit itself, if you want to give a gift to somebody who likes sewing, the kit is nice in itself. So obviously you've got the backing fabric, the white, it's a white print as well. That's the backing fabric is a plain white, but this has actually got a print on it. It's white on white, like little leaves.
A tiny little leaf on this.
It's hard to see on camera, but that's a lovely white on white print. It's not just plain. And this is what the heart is made from. Did I say Liberty? Liberty. Then you've got this lovely mottled golden yellow and more Liberty. £16.99. So this is what Kerry's going to be demonstrating it, so you'll be able to see it. Good morning, Kerry and Rebecca. Looking forward to the demo from Julie in Derbyshire. Yes, so am I. It's lovely, isn't it? Look at that colourway. So you've got to have to choose, or if you can't choose, you'll have to get both. So you either go for the purple one or this beautiful floral. I mean, there's a value for that. You've got the binding strip. You've got the piping cord, the piping strip and the piping cord and the front and the back and the wadding and the instructions and the templates and the QR code so you can watch the demonstration. All there. It's amazing, the whole lot. What a lovely kit. In fact, that's the sort of thing that a group of you could get together, buy yourselves one each and then make it on a lovely rainy Sunday afternoon.
We're having sunshine on Sundays.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
And we'll sew in the garden.
Sew in the garden, but what a lovely thing to get together with people to do.
I don't know whether we're
right,
having
we've
sunshine.
also
I've requested it.
I think we have actually. I think
Have
you
we
might
got
be right.
sunshine this week?
We have got the pattern on its own as well. So I know there's a lot of you, not many of you, who have a small fabric stash. Just a few of you who have a very small fabric
Just a
stash.
little one. Just a little one.
£9.99 is the pattern on its own. Now, which is great value because you've got the pattern, you've got the templates, you've got the tutorial. But not only that, it does show you what amazing value the kit is. So the kit, so when you think of all the fabric, Liberty, the piping cord, the wadding, the backing fabric is costing you £6.99. Because I think actually £9.99 for that, for the pattern is really good value because you've got a lot in there. But for the kit, it's £16.99. Amazing, amazing. I'll show the purple kit one more time. So $16.99. You get the pattern as well, but you get all of the fabric and the wadding and the piping cord and the strip and the Liberty. Did I say that? The Liberty.
Maybe once.
Just once.
Maybe once.
Fabric. I love Kerry's kits. Great value, cute patterns and quick to make. I've just finished the egg and I love how it turned out.
Oh, how lovely.
Oh, thank
how
you for
lovely.
Collector in Merseyside. It is gorgeous. If you want the egg, $11.99. Now, stock warning, there are more people with this purple cushion kit in their baskets than we have in stock. So if it's in your basket, you need to check out. Otherwise, it's not yours until you've checked out, but you only have to pay the P&P once in the day. So there's no reason to not check out. So before we go to the demo, I want to go through the other kits, the other two kits. So we've got them all ready for you to buy. I am opening 05. So this is the one. Oh, that's amazing. This is the one. Now there's loads in this one. It's $16.99. Let me get the. So this is the colourway. Is this this one?
This is right, yeah.
Oh, I got the right. Yes.
Yeah.
That is this colourway here. Right. Let me show you what you get in the kit. Obviously, you get full instructions and templates. The pattern for the price for this is $9.99 on its own. So for $6.99, you are getting the zip, very important, the zip, that's the actual matching zip that you need. Then in here, you've got the orange fabric. Is that for the lining?
That's for the lining, yeah. Decided it needed a bit of bright.
It does.
White. I always tend to go for white, but I
Isn't
thought
that
actually
lovely?
for the kids,
Orange fabric for the lining. Then we've got interfacing. Give it a bit of structure. Gorgeous cork fabric. Let me lay that down. I love it. It's like paint splattered. But you think you could feel them, but it's beautiful.
It's really nice, isn't it? I always think it looks like pencil sharpening.
Oh, you know, it does actually.
A
Yeah,
little bit
pencil
like-
sharpenings. It's lovely, isn't it? So you get the cork fabric. That's used for the pockets on the front and the back and goes around the base. Look, that's all of this section that goes all the way around there. That's the cork fabric. Oh, dropped it. Then you get the orange fabric Liberty.
Michael Miller.
Oh, no, sorry, Michael Miller. Oh, did I say Michael Miller? Michael Miller. Michael Miller fabric for the back of the cosmetic bag. And then beautiful Michael Miller for the front of it. And obviously, so that's this colourway here. So all of that for $16.99, including the pattern. But the pattern on its own is $9.99. So you've got Michael Miller for the front and the back. You've got cork. You've got interfacing. You've got orange lining. You've got the yellow zip. You've got the instructions and the templates. You've got the QR code that you can scan to watch back the tutorial. All for only, it is like a masterclass. For just $16.99. Wow. That is a fantastic price. I can't believe it's so inexpensive. Well, I'd say cheap. I can't believe it's so inexpensive.
So you just say it once.
No, I'm not allowed to say that. It's so inexpensive. It's amazing value. Right, there is another colourway. Just to tempt you even further and confuse you. Wrapped in beautiful yellow tissue paper. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, now I do like this one. It's got a different cork in it, this one. So you've got a white zip for this one. You have got, it's all wrapped up beauty. So this actually is a nice gift for somebody because it all comes wrapped in that tissue paper. And it comes in the card envelope. So you can just give it to somebody. Even if you want to take it out of the envelope, it all comes wrapped in tissue paper.
In a little gift bag, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
In a little gift bag that you've made yourself. Be perfect, wouldn't it? So this is for the front. Michael Miller fabric. That's in the way. You've got this Michael Miller fabric for the front. It's so pretty, isn't it? Then you've got the back of the bag, which is in this lovely deep pink, matching. Look at the cork. This is silver. Look at the silver speckles. It's like crackle glaze. They look lovely together.
They're nice.
Let me show you what that one looks like with that. Isn't that gorgeous? This is just lovely. This is such a lovely gift for somebody to have this as a whole kit because it's all there, isn't it? Honestly, all you need is a reel of thread. interfacing, and you know what it's like to find the right weight and type of interfacing in the right size. It's all in there. Honestly, all you need is a reel of thread, and then you've got a beautiful soft pale pink lining, instructions with the templates that you can use again and again and again. Instructions are really good, full walkthrough tutorial, and the QR code that you can scan to watch a few tutorial. Fantastic value, absolutely amazing. I've got to keep the right kit in the right place. I'll get really confused. And then we have the pattern on its own. If you do have your own small stash, $9.99. And I know you do it because obviously the way that it's made, you know, it has been designed with cork. You don't have to use cork. If you want to make it again, you could use other things for it. Beautiful though, isn't it? I mean, I think $9.99 for the instructions is fantastic value, but those kits, all of that stuff, all of those bits from $6.99. I think it's amazing. I think the kit's amazing value. Right, so that's everything. Well, let me put the white zip back. Morning, Kerry.
Good morning, Rebecca.
Morning, and thank you for my lovely cup of tea.
I'm delighted you've said it's a nice cup of tea.
It is a really nice
I'm
cup
not known
of
for
tea.
making very good cups of tea.
Well, maybe we just like the same strength tea.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's it. Okay, so we've got the...
Oh, one moment, stock update. The purple cushion has sold out.
We're loving purple.
This one has sold out in that colourway, but we still do have it in the floral colourway. And that's the demo.
That's the one that I'm using
Kerry's
this
going to be working on.
morning.
Sorry, right.
That's
stock
okay,
update
that's no
over.
problem. So everything is in the kit, like you say. If we don't get a chance to finish all of the steps, then you've got that full tutorial there. And then what I've done here, now as we're growing the patterns, we're taking your feedback and just breaking these down a little bit more. What I'd recommend doing is cutting all of your pieces out and then just clipping using your little clips. We had a great chat about these clips this morning.
Oh, fantastic.
How useful they are.
You can
Just
use
keeping those all together.
Perfect for the kitchen.
Perfect. I never thought to use them in the kitchen. I'm going to use them in the kitchen now, which means I need to stock up.
Cereal, really good for keeping your cereal
Very
packet
good.
closed. Coffee.
Hiding things, hiding a chocolate bar maybe.
All that sort of thing.
So what you've got in here inside your kit, easiest thing to do now, you have got your templates in the kit to cut it exactly to size, but from one of the kits all I've done is just cut that batting in half, and the first half we're going to use to create that heart on the front of the cushion there, simply by folding the batting in half and just giving that a little score there so you can see that centre point. And then have a little play with the fabrics. Now, certainly if you've just gone for the fabric option, you could even, if you wanted to, I'm just going to move that actually, you could even make each one of these strips different colour from maybe some of the scraps you've got left over in your stash.
Or when you make it again.
Or when you make
and
it
again and
again,
again.
absolutely. And what I'm doing here is I'm just overlapping. So that little point there, I'm actually putting on that centre fold of the fabric that I can see just inside there. And then alternating between the colours, so you've got 3 strips of each colour. First of all, I am just going to check that it fits on and then I'm happy with the placement.
Lovely way to use up your scraps as well, isn't it?
Oh, I love anything that you know, that we get in the most. I just think sometimes we've got so many fabrics and tiniest pieces left over. So I quite like designing projects that use up your scraps really, or get the most
really
from
nice,
your fat
isn't it?
quarters.
But it's good if you get the kit, you can then have a practice with all, you know, you can do it all with that, and then you can use your own scraps to make more of them.
Absolutely. So just placing this out onto the batting as shown, and all I've done here, so starting with that first one, I did skip ahead, sorry. So let me just start with that first one again. So just placing this on top and then aligning the second piece. So this will actually be your C piece, just so this is in line with that first strip. And again, on the opposite side, let's just do that again, because I skipped ahead, didn't I, there? And this bit's quite important, actually. So aligning the next one with the bottom, then taking your next piece there, and each time just making sure that raw edge marries up, as you can see that I've done here, and alternating between your 3 fabrics. But as I mentioned, if you're using scraps, you could use lots of different colours if you wanted to. Now, once you're happy with that placement, what I'm going to do is just take these back off, put them back in their order, like this. Just pattern on top of each other.
And now we're folding that second piece over. So we're lining that up and we're going to quilt as we go here. So just popping the pins through.
A third of this one has now sold out. Not sold out, has sold. A third of the stock of this colourway is sold. The purple one has sold out. A third of the stock has been actually checked out on this one. So if you want this floral colourway, you need to get it in your basket and check out. Or miss out. And then that would be a shame.
So I'm just using a 1/4 inch seam there. And once I've sewn that into position, if you've got a little roll and hem, these are really useful for projects like this. Just
we had
these.
those yesterday. I was telling them how fab they are. So they are available.
Fabulous.
We'll put them onto the website for you now. Rather than pressing.
You can finger press or you can use your roll and hem, but these are just so much easier and you do get a better finish without a doubt.
There's the Clover roll and press, $15.99. That's on your screen now.
So the third piece, we're now placing this on top. You can pop it back in position and just check that you're happy. Folding this over, again making sure all those raw edges marry up, and we're going to sew a 1/4 inch. Now if you find it easier, you can pin these into position, but they are only little strips actually, so you'll work through these quite quickly. And again, just using that 1/4 inch, sew into that raw edge and trimming away the extra threads. Folding this one back again and just giving that a little press, tucking that out of the way. Let's just get those in the order. And each time, just placing this back as we did first of all to begin with, folding it over so it's pattern facing, and then sewing a 1/4 inch until you've sewn all 9 strips.
Well, while you sew this, we have got some of these amazing fabric clips in stock, but these are the big ones. These are the jumbo ones. Now, we don't often have these. I've got 2 of them here, but you get 20 in your pack. So if you need to clip bigger pieces, or you've got larger cereal packets that you want to hold together, these are fantastic. They're particularly good for working with things like the cork, because you can, they're bigger, larger opening than the smaller ones, so you can really clip onto them. 20 in the pack, $12.99, and they are great because they open further than the smaller ones. Really good for using thicker fabrics or clipping together more fabrics or layers of whatever, but $12.99. So if you've got the small ones, you'll know how great they are. It's really good. I have small ones and large ones, depending what I'm clipping, because for more layers, I mean, the fabric clips are brilliant for fewer layers, but when you've got more layers, when you're doing a lot of fabrics, particularly when you're doing bindings on thicker quilts, these big ones are brilliant. Anyway, you get 20 in the pack, $12.99. They are fantastic. So if you've got the small ones, you'll know how brilliant they are, but these big ones are great for those thicker projects that you can't get the smaller ones round. Now, the last time we had these in stock was before Christmas, and they're back. So if you want a pack of 20 of them, $12.99. Get them before we sell out. So we've just brought them back specially for you today, because they always sell out ever so fast. And you get different colours, which is fab, isn't it? So you can colour code all your stitching.
When I'm taking photos of the pattern, I try and make the effort to colour code them all.
Yeah.
Just for the photos, because it doesn't sit well with
I
me,
do when I take photos, and then I realised the other day I'd taken some photos, and not only did I have different colours, I had different brands as well. I got some that I'd got free off the front of a magazine. It looked rubbish, but I had to take the photo then.
But and then when I'm doing it myself, I just rush through them, and then you start questioning yourself: do they need to match?
Well, sometimes
my
though,
mum is
will
insistent that they have to match when she does
No,
her
if
projects.
I want to clip something to mark a point, then I'll use the red one, and I'll mark a specific point. If I need to remember something,
Yeah.
then I will. But other than that, I just use them randomly. But it's quite useful that they are different colours. If I need to mark, sometimes I do. You know, when you sew something in, then you turn it right around, you think, oh, I missed that bit.
Yeah.
I might clip in a certain colour, so I remember that. That's about it, I think.
We all have our little quirks.
Yes. So you're just sewing all of
So
these
I'm just
pieces
sewing
on.
those pieces together now to make the front of that cushion. Now you do have your piping cord in the kit.
Yes, comes with piping cord, because obviously it has everything.
It is a little over, and so is the strip as well, but we thought it's quite nice sometimes to just have that piece cut down for you, isn't it?
Well, I know, I think it's great that it's all pre-cut.
So the next thing that we're going to do is just using the heart template, fold this in half to find your centre. Now I used pinking shears in mine. I will just check that these are nice and sharp. I've got 2 pairs here to choose from your lovely organised drawer.
My pinking shears.
Your lovely organised drawer.
My scissors drawer. Everyone said, I can't find the scissors. I put them all in one drawer.
They're all in
How
the
hard
place, aren't
can that
they?
be?
So placing the heart on top, what we actually want to do is to make sure that V part, or the top part of the heart, is just sitting and resting nicely at the top. Okay. And that the point is coming down to the point at the bottom. And you'll just have enough fabric on here to do that as well. And then we're going to pin through the layers of the fabric. And you can see here you've got lots of batting left over to make your little projects as well. Now you can use your straight scissors on here if you want to, but I think it's quite nice actually having the pinking shears and having that texture, and it will prevent the fraying as well on the front of that lovely cushion. Great as well if you're doing what you recommended with the memory fabrics.
Yeah.
Nice idea as well. So just following the contours of your heart there.
So you just don't cut through the paper, but just outside
Yeah,
it?
that's it.
Okay.
So.
And what if you don't have pinking shears?
You can use just your normal scissors if you want to.
but that just gives a nice edge.
It just gives it a lovely edge, yeah. And I can take this off now and just cut that little.
Do we have pinking shears on the website, Hannah? She's not listening to me.
She's enjoying that lovely coffee.
Yeah, no. I think she's just she's chatting up Elliot.
She's having a chat.
I'll ask her in a minute.
So we've cut
We
out
got
the
pinking shears on the website. We may have.
We may have.
We're going to just check for you. If you haven't got pinking shears, have a look on the Sewing Street website under scissors and you will find them there.
So the next thing that we're going to do is to just use the other section of the batting. Again, you've got the templates if it's just the pattern you're going for. And then place that lovely white on white.
Oh, you can see it better now.
You can see it
yeah,
much.
it's
lovely,
not a plain
isn't it?
white.
It's a tiny, tiny little leaf. I do like white on white. Given the choice,
you
I'd
can
always
see it
choose
when
a
you've
nice
actually
pattern.
got it, but it gives you just a bit more interest.
Yes,
on it,
absolutely.
It's lovely. I like that.
So we're going to find the centre of that cushion simply by just folding and just finger pressing there in the centre and again on the opposite side, because we want this to sit centrally for the next part that we're going to do. And then taking the heart, we're going to do the same. So we're going to fold that in half, just finger press that heart, find the centre again of the heart, and just place that on top of that little cross that you've just made on the front here. And just pin this through the layers. Now, I always, every time we've done a show, I've talked about all the lovely stitches on your machine, and how you can get, how you can use those. And this really is a lovely project actually to make the most of those beautiful stitches that are on the front of your...
It does, isn't it? You are really showcasing all those stitches because you could use a different stitch in each row as well, couldn't you?
Absolutely. And you can bring the different colours in. Now on the purple one I just used the same thread. I used a purple to really make it stand proud. But it's entirely up to yourself. Do you want to use something that's really vibrant? You could skip it altogether if you wanted to. So if you
if you don't want to do the stitches, you don't have to. But if you want to just add some extra decoration to it, it's quite nice, isn't it?
But it's a nice way to use those. So to secure this to the layers, now all I'm doing is just sewing around the edge of the heart. Use about 1/8 of an inch from the raw edge there.
Just a straight stitch?
Just a straight stitch. I've actually increased the stitch length now to the longest stitch on the machine.
What's number have you got? Number 3?
Number 5 on here.
Oh, okay.
So
a
I've
really long
increased
stitch then.
Yeah.
Just add some decoration. So that's the 560. Which one are you using?
578.
The 578. Oh dear, I got my numbers right this morning. That's the Anna 578 that I'm going to be talking to you later about 12 o'clock. But that's the one that Kerry's using today. That is the top one in the Elna Basic range that we've got. Gorgeous machine. Got lots of stitches as well, isn't it?
Fabulous machine to work with. It's lovely that it's got all the speed control. I think is the
Is
really
that your favourite bit?
one.
It's quite interesting actually. If you ask everyone what's the best bit,
the scissors is definitely my best bit.
Yes,
yeah.
the thread cutter.
But I do like the speed control on here. You know, if you've, especially if you're, I tend to do everything really fast. But there are some projects that require you just slowing
Yeah.
down, especially in a little while we're going to do zip installation. So if you're not particularly confident with popping your zips in, then you can slow it down so you can really control the machine as well.
Because it's not always as easy to do that with your foot, is it? So if you can
No,
slow the
no.
speed down on it, and that's great with it.
That's true.
But it's the thread cut. I love the thread cutter.
I do like the thread cutter. Like anything that makes life easy. I very often forget it's on there, so when I do remember to use it, it's great. Now, to get the to mark your cushion up for the front, you can use you can just go by, or you can use your walking foot. Sorry, making words up today. We're both having one of those days.
I know.
Making
Your walking
words up today.
stick.
Not
That
your
would-
walking stick, your walking foot. I would recommend on here. Although I could do with a walking stick some days. Okay, so to mark this up, you can use several different things. I personally like working with a friction pen to draw onto the front to give myself a guideline. And in that case, all we're going to do is to line the 1 inch line up. And again, this is talked through in the tutorial and in your patterns. And I'm simply just lining that up so it's now on the raw edge of the fabric, and that's going to give me a guide. So when we folded this a little earlier, in fact mine's gone, I will just do that one more time just to find the centre, because I find this helps me with marking up a project. I've got the
Now
two
for this
crease
colourway,
lines.
this floral kit, there are more in baskets than we have available. So if you want this kit, can you please check out quickly? Otherwise you will be disappointed, because there are, if everyone in the basket checks out, then we've sold out of it. But don't worry, the cosmetic bag is coming next.
We've got that up next. So all I'm doing here is to just mark these up into that centre fold, and I'll do the same on the opposite side as well. And that's really to give me a guideline of where I'm going to sew those beautiful stitches. And then of course, once you've popped your stitches on there as well, I'm not pressing too hard, it's just to give me a guide of where to work with. You could use we're going to use that in the next tutorial, but a nice little tool to work with if you don't like popping the pen onto your fabrics. You can use your little Hera marker there. So from the top, what we're going to do is the same here at the top into the centre.
Oh, I like that though. It gives it a real sort of sense of movement, doesn't it?
Yeah. I just talk so much about using your stitches, and I never get any further than the
And
zigzag,
you know, when you
really.
buy a new machine, you think, oh, look at those lovely stitches. So it's really important to actually use them.
Yeah.
But if you just have a practice first on the, if you've got stitches on your machine that you haven't used, have a practice on some spare fabric.
Well, if you have a little look at the batting as well, if you want to try the texture on there to feel that you've got some little scrap pieces on the end of here that you can be playing with as well. So to then add these, we're simply going to line these up on the sewing machine to in the centre of the foot. Again, you can use your walking foot or your standard foot on your sewing machine, whichever you prefer to work with. But you've got your guidelines, let me turn that round, sorry, here showing you exactly where those lovely quilting lines are. And of course, if you're not happy with them, if you want to doodle them, if you want to do something else, you can do. Just pop the iron over it and change
start
them
again.
if you want to.
Perfect.
You can add more or less. It's entirely up to yourself. Are we looking at the cosmetic bag next? So
yes,
shall I leave
yeah,
that
I think
there?
so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then all the instructions for putting in the piping cord, making up the cushion, everything, it's all in the instructions, and you will get a tutorial on the QR code. So the purple cushion kit has sold out. That's that one. But the floral one, the one that Kerry's just been demonstrating with, there are more of you that have that in your basket than we actually have available. So if you want the floral one, you do this one here. You do need to check out now, otherwise you will be disappointed. If you just want the pattern on its own, we do have that one for $9.99. But obviously the kit is $16.99, so you're only paying £6 for all of the fabric, but that's up to you. But remember, if you've got the floral one in your basket, please do check out. But the pattern on its own, excellent for using to use your stash, and as we were talking about, as a memory cushion to use up specific items of clothing, just to remember somebody.
Yeah.
It's a lovely way to do it because it's using small strips of fabric. Right, let's do the cosmetic bag.
Let's do the cosmetic bag. Now, because we have
Stop warning, one moment.
Sorry.
Stop warning. So the pink one that has the silver cork, there's only 14 left. So this one with the silver cork, there are only 14 left of this one. It's the one that Kerry's going to be demonstrating with. It has silver cork, and then it has the Michael Miller fabric for the front, beautiful floral, and this lovely Michael Miller pink print for the back. And it has the interfacing and the lining fabric and the zip and the instructions and the templates. There's only 14 of those left. For the other kit, which is this version here, that's got Michael Miller fabric. You've got on the front and the back, and you've got the multicoloured cork, and you have the zip and the interfacing and the lining, and that's all in this kit here. Oh, and obviously full instructions with the code. Right, so where do we start with this one then, Kerry?
So I'm just changing the thread over because I'm going to use a nice orange thread on here, just because we do a little bit of top stitching to add the pockets to the cork. To the front, sorry, and also the bottom. So I have skipped ahead and I've already popped one side together. Now on the front of the bag, there is the instructions inside the kit to add your little pockets as well. So you can add as many pockets as you want to actually. I use this one for my cosmetics.
Oh, and that's lined as well.
It's lined as well, so you've got a nice finish on there, no raw edges showing there, so a lovely finish on there. But you can put as many or as few pockets on the front. I just quite like being able to access my makeup brushes quite easily. And the little pockets here, actually, when they're on the side, they end up quite wide, so they're nice for maybe a little lip gloss or that sort of thing as well. But with everything, you can use them, of course, for your pens. And I tend to have one for my cosmetics and one for my accessories. One for the accessories as well. So nice and easy to make. The first thing we're going to do again, I've just pinned the templates onto the front of the fabric, so when I refer to these as you're working through the pattern, it's a little easier to work with. I have to say, I normally am always drawn to the colourful cork, but I'm really loving the silver as well.
I love
it's really
the silver.
nice with the...
It's like looks like a crackle glaze, doesn't it?
It's beautiful, isn't it?
The silver sits in the gaps between the pieces of cork.
It's a little bit more subtle because you've got the vibrant colours of the kits as well. So to prepare your pocket, what we're going to do, have the cork facing up towards us and then pop your lining piece on top there. And just clip those, just a couple of clips in there will be absolutely fine. And we're simply just going to sew along that triangle point, so just along the top edges, not the sides here.
Okay.
So just using, in fact, I'm going to keep the stitch length on a number 4 here, so we've got a nice...
Do you always use a longer stitch length for this cork?
I tend to, yeah.
Okay.
And I certainly do when I'm doing any top stitching when using the cork. And we're just going to add a little bit of decorative stitching to this as well. So what's nice about the pattern is that you're repeating the same steps. So you'll do the same for the front as you will the back, or vice versa. Same for one side as you do the other. So we're just going to trim that extra little bit away there, just so we get a nice finish. Now I would try and avoid using pins on the cork because you don't want to damage the cork. So I'd always recommend using your quilting clips. And I'd also try and avoid using an iron as well. So that's
I was
where
going to just say, can you press this?
You can press it, and you can use a pressing cloth in between. So if ever I'm doing a project where it needs pressing, or if it's creased, just make sure you use a pressing cloth and press from the back, and then just allow it to cool down. But for little things here where we're going to top stitch, if you just check that that lining fabric is tucked completely out of the way, and we're just going to use that roll and hem. It's a great accessory. I absolutely love working with cork.
So they're the one that's in the graphic. $15.99 for the clover roll and press. Brilliant for when you can't press things, or you just want to do a quick press because you can't bother to go to the iron.
More to the point.
More to the point. Or if you just sat at your sewing machine, you want to use it for that because you don't want to get up. Or you're using.
I think you're just coming up with excuses. It's because sometimes we can't be bothered.
Just can't bother to go to the iron.
So for the top pocket here, I'm just going to do 2 rows of stitching. You can just do 1. You can do a decorative stitch if you want to. But on here, I decided 1/8 of an inch from that folded edge there. Increase the stitch to your longest stitch.
one, it'll hold this into place, but two, it just looks really nice
Well,
to
it
make
gives
a feature.
it that professional finish, and you know, and if you like, some people go, "Oh, I hate top stitching; it's not straight," but you just go slowly,
nice and slow.
and you've got the guidelines on the machine.
Yeah, and that's what's really nice about the machine is, as I mentioned earlier, you've got that opportunity to slow it down if you want to.
And you've got the guidelines on the plate, so you just follow them. You don't
Absolutely.
have to think about a straight line. You just have to keep your fabric on
You just
the edge
have
of
to
the
think
guideline.
about what pretty thread you're
I
using.
know. And if it goes slightly off straight, doesn't matter. But just work slowly.
So just when I'm arriving at the point, just pivoting that fabric. Again, 1/8 of an inch from that first row of stitching. And then we've got that lovely pocket there. That one didn't want to cut, did it? I don't think I gave it chance there, Rebecca. So then you've got that lovely pocket for the front. So what we're going to do next is take that outer fabric. So this is that really beautiful,
it's so
vibrant.
pretty, that one. I like that one.
Well, I nearly put the colourful cork with it, but I just thought it's just so vibrant anyway.
Yeah, actually, but the silver's lovely. It kind of picks it out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It makes it look prettier.
Absolutely. So aligning this with the bottom of the pocket. Now, if you're treating yourself to just the pattern, just be cautious of if there's a pattern direction on your fabric at this stage. So just double check that at this point. And then we're going to pop the cork base on the bottom. So just placing this over the top, pattern facing, and we'll sew through all of those layers to secure them together there. Again, just using a 1/4 inch. And now at the back of the project now, you can either press your seam open. We are going to apply a little bit of heat in just a moment to this. So just pressing that seam open, using that roll and hem there. Just feeling through those layers. And then using your fusible interfacing, we're actually going to interface the back of these really to give that some lovely stability. So
yeah, well, it gives it just a little bit of extra stiffness.
Absolutely. Now, if you were making it all from cork, so if you like the pattern and you want to make it all from cork, you wouldn't need to add the interfacing. Right. So we're just going to place that on the back, either just a plain piece of fabric between your layers of the interfacing or even a pressing cloth, just to secure that interfacing into position.
Is that to stop it melting? Why
yeah,
do you put the fabric on?
Just to stop it from burning the interfacing, that's all. And now on the back, on the bottom, sorry. And I just want to make sure that that cork is open.
Oh yeah, I guess
nice
that seam's got to stay.
That's it, and it'll help secure that into position as well. So again, just placing that in between and just give that a nice press.
It's quite a good way of keeping that seam pressed open as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's just do that end one more time. There we go. So on the front of the project now, there we go, we're just going to take a ruler, bury it with all the little bits, and just the first pocket we're going to make, in fact I might just leave these as 2 pockets just for today,
okay,
is to just line this up, so using the guides on your ruler along that seam and just making sure that they marry up with that top point. Now we don't want to use any marking pens onto the cork, so a Hera marker is really useful here. If you are popping the extra...
Those are on the website if you want a Hera marker. I've got a message from June. Hi, I've got this kit. I've not used cork before. Do I need a special needle? Machine needle?
I would use a leather needle in here if you're working with a cork.
Okay.
And increase your stitch length.
Right.
So just swap your machine needle over to a leather needle and that will glide through your cork there as well.
Can you use a normal one? Have you tried that?
I have tried working with a normal one, and in little projects like this, it'll work through there.
Okay, but if you were using a lot of it, because the leather needle has like a chisel shaped point, so it cuts through. It's really good for cork, vinyl, PU, that sort of thing. I mean, if you don't have that and you want to use just a normal one, it will go through. But like Kerry says, if you're going to be working with more cork, it's worth leather needles.
Yeah, I tend to always swap mine over. I use a lot of vinyl in projects as
Right,
well. So,
okay.
you know, if they're in your stash, then definitely swap them. It's going to look after your needles as well. So there is the front of your pocket. The next thing that we're going to do is to pop the opposite side of the zip. Now I've already put the zip in onto one side. Again, you've got that pre-recorded tutorial where I talk you through each of these anyway, but we're just going to repeat the same. Now I really like working with wash away quilter's tape for inserting the zips. It just secures it into place for me, one less thing to hold on to. So I'm going to pop a strip along both sides of the zip.
So that tutorial is, there's a QR code on the instructions for you to access. So when you get your kit home, just scan it with just press on the camera bit on your phone, hold it over the QR code, and it will take you to the video to watch Kerry's tutorial, so she can show you exactly how to put the zip in, and the whole bag, actually.
And if you don't have the option to scan the phone over, so perhaps you've not got that phone, there is actually a link that you can type in as well.
Oh, okay, so you don't have to use the code. There is also a link as well.
So whichever method you prefer to work with. Okay, so we've just popped the quilter's tape on both sides of that zip. And what we're going to do is pop the front part, so this is the exterior part of that cosmetic bag, and we'll just peel away that top layer there, and we'll turn this over. Make sure your zip works first of all. There's nothing worse than popping a zip in and then realising that there's a problem with it. So just double check that and then leave that opened halfway. So just lining this up with that raw edge, running your fingers across to secure into position, taking off that second strip, and now we're going to pop the lining on, and we've gone for a pretty pink for this one.
Yeah, that looks really lovely with that fabric.
And we'll just swap the
So the
foot
bundle
over.
for the yellow and cork is has just disappeared, but it's come back. There we go. That's the one that's in the graphic on the left-hand side. The one that Kerry is working with, the pink one with the silver cork, is about to sell out. So if you want that, you need to get in very, very fast. Quickly, basket checkout.
And I'll be quick with a zip. So all I've done here, I can actually see, because the fabric's a nice lightweight cotton, but just feel through, pop your fingers 2 fingers ahead of that zip and just slide yourself a pin in there, and we're sewing up to the pin, and then we'll close the zip. So we're going to tuck that zip out of the way. And again, just using a straight stitch there. Let's just move that across. When I arrive at that pin, I'm just going to leave the needle inserted into the fabric, take that pin out, just to remind me to stop at this point so it keeps that zip installation nice and easy, and then open that zipper completely out of the way. Let's have a little wiggle on there, that's it. And then we can sew to the end of the bag then.
Have you got the zip foot on that?
Yes, the zip foot's on the machine. Yeah.
And that machine comes with a zip foot. That's one of the I mean, it comes with loads of feet, but that is one of the standard feet. Makes a big difference for a neat zip.
Oh, it certainly does. So just going to give this a little press just to make sure that those fabrics are tucked out of the way. Same on the opposite side there. And just because we've got so many layers, I am just going to slide 2 pins through those layers just to hold the fabrics in place. And again, open that zip to the centre of the foot. Now I'll just swap the foot across on the machine there. There we go. And again, now this time I can actually see the zipper foot. I'm just going to reposition that needle. And you can take yours nice and slow, of course, and get a nice finish on there. So leaving the needle inserted, just close that zip out of the way and sewing along the rest of the project. I'm losing my pedal there. It's doing its own thing. Now, for the cosmetic bag and in your instructions, I've actually boxed the corners, but if you wanted this to be a little bit taller, maybe you're going to make something similar like this as a, not a cosmetic bag, but something for your children to put their pens and pencils in. You might want a deeper bag, so at that point we'll leave boxing the corners, but as the pattern suggests.
Yeah, so
there,
you could not box them, then it'll be a bit deeper, but you'll lose the... I like the box corners.
I like the box corners
Gives a nice
as well.
bit of depth. But obviously if you don't do that, you just get a longer bag if you don't box
It's nice to have the option as well, isn't it? So we're going to, so I've popped all of the layers together. So I've folded these together now, popped all of those layers together. Just double check that your pockets are marrying up on each side while we box these corners. And just placing the ruler on, and we're going to do 1.5 inches. Let's get that right. And we only need to draw this on 2 sides actually, because we can cut through all of those layers. So I am just using the pink fabric there. I can lay those all up in just a moment when I come to trim this. Bring those together. I like this nice, tidy, organised drawer.
Yeah, see, everyone said I'd lost everything, but no.
And then we're just going to trim that box. I've picked up the biggest scissors out there. Could have gone for a small
I know,
pair.
there's loads in there though. Well, I got to the stage where all I was picking up was left-handed scissors.
So you've had a tidy up. And I can see here I've just got a little bit overhanging, so to make my life easy I'm going to trim that off. Now to complete the bag, what we're going to do is open up, so we're marrying up the lining side of the bag with the lining side and the 2 cork pieces together. Now I think what's really important here, I'll just drop a few of those out, is that these pockets line up. So you have that nice continuity as you work around the bag. If we do that on the opposite side as well, and pinch those together. One at the bottom's fine. Make sure that that zipper is pushing towards your lining. So as you lay that flat, that zipper's pushing towards your lining. The same on the opposite side. Let's just open that zip. I'd skip that point, but it's really important that your zip's open. It certainly makes it easier when you're turning the bag in just a little while.
I know, I have tried turning it inside out before, right side out with the zipper and trying to open the zip.
It's just such a battle, isn't it?
I know, it's really hard because the slider's on the other side. You can just about do it, but it's not easy.
Yeah, it's not worth the fight. So we're going to leave a 4-inch turning gap here. And then the next thing I'm going to do is to sew around the exterior of the bag, just skipping out those boxed corners. So I will reverse stitch at each corner. Okay. And I'll go ahead and just sew around there.
So while Kerry does that, we do have the zips. If you want some zips, now you do get a zip in your kit. So whichever kit you buy, you do get the zip. But if you want extra zips, we do have packs of them, which Kerry has. So this is a set of 5 10-inch zips in bright colours. The colours may vary, but basically they will be 5 different colours and they will be bright ones. In this one we've got red, orange, green, deep teal and yellow. $3.99 for 5 10-inch zips, and they will all be bright colours and they'll all be different colours. So there's an example, but they'll be like, you know, if you need extra zips for your stash, I know they're not always easy to find or get hold of, particularly different lengths and this set of colours. That's fantastic value for money. $3.99 for 5 10-inch zips. And obviously, the great thing about having them at this length is you can then cut them down. I always use a longer zip than I need, and I cut it down, so it's quite nice having 10-inch. If your pastel is more your thing, we have the same thing, 10-inch set of 5 10-inch zips in pastel colours. The colours may vary slightly, though they will all be different. This one's got lilac, mint, pink, lemon and cream. So they may change a little bit, but they will all be pastel colours. $3.99 for 5 10-inch zips. Always useful to have in your little stash. Hate running out of zips.
Oh, I've always got plenty of zips.
Hate running out of zips. Oh, the right colour.
Yes, that's very true. I certainly don't always have the right colour. It's always yellow. If all else fails, we'll pop a yellow
And
one
don't
in.
forget the big clips, because you will need these for the cork, because obviously you don't want to pin the, well, 8's really hard to go through, but it will damage the cork. So these big clips are really good, because when you're doing lots of layers, the big ones are a lot easier. So because not only do they open wider, but they are deeper as well, so you can clip further in when you really need to hold things stable. So 20 clips for £12.99, like that. They have got much bigger holes, throat.
Now, all I'm doing to finish off the bag, so I've just pinched the bottom corners together, so those seams are now lining up. It's actually easier to box the bottom of the cork, I find, because it's just so stiff. We're going to push one seam to the left, one to the right.
And that's all in the instructions.
That's all in the instructions. Clip that together and just sew across that raw edge. So starting and finishing with a reverse stitch. And we've lost the cotton. It was going so well. Now I have already gone ahead and done the 3 other sides, so we can just pull this through when this side's finished.
When did you do that? Is that while I was talking about zips?
That's while you were talking about pretty zips. Yeah.
Wow. So you went all the way around the edge and boxed the other 3 corners?
Yeah.
Whoa. You can make your makeup bag, your cosmetic bag in 15 minutes.
There we go. That's why I like the fast speed on the sewing machine for times like this. If I'm having a leisurely day, then I'll bring it down just a little bit.
Now it's like, whoa.
But no, it was definitely the fast speed. So all we're going to do is to just bring this through now, and I can poke my fingers through and just tuck that zip out of the way. We've got a nice 4-inch turning gap there, so this will tease through that turning gap very easily indeed. Now if I'm finishing off a turning gap, I do like to hand finish that off, so just a nice little slip stitch to finish that off. But you can finish that off on the machine if you prefer. Working with your cork, we're just going to push those corners out into the
Do you have to be careful when turning that out? Does it...
As long as you've used that nice 1/4-inch seam allowance, I don't find that there's no
but
problem
when you
at all.
poke it, will it
When
rip?
yeah, I mean, I've just used my fingers in there to press, and what's quite nice about working with a cork is it pushes itself out nicely anyway. So you don't really need a tool to pop into there. If you're making it from fabric, then you know, a pokey tool will really hurt.
But actually, no, that you've got nice pointy corners.
We've got nice pointy corners. Just tuck these ones out, and the only thing left to do is to give that little bag a little slip stitch in there. You've got, for this one, I've put 2 pockets on the front, so you might want to put your creams and things in the front, and then on the back, these really are the perfect size, whether you're using those for your accessories or whether you're using those for your makeup brushes and things.
So pretty, I love that. Well done. I can't believe you've done it that fast. Thank you so much, Kerry.
You're welcome.
I will see you back here in another hour,
See you in an hour.
for the quilt.
Another collection.
And the other collections. So have we got anything left, Hannah? So the yellow cushion is available. The floral cushion is still available. This is the Amelia envelope cushion with the beautiful heart on it. And remember, you get the instructions, you get the piping cord, you get the beautiful Liberty fabric, this lovely mottled yellow for the binding strip as well. You get the front fabric, you've got all the lining fabric and the backing fabric and the wadding as well. Full instructions, including the templates. Now, there are more people who have that in their baskets than we have left in stock. So if you want it, you do really need to check out on that, because there are more that we've got here. The pattern on its own for the Amelia cushion, £9.99, there it is there, has all the templates and the instructions in it. As it's got really good walkthrough photos, but there's also a link there, a QR code and a website link for you to be able to watch the tutorial on it. That's the Amelia heart cushion. And the cosmetic bag. So the orange one, the floral one, the Michael Miller one, the floral one. Which one have we got left? The orange one, which is this one. Yeah, the silver one that Kerry was working with, we don't have any left of. But this beautiful one here, it has the orange on the back, it has the lovely floral print. You've got this gorgeous multicoloured sort of splatter cork, and then you've got an orange lining and the zip and the interfacing, full instructions and all the templates as well. £16.99. That is the one that we have left in stock of that one, but not very many of them. And we do have the pattern on its own of the Grace Cosmetic bag, which has got obviously all the templates, the instructions. You've got the link to get the tutorial online. There we go. So if you've got anything in your basket for this hour, or you want anything, you need to check out, because we are very limited now. We've sold out of 2 of the kits completely and only have a few left of the other colourways that are remaining. Thank you for joining me for this hour. I will see you back here in a couple of minutes' time when it's going to be all about the sewing tools. Looking forward to that. Oh, and the ballerina fabric too. I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes' time.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
And welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got a lovely hour for you now, full of fantastic sewing tools and gadgets. I'm going to be showing you all about Indigo and freezer paper. So if you've not seen them before, or you've heard about them and wondered what on earth they're for, I'm going to show you. They are fab. But first of all, I want to, we've got a few of the early bird left. So if you weren't with me at 8, why not? I was here. But if you weren't here, we've got a special offer deal for you on our early bird of these wonderful metal D-rings. Now, you get both packets, so you get 4 20mm nickel ones and 4 25mm brass ones. Now, for both packs, the normal price would be £3.48, but we're going to take £1 off today. Now, the majority of you who are with me at 8 who have multi-bought these, they are fantastic to have in your sewing stash to use for putting straps on bags. They're really good for the end of key rings because you can just sew a fabric strip around them just like that, then put a split ring around them, put the key. They're really good for lanyards. They're great for putting on fabric loops to sew into the inside of your bag, and then you can attach your keys or your phone or your headphones or whatever you like to them. You get 8 here, so 4 nickel and 4 brass for £2.48. This the sort of thing, when you add metal hardware, particularly quality metal hardware, it makes what you're making just look that more professional. Because when you buy a bag or buy something, it always has metal hardware on, so it just gives it that more professional finish. They are they've got the straight edge and they are welded shut, so they're nice and strong. The measurement, these are 20mm. The straight edge, it's the measurement of the straight edge. So if you're making a fabric strip to go round it, it needs to be the measurement of the straight edge. That one's 20mm and that one's 25mm. So that's 1 inch and that's just under 1 inch. So pop them in your basket, £2.48, you're saving £1. If we've got any left, because we have sold absolutely loads of these, if we have any left, that price will go back up to £3.48 at midnight. Then you missed out. So if you want them, pop them in your basket. Ballerina fabric. I have been promising you all morning I'm going to do this properly so we can have a really good look. Now there's only 4 prints in this, but they're absolutely beautiful, and it's really nice to have something a little bit different. So if you've got a ballerina in your life, he will love this. Now, half of the stock of the panel has already sold on pre-order. Let's just have a look at it. So there we go. So at the bottom of the panel, you've got a row of hanging ballet shoes. So pretty, isn't it? And then round the edge, you have got some of the ballet terms and words that's on one of the other fabrics I'll show you. And then round here, you've got a really pretty triangular print of the colours. But on the panel itself, let me get my tape measure. So the actual inside, this section of the panel measures 15 inches, and then as we go up through the panel, we've got the little ballerina here in purple, beautiful one in pink. I love gorgeous one like the Ice Queen in blue, and another one with the tutu in pink and the tutu in purple there. So, and then at the top, you've got the rows of ballet shoes, and it's all surrounded by the ballet print. So the length of the actual, I mean, this is 44 inches length, but the actual panel section in the inside is 28.5 inches. So this section is 15 by 28.5. Now, this is just ideal if you were thinking about making a quilt, maybe just a very simple coverlet or something that, a child could just put over themselves. You could use it for that. You could use it sent. Oh, we only have 9 left of these, so if you want this, you need to check out. But wouldn't it make a brilliant wall hanging? You could, because you've got the fabrics around the edge, you could even cut off the outer fabric. You could just simply quilt it and bind it. You could personalise it. You could put storage pockets on it as well. So you could add to the bottom of it and put pockets, or put some pockets on top. Absolutely beautiful. Only £9.99, and we only have 9 left. Let me show you, we've got 3 other fabrics in the collection. This other one is sort of a panel, but it's more squares. The same ballerinas, but little ones. Now this one is sold as a panel. So if you multi-buy this one, It won't be joined up, it comes as a panel, but this is ideal if you were wanting to put pockets on something, but maybe you want pockets on the big hanging, or I have two other fabrics which I'll show you in a minute, which are the sort of the blending fabrics. If you wanted to make something for a ballerina in one of those, this would be ideal for pockets. Or lovely cushion. I mean, you could just cut round 4 here, and you could make 2 cushions or cut round them, add bigger borders between them. If you were thinking about making just a little drawstring bag for the ballet shoes, or the you know, the little leotard or the ballet kit, it'd be brilliant for that. And you could use it to make that bag, but it's ideal to mix with the other one. You have got 15 squares on here, and the squares measure 6 1/4 by 6 1/2. Well, that's 6 1/4 by 6 1/2 inches. Loads of you have got this in your baskets. Only £9.99. If you have a ballerina in your life, she will love this. Now, I like the fact that they've, rather than going with all the traditional pink, girly pink, they've kept to the nice sort of lilac-y mauve shades. And there's quite a nice selection that you've got a group of ballerinas here. You know, you've got them all in different types of poses. Stunning. You've got one leaping on this one. I like this one. This is like a fairy. She's got like a little fairy dress on. So that is the ballerina blocks panel. Next, loving this print. Now this one is for sale by the ½ metre. It's about to sell out. So if you want some of this one, how much is left? There's only 3 metres left. This one is sold by the ½ metre. If you want more than a ½ metre, put that number of units in your basket. It will be sent to you as the cut piece that you want. So if you want a metre, put 2 units in. We only have 3 metres of this one left. It's all the ballerinas that are in the main ones, but in miniature. So this little fairy one that I showed you here is on here. So they're all of them repeated, and reversed as well. It's really, really pretty. So that's really good for just a little cushion for the bed, pillowcase, little drawstring bag for your ballet uniform. What was it? Not uniform, your ballet kit. So pretty. Well done if you've got that one. There is one final one. Now this again is it's Henry Glass fabric as well, so you know it's quality fabric. This one is available by the ½ metre, so if you want more than a ½ metre, it will be sent to you as a full cut piece. This one's lovely. Again, it features all the ballerinas that are on the squares panel, and it has little ballet shoes, but it also has all the ballet terms. We've got bar arabesque, lyrical music, attitude, recital, dance, star, ballet, fouette, I'm not sure what that is, fondue balance. Some of this is in French. I know the French, but I don't know what they all mean. Tutu, pirouette. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? So again, this will be lovely if you were using one of the other fabrics. Again, you could make it into a little bag or a cushion. It could be something very simple if you wanted to use it for the lining, something lovely little skirt. You don't need, you know, for a child, you'd only need ½ metre, maybe a metre, depending on what they were being, but a really beautiful, just a simple little pleated gathered skirt for that ballerina who would be delighted. Now we have only got these 4 fabrics. We've have we got any of the panels left? Just checking, but I know we only had 3 metres left at the moment. There are a very few left of the large panel. So if you want it, you need to get it in your basket and get it checked out. It's a Henry Glass Prima Ballerina range. Only 4 fabrics in the collection, but aren't they beautiful? And obviously they all work really well together, because all of these ballerinas are all repeated throughout, you know, coming up to the larger ballerinas in the whole panel. I think this is beautiful. You don't often see, I mean, you don't often see sort of specific fabric like this, but when we saw it, we knew that we just had to buy it. We knew that you would like this. For all those little ballerinas or wannabe ballerinas. It doesn't have to be little girls. If you want to be a ballerina, you can have your own ballerina bag. If you're having like a birthday party soon, and you think, I want to make little drawstring party bags, this is perfect for that. Okay, that is the ballerina range. Please do check out, in your basket and check out. We are very, very low in stock of that one now. Right, I'm going to nip round to the other table. We have got Odie Coat. This is Odie Coat. Now, if you want, what is Odie Coat? Well, it is what it says on the tin. Fabric becomes oilcloth. So, I'll read, this is from the Odie Coat website. So, once treated, the fabric can be sewn, cut and cleaned. It possesses a great resistance to wear and is machine washable at 30 degrees. Now, when you look at it, it's like, if I give it a wobble, it's like a jelly. It's not, people say, oh, it's PVA glue. It is not PVA glue. It does not do the same thing. Now, the brilliant stuff about you, so you either use a paintbrush or you can use an old credit card, not a current one, an old credit card to smooth it onto your fabric. Now, this one that Hannah did earlier has had 2 coats. Still a little bit damp. You should really leave it overnight, but she did this one earlier. So, can you see? Well, you can hear the stiffness in it, can't you? Can you see it's got a slight sheen to it? Yeah? So, what happens with it? You paint it on. The more layers you put on, the stiffer it becomes, the more waterproof resistant it comes. Now, a lot of people say is how far will it go, but it lasts for a long time. Well, you know, it depends how much fabric you're doing. Yeah, they do say on the website with a small amount of guidance for coverage, but honestly, so it says coverable surface area 2 square metres, but it depends how many coats you put on, doesn't it? So 1 coat, the fabric is protected and it's water repellent. 2 coats, the fabric is coated with a coated canvas look. 3 coats, the fabric is waterproofed with a waxed canvas look. Now, what the great thing about this is you spread it on, wait for that layer to dry, and then put another one, however, wait for every single layer to dry. Ever so easy to do. You can just use a paintbrush, that's what I normally use. And you can do that before you sew with it. So you could use a square of fabric like this and then sew with it. Or you can paint something that you've already made. And actually, I like doing that because it kind of waterproofs the seams as well. It's fantastic if you want to line something. So maybe you've made a cosmetic bag. You haven't got a waterproof lining, or you don't want one. You don't want a slippery waterproof. Like, you want a nice cotton. It doesn't make anything run. It's not like a solvent. So this is this is a lovely Moda cotton fabric, actually, that Hannah did. But it just gives it that look. And the more coats you put on, the shinier it becomes. With just a couple of coats, it's got a sheen. But it's fantastic for linings for cosmetic bags, aprons, your own aprons, kids' aprons, placemats, anything that you're going to put on the table. Something that's in the kitchen. Maybe you've made a cover for your food mixer or your toaster and you want to be able to wipe it clean. Got a little video here for you that we're going to show you in a minute of exactly how to use it. Now, there are other products available like this, but they're not all machine washable. Now, this is machine washable at 30 degrees. So if you're making placemats, for example, and you want to chuck them in your washing machine, you can. If you're making aprons, and I know what it's like, maybe, you know, when you have a toiletry bag or a cosmetic bag, they do need a wash every now and then. They can, as long as it's 30 degrees, it's fully washable, and you can do it before. You can sew and cut. It doesn't gum up your needle. You don't need anything special. It is a fantastic product. It really is. It's also, you know, I mean, it says it goes 2 square meters, but you could, if you made a tablecloth and you wanted to waterproof it or water resist it, you could use this. So it's basically a waterproof gel. Absolutely fab. Because the problem is when you want to get some waterproof fabrics, you are limited by the print and the material of it and how it works, and whether you'll be able to get it under your machine if it's slightly slippery. But with this, you can just use normal cotton fabric, and you can see, look, this is the bit that hasn't had any Odie Coat on, and this is the bit that has. So it's slightly stiffer, and you can hear it's got that makes no sound, whereas that's got a sound to it. And it It dries clear, and it doesn't matter about the brush strokes, but it is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. You could use it for anything, but I do like to use it after I've made something, because I feel like then you're waterproofing the seams as well. Message from Andrea. I used Eau de Coat when I was making a small zippy bag and decided last minute to make it into a wash bag. Didn't need to buy any other fabric, so it was great. Exactly, because you don't need other fabric. You can just waterproof or water resist the fabric that you've got already. Right, this is a short video. This is from the ODIF website to just show you how it works and how it's applied. Right, so this is normal fabric without Eau de Coat. And they've just poured, that's just water to just show what happens. And you can see they've used like a fried egg. And that's just normal fabric that hasn't been Eau de Coated. And you can see how the fabric's gone through. Then they've got the, now they've used a credit card, which you can if you like, just to spread it on. Maybe not your current credit card, but I use a brush. But you can use a card. I guess maybe you get a smoother finish, I don't know. Then they let it dry, and then they've put the water on again. And look, can you see how that blob of water just sits on? Look. It doesn't go through. I don't know, well, yeah, I'm not absolutely sure how many coats they've done. They haven't said on that. But it's it's not stiff. You can feel that it has a bit of body to it, but it's not super stiff. Still fabric, still lovely. Oh, yes. I'm looking for a pin, sorry. A needle. I knew that there was a needle in here. I thought I'll do that while the video's. I found it. I knew there was one in there. Now the message. Yes, it's terrific stuff. I used it to finish off my wet bag for the gym. It's lasted for 3 years with no visible signs of wear from mowing high. That's great. You could also use it just for one pocket. So maybe you've got a bag that you take to the gym or you take when you go overnight and you just want to waterproof one pocket. Just for that's the bit where you maybe put your trainers in or you put your wash kit in. Or, you know, maybe you've got grandchildren that do sport and football and you want something, you know, maybe they've got a PE bag, just Eau de Coat it while they're in bed. Make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? But, you know, all of that kind of muddy rugby football kit, it's ideal because it adds, I showed you, it does add a little bit of stiffness, but it's not like oilcloth. And it can go in the washing machine. 30 degrees, I think that's a big thing, isn't it? Because a lot of these oilcloths you can't put, and when you look at it, it does look like PVC, PU glue. It's not. It is not that. It is, I mean, it's like jelly. $14.99 for the tub. $14.99. It will go. So you can use Eau de Coat on finished textile projects to give them an oilcloth or render them waterproof and washable by ironing to cure. So I would imagine, I didn't know that. I haven't ironed mine. Clearly haven't read the instructions. Oh, right. To be able to wash your fabric in the machine, hand onto the iron. That must be a very strange translation. Use an iron, warm temperature, without steam, protecting with a paper. So once you've made it, if you press it with some paper underneath it, parchment, so I guess like a greaseproof paper or something, and press it, that means you can then machine wash it, because I guess it fixes it. Yeah, I've never clearly read that. I used to just put them in the washing machine. Oh well. Obviously, thought it was fine. Well, they seem to still work. But follow the instructions. Oh, it's made in France. That's why the translation is very strange. Without vapour, I think that means without steam. But it is honestly brilliant. You can have a go and look on the website, www.odif.com, if you want any more information on it. They tell you, but there's 250 mils there, $14.99. But think how much you're saving, that you don't have to buy waterproof fabric. But not only that, everything you've got will match beautifully. If you've got a bag that you've already made or something that you want to waterproof, don't worry, you can still do it even after it's been made. You could like paint all the inside of a pocket. But it's lovely. I love the fact, I mean, if we had this gorgeous mode of floral fabric and say, now this is waterproof, we'd be able to charge like 3 times as much for it. Well, it doesn't exist. It increases your sewing power. because there's so much more you could do there. I absolutely love it. I was amazed when I first saw it. Hi, I use mine to seal the seams and hood on my waterproof coat. It's lasted years. There you go. I think it's really good. I mean, it is actually, you know, you don't have to do it. I tend to do it afterwards because I like to waterproof, but you could just paint the seams. But it is quite nice, to be honest, to sew with, because it gives the fabric that little extra stiffness so it doesn't move. So it's actually quite nice to sew with, particularly when you're doing things like, you know, with the box bottoms like Kerry was just doing. If it's got this Odi coat on, it gives it a little bit of stiffness so it's easier to sew with, but a great idea to waterproof seams of things. Fantastic product, only $14.99. Do keep checking out for that. It is a wonderful product. We always let you know when we get it back in stock. So if you want it, please do put it in your basket and check out. Now, another wonderful product from Odif is the 505. Now, you'll hear a lot of our guest demonstrators coming on again. Oh, yeah, just put a bit of 505 on it. You think, what are you on about? Well, 505 is basically a temporary adhesive. It's absolutely brilliant when you want to stick something to something temporarily. So it's brilliant for what? Oh, Jesus, sorry. It's brilliant for when you don't want to tack your quilt together. And who does? Remember, you must spray the wadding. So what you do is you layer your backing fabric right side down, you put your wadding on top, and then you put your top fabric on top. Spray, smooth it all out so it's nice and smooth and all ready to go. And then you just peel back the top fabric, give it a quick spray, and then press it back down, and it's like tacking it in place. And then if you've got a big quilt, that's why you keep it flat, peel it back, spray the wadding, not the fabric, push it back, and then do the whole quilt in that way, both the front fabric and the backing. It means it holds the whole quilt into place without pinning, without tacking. You also get a smoother surface. It is temporary, so what is brilliant is if you do it and you think, oh, I've got a couple of wrinkles, you just peel it back, comes off ever so easily, but it holds it strong enough and long enough for you to quilt your quilt, but it comes off. No idea how that works really, but it does. It gives you the directions there. You spray it 10 inches away. The only thing I would say is be careful if you're spraying it on your carpets or your floor, as obviously you will then get it on your carpet, which you may not want because you'll have a slightly sticky carpet. So if you've got a quilt that's too big for you to put onto your table, do protect your table. If you've got to put it on the carpet, just put a sheet down, and then that will protect it. You need to follow the instructions. Don't be too close. It does say about 10 inches away. So a bit like, you know, spraying hairspray, maybe a little bit further than that away. And it is honestly time saving, and you will get a better finish. But it lasts for ages. What's really, it will last. I don't know how it works, no idea. But it works. That once you've sprayed it, you don't have to think, right, I've now got to quilt within 2 hours, but you can take it off as well. It does say that you can clean it off and you wash it with water. So obviously once you finish with your quilt and you wash it, it completely disappears. If you do get it onto anything, so if you get it onto the sheet that you've used, you can just wash it off. But you can spray it and then take several months quilting. It's fine, but it's the fact that you can peel it off. Because you know what it's like when you quilt and then you realise, oh, I've got a few bubbles. But it's like using fusible wadding, where you get a beautifully flat surface, but you've got it for spray as well. And obviously really good for other things. So say you want to put a little bit of wadding behind your cushion, or you're making a little cosmetic bag, or maybe a wash bag that you want to have a little bit of padding. You can use this to spray on. So you can coat the lining fabric for your wash bag in the Odi coat. You can then put some wadding behind this, and then put the front fabric, spray this on, and then you can have a wadded, waterproof wash bag with a perfect finish. $7.99 for this tin. And on it, you will have heard, I mean, if you watch Sewing Street enough, loads and loads of our expert guests always go, oh, just a bit of 505. And you think, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? I wondered that for quite a long time, a while ago, until I actually asked somebody, well, what do you mean a bit of 505? It's like they went, oh, I want a bit of H640. Now, this is quite limited. We get it in and then it goes out, and then we get it in and then it goes back out. A bit like Best Press, always in and out. So if you want this, I would pop it in your basket, because we don't have it in stock all the time. Same for the eau de coat as well. We try to have it in stock all the time, but we know how much you love it. So same for that. If you want the eau de coat, that is there. $14.99. Coating gel does go a long way. It says 2 square meters, but it depends how many coats you put on, but it does go a long way. Ideal for waterproofing or water resisting your own fabric. And we've got a couple of reviews of it. These are people that have bought it from us but left the review on FIFO, so they have to be completely independent. Great stuff, easy to use, lives a lovely finish. If you do one coat and you think it's a bit rough, you want it smoother, that's why I said the first time I did it, I thought it would be glossier than that. Let it dry, put another coat on. The more coats you put on, the glossier it is. So if you want a matte finish, just the one coat. Perfect proofing for my wash bag from Fiona and Devon, absolutely. But what's lovely is you can put one coat on, you're going, yeah, no, I want it a bit glossier, or no, I want it more, and you can keep putting it on. But you know, maybe you were making just a little backpack that you want to just be able to wipe clean, or you want to just be shower proof, not 100% waterproof, but you just want to be able to wipe it clean, because you're not sure where, particularly if you're using a light fabric and you don't know whether you'll be able to wash it, it's ideal for that. And it just gives a slight matte finish to it. But then if you want it glossy, you just keep adding, which is lovely. Fantastic product. $14.99. Oh, one more review. Brilliant gel, great idea. I will be using it to make all sorts of waterproof gifts for my family, from Julie in West Yorkshire. I know it is. It's absolutely brilliant. Oh, the 505 is sold out. I was going to do it. Do we have any eau de coat? We do have some left. If it's in your basket, you do need to check it out. I love this stuff. I've used it for bags and beach mats from Jerry and Devon. Beach mats, that's a good idea. Really good for beach bags as well. Even if it's just the bottom section, because you know the bottom of a beach bag, sometimes you'll put like with a canvas or something. So even if you don't want to do the whole thing, just the base. Helen's got a silly idea. Yes, oh yeah, that's a really good idea for the dog toys. You know when you're taking the dog for a walk and you've got all those sort of chewed balls and things. Oh, and they're like slimy. Yeah, so anything, if you've got a bag for dog walking that you put your poo bags in and you put their toys in and stuff, be brilliant. I'll tell you what would be good as well is I've got a fabric mat that I put under the dog bowl for her water and her food. Eau de coat would be brilliant for that. I'm constantly having to put it in the washing machine. I don't know what happens to it. It just gets, I don't know. There's always got, well, I've always managed to spill water on it for a start, and it's always just looks a bit, but really good for pet mats. A little bit of eau de coat. Garden shoes. I wonder if you could eau de coat your trainers. So if you've got canvas shoes, I wonder whether it would work, because then we should have it a go, because especially if you've got white canvas shoes, they get quite dirty. If you put a few eau de coats on, you might be able to wipe them clean. We don't know because we haven't tried it, but if you've tried it, let me know. I'm going to try it. That's a good idea. Things for the garden, like kneeling cushions. You know, I made a garden cushion on Bird of the Month a while ago, and I used waterproof fabric on the bottom, but actually could have just used normal fabric and put some eau de coat on it. Really good for garden things. Picnic blankets. Be brilliant for that. I love eau de coat. I made the most beautiful Moda placemats for when the grandkids visit. Oh, Lee from East Riding. Yeah, because if you want to make waterproof placemats, you are limited to the fabric you can find. But if you want to use Moda, because actually there is, I think there is a fabric brand, I think it's Cloud9, who do a waterproof fabric like this, where it's not thick. Oh, it's not thick oil cloth. It's just slightly coated. But it's really, really expensive. Really expensive, much more than the $14.99 that you're going to put on there. So there's all the information on it. That's all on the Odif website if you want to know. Don't forget to iron to cure your fabric. I have not done that, I will be honest. It seems to work, but I'm going to remember that. It does say with parchment paper that you have to put on top. So I guess that probably means like a greaseproof paper. That's all. Ooh, collage and fabric embellishing. That would be good, wouldn't it? Because actually, that's a good idea. If you coated some fabric, I've only got another good idea, with this, you could then cut it out and it wouldn't fray. So you could then applique that to other things without it fraying. So if you just top stitched it on, then it wouldn't fray because it gives you that extra. Well, it's only because I read on there, it says collage and fabric embellishing. So, wash hands after use, really. But yeah, especially if you put 2 or 3 coats on, you could then cut these out for applique. You'd have a little bit of sheen to them to give it a bit of interest. They'd be slightly thicker, so they would stand proud as well, and they wouldn't fray. Fantastic idea. Right, another great one, freezer paper. Right, we're going to talk price first. Freezer paper. This is what you get. You get 50 square feet. So it's 15 inches wide and 13.33 yards. So it's 4.64 square metres. 12 metres long and 38 centimetres wide. Basically, it's a big roll like that. Big roll. Now, just to show, before I show you what it does, so this is £6.49 for a 12 metre roll. So you've got absolute loads of it. We had a little look because we like to be sure that we are price competitive. This is on that website that you can see at the top. £10. £10. Same thing, same brand. I think I've only ever seen one brand. Reynolds Kitchens plastic coated freezer paper. I love the fact it says on it, great for freezing meat. It's an American product. Great for freezing meat. You think of other things that you could do it for, but yes, well, actually, on the side of it, it does say other things you can do with it as a small thing, and one of them says quilt applique. But mainly, it says wrap and freeze meat. Why meat, of all things? So, anyway, that's the price comparison. So, at that at the website, £10. Ours is $6.49. Now, it does originate from America. It used to have wax, but it doesn't. It has this plastic coating. So, look, one side, plain paper. One side has a slight sheen plastic coating. Now, it is brilliant for freezing things, and I have, because I've got a big roll of it, I have used it for freezing things. Yes, it is really good because it's slightly waxy. If you wanted to freeze like chocolates or things individually, if you're making truffles, or if you're freezing something that you don't want to stick together, you can place them all onto the freezer paper, freeze them, and then take them off and then put them together. So say, that's I guess why they say meat. Say you were freezing chicken breasts. If you laid those separately, they would all freeze individually. You could then take them off and put them into a container and they would freeze separately. So because they peel off. So that is the point. That's why it's called freezer. And I know Hannah's going to go back with it. You can have that little piece there for your chicken breasts. Your salmon. Yeah, so freezing things that you don't want to stick together, absolutely ideal. Because it comes off. It's special, free, paraben free and everything. It's really good for you. But, so it is great. Now, you're going to get 12 metres, so you can afford to have a little bit for your chicken breast and your salmon and whatever else you want to do. But mainly, we use it. We buy it here. We use it for applique. It's brilliant. Now, I'm going to show you why. I'm going to cut a piece off with my scissors. Cut a little piece off. This is another magic product. If it wasn't freezer paper, I would have said it would be made by Odif. Is my iron on? No. That'll be because I unplugged it. Luckily, it didn't take long to plug back in. Where's the ironing board gone? Oh, I'll pinch this one here. Oh, I think Kerry's got it. I think she took all the stuff out with it. Right, large ironing board. I'm back. Back. I mustn't lose this. So I have got some fabric here. Now, if you want to iron it on, now remember there's plasticky stuff on one side. Let's just cut out a little square to start with. There's plasticky stuff on one side and it's plain on the other. I tell you what it's good for as well. It's really good for tracing because you can really see through it. It's quite see-through and it's quite stiff. I have used it before for making templates. Oh, for Lord's sake. You know when you realise you've plugged your iron in but you haven't actually switched it on. Luckily, these little irons heat up really quickly. Put the plastic side down and press it onto your fabric. And once the iron is heated up, it will stick. You have to actually wait for your iron to heat up though. And then it will stick in place. There we go. That would have been funny, wouldn't it? So you can see now, look, it's stuck. Totally stuck. And you think, now why would you want to do that? And peels off really easily and does not leave any mark whatsoever. And you can use it, a third of the stock has gone for people's chicken breasts. You can use it 2 or 3 times and it will still stick and peel off. So it is absolutely brilliant for templates. You can use it for EPP. So you could draw your hexagons on it, because once you've drawn, place the template on it. So maybe if I'm not going to cut out a hexagon, I'm going to cut out a square to start with. And then if I cut out a little piece of fabric. So there's 2 ways that you can do this. If you pretend, you know, it doesn't matter whether you've got what shape, whether it's a square or a hexagon. So 2 ways of doing it. You can either do it shiny side down, and then it will stick on. And then what you can do is fold the edges. You've got that because it's got quite a nice thickness to it. It's thicker than normal paper. It's thicker than greaseproof paper. It is, if you think of like printer paper with a coating on, that is the thickness of it. So it's thicker than tracing paper. So you can now fold the edges over and press those down. So if you were doing EPP, you could then glue or tack them. You will get really nice corners because you've got that lovely edge. So if you're having to make something, maybe you're making something that had to have a really nice edge, even if it was like just a tab on something, you could use the freezer paper to get a neat edge, and then you could take it out and you've got all that folded over beautifully that you wouldn't get other ways. The other way of using it for the same thing is, I'm going to cut another piece. And remember, you can use it several times. Let's get my that's my piece of fabric the same size. I want to waste fabric. Right, let's press that one open. Square it off. Put it the other way up. Shiny side up this time. And then fold the fabric over. Take care. It doesn't stick to your iron too much. It's not awful to press. It's not like pressing vinyl, but just try not to. Press it onto that, and that now sticks on. So if you're doing EPP, you don't need to bother with gluing or tacking because it goes on all the way round. Obviously, you are not going to have any sticking at the corners because you haven't got any paper under there. But if I press that all the way round, that's just enough to hold it down. Then, obviously, same thing, take it out, and you've got a beautifully turned over square. So you can do it either way round depending on how you want to do it. It is fantastic for applique as well. So let me take another square. So let's cut, I'll just do cut. I'm not very good at drawing anyway. I'm going to cut a leaf. You can draw on it if you've got a pencil. You can draw on the papery non-sticky side. So what you can do is, if you want to trace some applique shapes, you can just put the paper on top of the template, and you can see through. Look, if you see on here, you can see the blue lines quite easily of the mat. So you'd be able to see a template, and you can just trace over that. Doesn't trace as well on that shiny side, but you'd need it on the paper side as well. Very easy to see through. So there's my leaf shape. So if I take another piece of fabric, different colour, and then I'm going to press that plasticky shiny side down. You don't need to use steam for this. Then if you cut it, I'm going to add on like about 1/4 inch, doesn't have to be precise, but you know, about 1/4 inch. When you see, if you've ever seen applique that's done by hand, This is perfect. So what you can do now is turn over all the edges. Because you've got that nice stiff edge, it's really easy to be able to turn it over and get that lovely shape. So even if you were going to machine sew these down, it's the best way to get that curved edge, because to be honest, if you had a curved edge that you needed to fold over and under without that solid shape underneath, it's quite difficult. Now sometimes what people do is they do this with a template and then cut the fabric behind to take it out, but you don't have to do that, because I've managed to press that one over. I mean, again, you could do it the other way and have the shiny side upwards, so this is sticking on it, but I don't tend to do that actually. I'm going to fold that over. So now, the bigger seam allowance you've got, the easier it is to turn it over, but then it's not quite as accurate, so you just have to compromise a bit. Ooh. Like that. If you turn it over now and press it, can you see this? Oh yeah. Make sure all the edges are turned under. Take a little bit longer than I am to get it. I'm sort of rushing a little bit to get it nice and neat. But you've got nice smooth edges now that you wouldn't get without the paper. What you do then is you simply take it out. So when you then come to applique your leaf onto a piece of fabric, it's nicely turned over, you've got those nice neat edges, you can just pin that on and you can simply sew it into place. So you just put a couple of pins in. Now to get those nice smooth edges without the freezer paper shape, you just wouldn't get it. And isn't that pretty? I mean, obviously if I spent a bit longer on it, you'd see it, but then you simply, by hand, I won't do that now actually, you just slip stitch it around the edge. If you wanted to do something like applique, like with this one, you could place your freezer paper on top. So you'll need to turn it over to the other side so you get it back to front, and trace around the shape and cut it out. You could then press that to the back of it, cut the fabric out a little bit bigger, and then you'll be able to do it like that. If you're doing things like a Dresden plate where you have a circle in the centre of it, that's absolutely perfect, because you can draw a circle onto your fabric and then you can cut it out, press it to the fabric, do it exactly the same way, then you can applique. So if you want to be able to get perfect shapes, it's also, you can use it for FPP, because a few people have asked me that. It's not as easy to tear away, obviously, as FPP paper, but for bigger template pieces, where if you've got lots of small pieces, don't bother, but if you've got bigger pieces where you want it to stay more permanent, especially when you're joining blocks together in FPP, it's really good for that. So £6.49 for 12 metres. You can use some of it for freezing and some of it for your applique. Look, remember the price comparison. It is £10 elsewhere. It also says on the box that you can keep your house mess-free, line shelves, drawers and counters to protect worse surfaces. Yeah, so you could use this on the surface for Eau-de coating. But it is amazing how it is like a plasticky thing. It also says, feed your creative spirit, use for sketching, drawing and painting or making banners. Well, I guess if you were using it with quilting. But it is, I've got a big roll of it, and there's always a time I think, nah, that's the only thing that I can use for it, because I can peel it off. It doesn't mark the fabric either, and you can use the same piece several times. So if you're doing a lot of applique, you know those beautiful appliqued quilt blocks that you see, they're absolutely gorgeous, and they've got lots of twisting, twining stems. To be able to get that look and these beautiful leaves, really freezer paper is the only thing. There we go. If you've got any questions about freezer paper, do ask. Message in studio@sewingstreet.com. Bit of a fan of it, so hopefully I can help. Oh yes, let's do roll and press. Just while I move the iron out of the way. Roll in, roll in, roll in. So the roll and press is what Kerry was using earlier. That is really good. Oh, I'll get my fabric back. Really good for pressing seams open or creases and things when you don't want to or can't be bothered to use your iron. so you know when it says fold it in half and you just want to find the centre, just press that, and then when you open it, look, there's a nice little crease. I mean, look at the crease that it does produce. So if you wanted to press something, I mean, it's amazing actually. It's clover, it's beautifully ergonomic, it's really easy to hold, it's very, very solid wheel. You just apply a bit of pressure. When I saw it initially, I thought, $15.99 for that. That's a bit, but honestly, they're brilliant. So I haven't had to use the iron because I might want to do it while I'm at the machine, or I don't want to press it. Maybe it's something that's on the bias and you don't want to press your fabric when it's on the bias because it starts stretching it. Or if it's vinyl or PU or it's a lightweight fabric. So I've done that, and I look at the crease that I've got with that. Turn it over. That's like you've ironed it. So when you're using other fabrics, so this is what it comes in, you get it in the nice packaging. Really good for pressing seams open as well. But when you've got it, it is great. But for pressing seams open, that's really good. So, I mean, if you're doing something, maybe you're making a bag and you've got cotton fabric on the top section and maybe some PU or some cork or oilcloth on the bottom, and you think, well, I need to press the seam open, but I can't do it because I can't use it with my iron. This is ideal. Or if you just want to have it next to your sewing machine. So you want to just quickly press the seam open so you can then put the seams together, and you don't want to have to keep getting up to the iron. Ideal. It's just a wonderful little gadget. Very nice, lovely, lovely little gadget. But look at the crease in that, just from that. It shows you how good it is. It does the job well. And I've had one for quite a while, so because I've tried them out. They are really good, and we have a lot of our guest designers who come on air who go, I need the roll and press, because they just wait. You might have looked at them and thought, why would I need one? Why would I pay all of that? But it is great when you just need, rather than marking the centre with a pin, fold it in half, quick little roll, there's your centre mark. Lovely. Right, the bobbin winder, I don't know whether you've seen this. We had this, we actually had this on birthday. It comes with a free pattern, Simplicity pattern. Now the bobbin winder is brilliant. Oh, we've got a new one here. Yeah, these are supposed to be random patterns. Did you say you've got one? Yeah. Oh, Hannah's got one, rather than me open that box. But the only one I've seen has been the apron pattern. But they are Simplicity patterns. Thank you very much. And the box. So it looks like a little suitcase. Little handle. There we go. Open it up. And it is a battery operated bobbin winder. So you put your thread on the spool, you put the thread through here, round, onto the bobbin, and then I have to pull the battery tab out to be allowed to use it. You just press the button and it winds up your bobbins. And a lot of people have messaged. Now, we got these in stock because Alison Marion has had one for years, she says. I've never seen them before. And when you want to wind up bobbins in advance, or if you run out in your machine, you don't want to rethread your machine, she said she often sits there of an evening and winds up a few ready. It's absolutely brilliant. And a lot of people have said it actually winds up your bobbins tighter than on your machine, so you get a nicer finish with it. Or if you just want to wind up a little bit, so rather than unthreading your machine, really useful little gadget to have where you can just get more. And it does work. It works absolutely brilliantly. She reckoned that she'd had hers for about 3 years and had never changed the batteries. So the batteries all in the bottom, just 2 AA's, nothing special. And it's lovely. Comes with full of instructions, exactly how to use it. It's made by Simplicity. And it's lovely. I like the fact it's like a little suitcase as well. And it comes with a free pattern. So it is supposed to be at random, and I've only seen it with the apron pattern. But it is so far. But it is a Simplicity pattern. That's what it will come with. But lovely little thing, really nice gift. Nice little gift for somebody, you know, who you think, you know, if somebody gave you a bobbin winder, I love that. And comes in a little box as well. And on here as well, you can then store some of your bobbins. So here, those 2 are for storing. So the thread spool sits there, goes through there, round there. The bobbin sits on there. You close it down, press the button, wind it up, and then you can store pre-wound bobbins on that one as well. Brilliant. So if you hate running out of thread, get all your bobbins wound, or if you don't want to unthread your machine, you can just pop them on your bobbin winder. Right. Clips, clips. Oh, we've got a packet now. Ooh. These are fab. Don't we love the little clips? Well, if you love the little clips, you are going to adore the big clips. 20 of them, but in 5 different colours. These, see, now these have got, they're bigger, obviously. So they've got a wider throat space. I'm going to show you. So this is a mini clip. Oh, that's a funny shaped mini clip. Where's the normal ones? There we go. That's the mini clip. So that will open. Shall I put it down? Might be easier. That will open that much. Now this is a big clip, so you've got a lot. You've got a. It's, you just see the size difference. If I put them next to each other like that, so it opens up wider. That throat space is bigger from there to there compared to that one. So you can get it. You can clip it deeper. If I clip it onto here, look, that's how far you can clip with the big one, and that's how far you can clip with the little one. So they work just as clippy and just as well as the small ones, but if you want to clip more layers, you will get more in here than if you want to do that one, which you can't get. You see, I can't get that around my finger, but that one I can. So they are brilliant. They're a really good addition. They are lovely. I mean, fabric clips are fantastic because they're great for not marking fabrics. They're when you can't pin, because you don't want to mark them like any non-woven, like PUs, oilcloths, vinyls, cork. They're really good for very lightweight fabrics that might mark, or fabrics like velvet that have a pile to them. But they're also good for very thick fabrics that you just can't pin together. So maybe you're hemming curtains or hemming jeans or seams. Well, you end up with, if you turn them over double, you end up with about 6 layers of fabric. Ideal for that. But these, because they're bigger, they've got the deeper throat and they will open further. They're fantastic. Only £12.99, pack of 20. Just got them back in stock. If you compare those, if you have a look around at other branded clips, which I will be honest, these are just as good as. I do own those branded clips, and I also own these, and they are exactly the same. This is a fantastic price, £12.99 for 20 of them. And they come in a resealable plastic wallet, which is quite useful. There we go. The pokey tool. Do you mean the stiletto? The pokey tool. It's called the pokey tool, but it's not. It's the precision. Do we have a precision stiletto? Can I open that one? I'm going to take it out. We probably did have one. I probably tidied it away. So this is really good for holding things in place, but it's heat resistant, so you can use your iron as well. So look, if you look on the, let me show you on the picture because it's probably easier to see on this picture. It's got a rubbery bit on one end and a sharp, well it's not sharp, but a pointed bit on that end. So if you're folding fabric over and you want to hold it down, it's much easier actually. Do you know what? I'm just going to take it out. Seeing as I've already got my iron out. So, got a piece of fabric and you want to hold the edge down. Maybe you're coming to a corner and you want to iron it. Now, you've got your fingers and you've got your iron and you need to get around that corner. You can use either end. So say we want to use this end. Look, you can hold it beautifully flat. You can press up to it, won't melt. And you can turn around the corner. So now you want to do the other corner, but you need to hold it and try and press it at the same time, but you can just hold it with this. Beautiful precision as well. So if you want to be able to not have to use your fingers and you can iron up to it. This section as well, you can do exactly the same with that section. It won't melt. You can do the same with that one. That's ideal for when you're sewing seams through your machine and you need to hold that seam allowance open or flat or to one side or whatever, and you can press it down with that. It's also a really good point turner. So when you're turning things right sides out and you want to get into that point without using something sharp that will go through the fabric, it's brilliant for that. Don't forget your Odie coat though. For the end, after my sewing tool hour, do not forget your Odie coat because it is brilliant. We have sold absolutely loads of them. We still have a few left though. The Odie coat. Odie coat makes your fabric into an oilcloth. 1 coat makes it water resistant. 2, 3 make it waterproof. Brilliant for linings, pockets, placemats, bags, pet bags, pet covers, all sorts of things. But basically you can spread it onto normal cotton fabric and it becomes waterproof or water resistant depending on how many layers you put on. You can spread it on fabric before you sew with it or after it's made, up to you. It's very, very versatile. Can you iron it afterwards? Yes, you can. And it can go in the washing machine, but it does say on here that before you put it in the washing machine, put some parchment paper over, so like a greaseproof paper on top, and then iron it, and then put it in the washing machine, and then it's fine. I think that ironing thing sets it before you put it in the machine. And then afterwards, yes, you can. Fantastic. So do check out on that one. Right, thank you for joining me for this hour. I will be back with you in a few minutes' time. Kerry is back with me with this beautiful quilt kit and this gorgeous pleated cushion kit, and the egg is back in stock. So I will see you back here in just a couple of minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. We've got Kerry back and we've got the egg. Very exciting because we had it last week and it sold out. Here is the egg. This is the centrepiece of your Easter decoration. All you have to do is wander into the woods, pick a willow branch, pussy willow, put it in a jug.
You're making this sound like I need to do it. It sounds wonderful.
Do you remember when you were in primary school and you went and those pussy willows, catkins? Hang this on it. Well, over half of these is gone. This is the beautiful egg. Kerry was in last week. Hundreds. 8th of Feb. That was not last week. That was a month ago.
Like it was last week.
It felt like last week. No, that was a month ago. We sold hundreds, so we have got a few left. Now, this is the kit. Right, just a handful. So in the kit, obviously, you get Kerry's amazing instructions that tell you exactly how to make your little egg. It's all in there. You get an egg. This has been laid by the polystyrene bird that lives in the polystyrene forest. It's so cute. Look. Next to the willow, of course. And luckily, doesn't break.
There we go.
So, polystyrene bouncing egg. Would be annoying if it broke, wouldn't it? Yes. Everyone used to blow those eggs for Easter and then they'd break.
Oh gosh, yeah.
Horrible.
That could be our egg decoration for school, couldn't it? We always have to decorate an egg.
Yes, you do.
That could be our egg decoration.
There's your egg. Then you get... The egg does roll off the table.
It just rolls.
Then you get all of these pieces of fabric. So how much fabric do you get in here?
I actually don't know. I actually don't know.
Enough.
But there is enough to do the egg.
Enough, because all these fabric, it's all little pleated triangles that are just pinned in. Oh yeah, there you go. That's what it looks like. You get ribbon roses, and you get all the pins, because they are little pins. They're special pins. They're not any old pins. They're special pins, and they are used for pinning it all in. It's a nice thing. Have you ever done these with children?
I haven't actually made them. I've made them with my own children, but I haven't actually done this project with children. I've done the balls, which are a similar sort of thing.
So that'd be a nice thing to do.
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And the feedback sometimes is because of the quantity of pins that you're going to put into the polystyrene, a thimble works really well for them as well.
Right, okie dokie. But there we go. Now, we have brought them back by popular demand. $11.99 for the kit. And obviously, once you've got the instructions in the kit, you can then make it again. You obviously will need another polystyrene egg and some more fabric. Ah, there are only 10 left. The egg may have to go back in the box. There are only 10 remaining. But we do have, let me keep him out. If you've got your own eggs and your own fabric, we do have instructions on their own for $6.99 for how to make your patchwork Easter egg wall hanging decoration. Yes. There we go. Oh. $6.99 if you want the instructions on your own. If you want the full kit, there are only 10 left. We have also got, so say you would like to make the egg and you would like some Liberty scrap bag. So this is Kerry's own Liberty scrap. You get 3 pieces that weigh 50 grams in total in here £8.99. They will be 3 different pieces, but they won't all be exactly the same colours as
There'll
this.
be a mixture, yeah.
Okay, mix. How big are the pieces? Approx?
18.5 by 7.5 approximately.
Oh, approximately.
Yeah.
When we start
might
going,
be a little bit bigger.
When we start going half, that's not very approx, is it? So about 7.5 by 8.5. This is Liberty quilting weight fabric. This is not your Liberty lawn, it's your Liberty and quilty weight fabric. So that's £8.99. Liberty egg.
I made John Scott a little egg. I should have done it in Liberty.
Yeah, that would have been
Yeah,
nice.
I made him an egg last time I was in. I think I should have made it in the Liberty now, because John does love his Liberty.
He does, doesn't he? Now, you don't know which Liberties you'll get, but they will all be different, and you will get 3 pieces. £8.99 for the Liberty scrap bag. And now, if you're using the scrap bag, we've got 2 very quick. We're just going to do these, because I was supposed to do them in last hour, but because I was talking about freezer paper for so long, we sort of ran out of time. We have the coin purse frames. Now, these are brilliant because in here, you've got the metal frame. You've got the little piece of string that goes inside. And you've got full instructions of how to make them. So you could use the Liberty scraps to make a little patchwork purse.
Oh, nice.
So there's the metal frame that opens it all up. And then this piece of string is what you push inside the frame, and you put the fabric inside, then the string, and glue it. That's what holds it in. It's the string that keeps it in. And in here are full instructions of exactly how to do it. So I'm thinking Liberty purse with Liberty scrap bag. So if you bought the scrap bag, £8.99. You bought the purse, £12.99. So at just over £20, you could buy a Liberty, you could make a Liberty purse, and that is not what they sell Liberty purses for. No, Liberty
and
purses.
you get the enjoyment of making it yourself.
And you get the enjoyment of making yourself. And also, you can make it as long as you want. And the good thing about these little frames is you can use them for glasses cases, so they don't have to be little ones like on the picture. They don't have to be this. You can make them extra long. And then you've got a long glasses case or sunglasses case with Liberty if you want. Now, we've also got the purse in a different size. So if you want to make either a mini, like, clutch bag, you could do it for that. Or you can make it as a bigger purse. It's up to you. Look here, so sweet. That's like a mini clutch bag. You could use whatever you could use your Odie coat that you bought in the last hour to make it a waterproof mini purse clutch bag.
I love the little bags. They're lovely, aren't
They're
they?
so cute because they're photo,
beautiful.
they look quite big.
Yeah.
But when you realise that's the clasp, that's so sweet. And full instructions. So it's like a purse, but it's a handbag purse.
Yeah, beautiful.
Absolutely gorgeous. Finished size 5.5 by 4.5 inches. But don't they look like handbags? Just mini ones. And you get the string as well. Anyway, and you can use your Liberty scraps for those. Bargain. Right, let's do kits. So let's start with the quilt. Now, the Summer Breeze quilt, Kerry has created 2 kits for. Now, I wanted to show you. So if you would like to buy this kit for somebody as a gift, I always want to know what it's going to look like when it arrives. So it comes in this paper envelope. And then when you open it up, sorry, I've got PI. When you open it up, this is what it comes like. There's the pattern on the outside, and then it's all beautifully wrapped in tissue paper with a sticker. So this is why I'm saying this is if you wanted to give it as a gift, this is a lovely gift because it's already wrapped up for you. And this is to make a whole quilt wrapped in Easter coloured wrapping paper. So you have got in this kit everything for the front of the quilt.
And the binding.
And the binding. You need to provide your own backing and wadding. What is the size of the finished quilt?
51 by 51 finish.
51 by 51. So brilliant for a lap quilt or a cot quilt or a mat or wall hanging.
A very big wall hanging. It would be a lovely wall hanging.
So there it is
Nice and
behind
summery.
Kerry. It looks all spring and Eastery like you. You look all spring and Eastery today.
Oh, you're so lovely today.
So you get all the white fabric.
So you get 2 metres of the white
2
on white.
metres.
So you've got a nice little design on there.
Oh, it's got, yes, not plain. It's got a print on it.
So you get the 2 metres of the
Right.
white on white, which is an
Lovely.
extra wide fabric.
Okay.
You get 1/2 metre of the yellow fabric. That's 44 inch wide, so that's for your sashing and the little squares.
Okay.
And then you get a 1/4 metre of each of the two liberties there.
Wow. In this love, I love the print. Beautiful. Less than £60. Oh, and instructions, very useful. Instructions too. So for less than £60, you can make yourself a Liberty quilt. See, now actually in that photo you could see the white on white print.
Yes,
it was nice and close, you can see the print there. And all the instructions that you need to make the Summer Breeze quilt. It's beautiful, isn't it? So what was your inspiration behind this one?
I just am loving that. I think the lilacs are going really well, so it was actually those fabrics that gave me the inspiration to do it. But also I quite like a lot of the projects that we create are really easy to put together, so it is a nice easy quilt, perfect for beginners as well. And it was just quite nice. I'm getting ready for picnics and sunshine, and so we've just injected those colours into the quilt as well.
Is it easy?
Very easy indeed, and I'm actually going to show you in the demo this morning just how easy it is. So you're not cutting those little squares, you're actually cutting these as long strips of fabrics, the full length, the full 44 inch length, sewing those together as your strips, and then
so it would be good for a beginner then?
Perfect for a beginner.
So, or when you need a quick gift, if you think I need to make a quick quilt for Easter or Mother's Day, you want to do something quite quickly, at £59.99, that's a really good price for a Liberty quilt. Right, let me show you the other kit contents, because it is available in another colourway. So this is the colourway that's hanging behind Kerry, but if you want to, the one that she's going to be demonstrating with, let's open up my envelope. This one comes wrapped in yellow tissue paper. So again, full instructions. Beautifully wrapped. We have, ooh, I like this colourway. So again, you get your 2 meters of fabric that's used for the front of the quilt, and it is white on white. That's not a plain white. You get that lovely, it's like clouds.
Like a marble, isn't it? A nice
marble. A marble, cloudy blue. Then you get your 2 pieces of Liberty fabric, very pretty. Now, Kerry's going to be demonstrating with this one, so you'll be able to see what they look like, but aren't they lovely? So you just have to choose whether you want that sort of very fresh, springy purple and yellow, or these lovely shades of blue. Exactly the same, £59.99. Full instructions are in it, and it comes beautifully wrapped as well if you want to give it the whole kit as a gift. But very achievable for beginners. If you're thinking, I want to make a quilt, I want to get one ready for Mother's Day or for Easter, it's ideal. And it's, you know, it's a really decent sized quilt. At that price point for a Liberty fabric is very good. So shall I just run through the other kits? Okay, so we've also got another design. Oh yes, sorry. Also, if you want the pattern on its own, without the fabric, we have got that for £9.99. So if you want just the pattern, that gives you, I mean, exactly the same as what you get in the kits, but £9.99 for just the pattern on its own. Right, the next kit that we're going to do is the cushion, the pleated cushion. Right, so the one that's in the sample. So tell me about the cushion then.
So this, again, nice project to use either your design rolls. Now in your kit you're going to receive the fabric which you will need to cut into your strips. But again, a nice easy project. We've actually bought this project to you several times with different colour fabrics. So these are nice spring fabrics, and then we've got a really... so these are Riley Blake. You've got a mixture of the pinks, yellows in there with the Riley Blake springtime colours, which I just absolutely love. And then the one that I'm going to be demoing within a little while is a Liberty, and a really vibrant...
I do like the way you always use nice designer fabrics as well.
Yeah, I do love them. I absolutely love them. So a nice easy project. We have got a full tutorial, so if you don't get a chance to do all of the tutorial, there is one over on our blog, how to make this start to finish.
Fantastic. So this has got Riley Blake fabric in it. This is the one that was in the sample. Beautiful, love this.
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's like a watercolour flower garden. And then you get the pink and the yellow and then the white, and then there's enough fabric for the back as well.
Yes, that's
all there. Everything that you need, bar the thread and the sewing machine and the time. that you're going to provide.
Yeah, that's a whole different thing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Sorry, the time does not come in there.
Just
you have to
fit it
provide
into
your
your
own
spare
time.
hours in the day.
So that's the pretty pleated cushion, and you get full instructions. So that's that kit. And then the final colourway that Kerry's going to be demonstrating now. This is the one that Hannah likes. So this one is Liberty. Ooh, wow.
It's very wow, isn't it? Love
That's
it.
hot summer pink, isn't it?
Wow, I just love these.
Gorgeous. I love, so these are your two Liberties. I love that one. And then that one's got beautiful colours. So you've picked out the colours in here for the plain ones. So you've got a plain orange, a beautiful, look at the mottled pink, goes really well with this. And then the orange and then the pink. Is the pink for the back?
So the pink is actually a polycotton, and that is actually the base that we use to sew the strips to.
Oh,
so you
okay.
don't see that one.
That one there.
The rest of the fabric in there is 100% cotton, and
okay.
we've got the orange for the envelope backs.
Right. So that is beautiful. This, Kerry's going to be demonstrating with this, so you'll be able to see this one in action. That's $24.99. If that's Hannah's favourite. If you want the pattern just on its own, that one must go in there. There we go. There's the pattern just on its own for $9.99. So we're going to start off with the quilt.
That's right.
In the
when
other
you said the
colourway.
cushion, just I thought
We're going to start with the cushion.
Are we going cushion or quilt?
No, we're going to go quilt. We're going quilt.
So in your kit, this is the second option that Rebecca showed you. We've got that lovely blue marble, and then we've got the two Liberty fabrics in here. So a really, really super easy block to put together, actually. So I thought it would be good to show you just how you cut this to get the most from the fabric that's in your kit, and also to show you how easy it is to make up that block. Now, if you've seen our patterns, we do like nice, easy projects to come. So what I've actually done here, this is 44 inches wide. So I've folded this in half and in half again. So we've got 4 layers of fabric there. Just run your hands over the top of these and just make sure that there are no folds in the fabric, and I'm slightly overhanging that raw edge. It has been cut with a rotary cutter, but it's always worth just tidying that up a little bit because of the way you folded it. So I'm really only going to trim just a slither off there, maybe less than 1/4 inch actually. Just
Well, it's
to give
good
that
practice, isn't it?
Oh gosh, yeah,
We'll
absolutely.
start with a straight edge.
Absolutely. So we'll just take that across, and then what we're doing, if you have a little look in your pattern booklet, now what we've done for the pattern booklet is we've actually broken each step down into diagrams. So our usual patterns, we take a step-by-step instruction, but for the quilt and the block, we've done this as a diagram just to make it easy with those lovely vibrant colours. So you've got your cutting guide on the first page there. So from the blue, I am just going to make one of these blocks up. I'm just simply going to follow those instructions. So for the blue here, it's actually marked up yellow in the instruction booklet. I'm going to cut 3 2.5 inch strips by the full length. You will have a little bit left over to pop into your stash. So I've got 3 strips there. And then from each of the fabrics, now if you have a little
nice
look...
to have a bit left over as well, though, isn't
yeah,
it?
yeah. Nice fabric coloured buttons, aren't they, to pop into your stash. If you have a little look, actually, you've got 2 different ways. So we'll start with this one, actually. We'll start here. So for the A, I'm going to use the busier print of the Liberty. So the ones with the larger flowers. That's going to be my A piece, and I need to cut 2 there. It is written in the instructions, but you can see here from the diagram. And then from the pink, which is C, I'm going to cut this from this lovely ditzy print there. So same method, folding that in half and in half again. So we're cutting through 4 layers. Just trimming that down to get a nice straight edge. And I need 2 strips from this one.
Just so you do get quite a bit left over then.
You get lots, yeah. So actually from the other block for this one, so if I just show you so you can actually see what's left over. For the first ones, we've got 2 strips in there. And for the second one, we've got 1 strip. So I'll
Okay.
cut that down just so you can see what's actually left over for your stash, because it's always quite nice to see, isn't it?
Well, it also means, if you know, sometimes you cut a 2-inch strip and you realise it was a 1.5 and you're not really
Well,
sure
yes.
how that happened. There is a little bit of wiggle room.
And not just that, you know, you might want to use your leftover fabric if on your binding as an alternative to the white. So there is the option there. There should be plenty of those left. So from this little ditzy print one, we're going to cut 1 strip. So same method, lining that up on the cutting mat there, making sure that's nice and straight, straightening that up, and then this time we need 1 strip. So we will use a little bit more when we're making the second one. Now again, just looking at your diagram there, what we're going to do is pop those out in the order. Let's get it to the right page. So we do A, let's just move that mat. So we've got our A strip and the B, which is our blue.
It looks nicer when it's cut up, doesn't it, bizarrely?
They're just such wonderful fabrics, actually.
A lot of people are commenting on how much they love this.
Oh, that's
and
lovely,
the blue.
thank you.
But it does sometimes, when you cut fabric into strips, it just looks
It does, and I think sometimes just the 2.5-inch strip, whatever project you're doing, is a nice way to showcase that lovely print, isn't it? So we're having A, then our B pieces are our blue pieces in this one, yellow in the pattern booklet, and the same on the edge there. So we're going to sew those all together in a row, and that's actually going to create our block, which we'll cut down to 10 inches in just a little while.
Right, okay.
So I'll go ahead and just sew those together. Now you can pin these if you want to.
Or just not bother.
Or just not bother.
Well, I guess it's as long as you keep your raw edges matched up.
Yeah,
you know,
as long as
really
they're
matter.
marrying up. And, you know, if you're doing this for the first time, then clip or pin them.
But this is quite easy so far. So we cut strips and now we're sewing them together. It's good practice.
Absolutely.
For if you start off nice and slow, it's quite good practice to be able to do that.
And both of these projects that we've got today have got your 2.5-inch strips in as well. So sometimes it's just quite nice to have ideas of how to use and get the most out of your fabric, isn't it?
Well, yes. If you've got once you've got the instructions, you can then use your kit to make this one, and then you can use other fabrics to make your own. And there is some left over here as well.
And there's some left over.
You can make another one, or you can make a bigger one,
or a matching cushion.
Yes, that's true.
So opening this up, we will press those in a minute. We're just going to pop that second strip on. So if I just bring these back on so you can see, I'm just bringing the C piece, which is that beautiful ditzy there. I think this needs to be in a dress as well, doesn't it? It's a lovely print for a dress. And pattern facing, we're going to sew along that strip there as well.
So you always put the sort of the plainer fabric between them.
Yeah. And in the, as you can see behind me, in the other option, the lilac option there, or the purple option, it's got that yellow in there to really make it pop.
So the kit that's on screen at the moment is the one that Kerry is working with, the Summer Breeze Quit Liberty Blue. That's the one that's the code that's on screen at the moment, $59.99. The one that is hanging up behind Kerry, which is the purpley one, the purpley yellow one. In that kit, you get the purple Liberty fabric. Oh, there it is. You get the larger print. You get the smaller print. You get the glorious yellow that's really picked out in both of these prints, and then you get the 2 meters of white, and that's not just a plain white, that's a white on white. There's a print in that. When it's opened up and you see it made, you can see the print on it, and you get the full instructions. So that's the purple one. That's the one that's hung up behind Kay. So you just need to choose which of those you want. While Kerry sews all of her strips together
and loses the thread.
Got it?
I've got it.
I know, sometimes I sew a bit fast and I sort of like
get carried away,
pull it out, and then I don't leave enough on the outside.
I think that's what I keep doing.
Although I think with the thread cutter it's better because it kind of leaves you a bit, doesn't it?
Well, I think that's the mistake I made, just I forgot to press the thread cutter.
No. But when it doesn't, you don't always pull enough out.
So all the time just making sure those raw edges are marrying up.
Okay.
Of course you can pin or clip as well.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't matter so much with the strips.
With the strips.
I can never decide whether with strips, whether I want to pin them so I can sort of sew a bit faster, but then I have to stop and take the pins out.
That's true, that's right.
Because otherwise, well, if you've pinned it in advance, you don't have to keep matching up the edges, but you do have to stop and take the pins out.
That's it.
So I can never quite decide which is the best route to take.
I went for no pins today.
Okay, the no pin option. I think we all have different things, don't we, whether we're a pinner or not. I think I'm a bit of an over-pinner.
To be honest, I normally tend to pin.
Yeah, I'm a bit of an over-pinner.
Yeah, I have to say.
But I made something recently with lots of strips. What was that?
I just think, you know, even if you're turning it into a nice tote bag or something, it's just nice, a nice way. My thing is I can never decide which my favourite fabric is, so I'm always looking for ways to showcase as many fabrics as possible.
Oh, okay.
And that's why I really like working with 2.5
Oh, I know.
inch strips.
I was working with the batik barley pops. And they're all 2.5 inch strips. So I was sewing lots of strips together and I didn't bother pinning them, which I did feel was a bit odd because I normally would. But I was joining them together to make like the a bag. And then you just have to...
For yourself or as a gift?
No, it was for him because I had the barley pops on Monday in the birth last week.
Oh, lovely.
And so I wanted to make a colour project to see what you could do with a whole barley pop. Managed to make a whole quilt. And I made a very nice summer bag because there was one that had turquoise in it as well as sandy colours. So you could graduate it to look like the sea.
I'm really drawn to that colour at the moment as well. It's funny, isn't it? The weather makes us drawn to different colours, and I'm drawn to lots of lemons and oranges and pinks and bright colours, really.
I know, but when it's sort of all cold and wintry, you sort of retreat, don't you? But this morning it smelled like spring. It was quite early, but I walked into the car park and I thought, actually, it smells like...
We're getting
there, that smell in the air.
Yeah.
Is it warm earth? I don't know what it was, but I thought, I can smell spring.
It's definitely not warmer. I'm wearing a dress and I can tell you
no,
it's not warm.
warm, but maybe the earth... I don't know, but you could...
I'm ready. I'm always ready for sunshine. But last time we were saying, wasn't we had our woolly tights on. We didn't quite need those this morning. So I've sewn those 2 strips together along that full length there. When you do the second one, so this one, as you can see, your first option, if I just flick this over.
Very clear instructions.
Nice and easy to sew those rows together in the same order that's shown here.
Because you've got pictures and words. I like pictures and words.
Nice and vibrant as well. And then the second block, so there's actually 2 different blocks in the quilt.
Okay.
You're having more of the B, so more of the sort of mottled blue or yellow, dependent upon which kit you've gone for, and less of the patterned fabric in there. So there's actually two different blocks that we're creating, sewing these together. So I'll just give these a little press. So I'm going to press the seams just towards the darkest fabric. On this one there isn't particularly a darker fabric, so I'll just go ahead and press those seams nice and flat all along.
So you always press them to one side?
Yeah, for this particular one, yes. Okay. It's not, you're not locking many of the seams into, like some of the blocks you'll need to lock those together, but this one, because we turn and pivot the block.
Okay, nice. So you haven't got all that seam matching.
So you haven't got all the seam matching in here, just your 2 raw edges.
Which is always a pleasure.
Yes.
Oh, is the blue the most popular? By far. Blue is most popular.
And the Amelia cushion, the purple was the more popular this morning,
and in the cushion, the purple was the most popular. Pardon? In the blue one. Yes, let's see the gorgeous fabrics in the blue bundle. So you get this beautiful, move that one out of the way, beautiful Liberty. It's lovely, isn't it? It's so fresh and spring. It's got cornflowers in it. Gorgeous. Then you get this other Liberty fabric, which is just a tiny print. But don't they look beautiful? Really, in fact, this tiny print really makes the purples in that one really pop. And then the third fabric you get to go in, it's like a marbled blue. It's like the sky with clouds. Really, really pretty. And then the background to all of that is the white, but it has a print on it. It's a white and white on print. It's not just a plain white. So that's the one in the bundle that Kerry's working with. The code is up there on the screen. Got it. Well done if you've got yours. Right, of this kit here, there are only 14 of this kit remaining and 6 of you have it in baskets. So if you want this one, you need to get it in your basket. You need to check out or you will miss out and that will be a very sad thing. So what are we doing now, Kerry?
All I'm going to do, I'm not going to sew the full length just because of time. Just so I can show you how we rotate the blocks. I'm going to sew halfway down on this one.
But with yours, you would sew the full...
Sew the full length, yeah.
Okay.
Just so you can see how those blocks look when we pop them together. I mean, you can see it in the quilt, but sometimes it's just nicer to see.
So you're only sewing 2 sets of strips?
2 sets of strips for this.
Oh, okay.
2 sets of strips.
It is quick.
So 2 sets of strips, and then from your white on white, you're cutting, to begin with, those down into 10.5 inches. So these blocks end up 10.5 inches.
Question. Lovely colours and so enjoying you ladies together. Is it possible to make the quilt bigger, as there appears to be enough left over to do that?
If you wanted to make it a little bit bigger, you're going to have, just to keep, just for your own peace of mind, you'll have 2.5 inches left of the smaller ditzy and 2.5 inches approximately of your patterned one. So you could, but the problem is if you were to do that, you actually need 3 of the patterned to make the block.
Oh, I see what you mean. So what you could do is use some of your own fabric.
Yeah, and inject maybe another colour in
put another
there.
colour in.
Yeah. So although you've got those 2.5 inch strips, it's not quite enough to make another row.
Right.
Another block, if you like. Am I missing one there? Let me just double check that one.
But if you used a bit of your own, so now there would be enough for you to make like a cushion.
You could make a cushion, definitely. There'd be plenty in there to make a cushion.
Or you could put a block on the back of the quilt. But if you wanted to make it bigger, you could just put another colour in.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they all join up, is it? So if you had another colour in there, that would be fine.
I think it'd be nice to use the extra on the binding.
Yes. So join it all together.
So if you really want to get the most out of your quilt, use the extra that's left in the binding, because you are left with a little extra. Just put that last one.
Right, there are only 13 of this one left, but 7 in baskets. 8.
So I'll just quickly press this, just so you can see the difference with these. We should have just gone enough over there.
So basically, you are going to need to check out. You do. Or we're going to miss out. Really pretty.
Really nice and easy as well. We like easy.
I know. Well, also, if you haven't done strip piecing and you haven't done sub-cutting, this is a really good way to learn, isn't it? Because it's those terms. It's a bit like, oh yeah, 505, just spray it with a bit of 505. Oh yeah, I like to use the H640. And you think, what are you talking about?
What does it all mean?
What are you talking about? And I'll just sub-cut the strip piece. But if you haven't done that, and it's really simple, strip piecing is just sewing together strips. And sub-cutting is cutting things that are already sewn together into smaller pieces and then sewing them back together.
That's it. So they're 10.5 inches. So what we're going to do here is to just place the ruler on top and cut down to 10.5 inches. And what you'll do is you'll cut the whole width of these. So you'll continue to cut across on 10.5 inches for your quilt kits there. Then the next thing that we're going to do is to bring the white into here. And as you can see, onto, oh sorry, the subcutting, I've missed a little part out. Completely missed a part out. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're actually going to cut those down to 2.5 inches. My apologies.
That's all right.
Thinking that's definitely not what I did.
Oh,
there
but I
we
would
go.
see the problem is I was talking to you about sub-cutting. And when you talk...
I got ahead of myself. So we're then cutting that whole strip into 2.5 inches.
So the rotary cutter that Kerry's using is the Alpha 45mm rotary cutter. That's the one she's using at the moment.
There we go.
Can be left or right-handed, which is quite useful.
Now to make the other block, so we've got that opposite colour as well. There we go. So if you have a little look, if I pop these side by side, you can see. So you've got,
oh, yes.
so how it alternates itself. So placing these on top, again, just trimming off that raw edge. Now you will sew and cut the whole width of these. I'm only cutting just a few of these, and 2.5 inches. So 1, 2. Now I've already gone ahead and cut the white down. So the white has been cut into 10.5 inches. And if I just bring the next block, these are your D pieces that I show you here in the step-by-step instructions. Let me just bring those on. So you're doing a D piece, and then you're bringing the piece on top. So our first one is that piece here where we've got the 2 bolder colours on either end. Place these alongside each other.
Because you colour-coded it all, so it all makes sense.
So if I pop this out, then another white piece. It's actually cream in my pattern booklet there. And then if you have a little look at the diagram, your B piece here is opposite. So if I just pop that at the side, you can see that there.
Yeah.
And then to finish this off, we've got another white on white there on the bottom. So we'll sew these together, and we simply do that. 16 of those is what we actually use on here. And then moving on to step 6, we're simply popping. So we sew all of these together, and then we're simply rotating the way that they go. But it's,
well, you
in
can
fact,
see on the quilt behind you how that's worked.
and it's all the same block as well.
Yes.
So I'll sew one of those together, just finish that off. So just bringing these along. Now for this particular piece, you might find it a lot easier if you do pin these together, just to keep those nice and straight. There we go. I'll do 2 at a time. So just placing these on top. Give that a little better press in a moment. So we'll sew those together to begin with. Again, using just your 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Okay. And I guess you could just chain, you could do this with all of them, just keep chain
Yeah,
piecing.
that's exactly what I did using chain piecing. Yeah, it keeps it nice.
Just to make it, once you've made one block as well,
you're just repeating
you know what
that.
you're doing, and then you can just do it quite quickly.
Exactly. So we've got the 2 strips here. We will press these in just a moment, but just place them out and just check that that's back in the same block position. And then we've simply got, I've turned it around, but we'll leave that as it is. Let me just double check actually. Yeah, that's it. So we're now going to bring the white on top and bring these 2 pieces together.
Okay, and then that makes one.
And that makes one of the blocks.
Okay.
And you can see by doing this as a little bit of a production line, as I talked you through in the pattern, it certainly makes it much easier. Now, to stop yourself getting confused about the strips, what I would do is just keep 3 piles of the strips. So one of your first block that we did with the darker colours on the edge, one of your white, and then the other one as well. So you're alternating, bringing those together.
And then you can do it like you say, like a production line where you've got piles of blocks, and then make sure that you get them in the right order.
Have a cup of tea and then come back and make piles of your blocks.
Make piles of blocks, yes. But it is a really good way to practice your cutting and piecing skills.
Absolutely. And then you're just rotating the positioning of the blocks to sew those together. Now it has got two rows of sashing on there. So again, for this particular quilt, it would be the blue marble fabric, but in the one just behind me, I've actually used the yellow on there again, just to really make those colours pop again. And then finishing that with a nice wide sashing with a white on white. And there is enough in this kit to cut your binding strips as well from the white on white. So there's plenty in there for your binding as well as the strips in the centre.
Or you can use your leftovers.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I do. I like a scrappy binding. So you just get any old colours, anything from your stash that sort of matches. And if you just join it all together, I always think it looks really pretty. It pulls the whole quilt together.
It really does. And I always feel a lot of satisfaction as well, knowing that it's not another bit of fabric that's going to go into my stash for a rainy day. You know, I've got the most out of my kit. So I've sewn these strips together now. That's simply going to create one of the blocks. And if I just show you the pattern booklet to the side, not sure how close you can come into that. But simply when you're lining these up or when you're popping them out, you're going to alternate popping these into a row of 4. One goes to the side, as you can see there, and the second one you simply
just
turn.
goes horizontally. So
so you just got a vertical and a horizontal.
Well,
so
you can see in the quilt behind you, can't you?
Yeah,
that it's just
nice.
Vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, and then the other way. So if you want to make it bigger and you do combine some others from your stash to make, if you wanted to add an extra row to the side or to the bottom.
I think if you were going to make it bigger, go for some more sashing as well. I think different, maybe pick out some of the colours in the Liberty prints and add some extra sashing to it if you wanted to. And there's plenty of the white on white in the kit as well, so that should stretch to go around a slightly larger quilt as well.
And then you can just, and because it's simply horizontal, vertical, it's quite easy to repeat the joining together of the blocks.
Absolutely. So there's your block, and that finishes at about 10 by 10 and a half, 10 and a half. That finishes up at.
Perfect. Love it.
Okay.
Right, have we got time to have a look at the cushion?
Have we got time?
Yes.
Hannah says yes.
Right, while you get all of that out. So for the quilt kits, the Liberty Blue one that you are loving is the most popular. You get full instructions, everything you need to know in there. You get this beautiful mauvey blue Liberty. You get this lovely tiny spot Liberty. This is quilting cotton Liberty, not lawn. This is proper quilting weight cotton. It's a lovely marbled blue. And you get the white. It's a white on white floral print. It's not just a plain white. That is all the background. That is $59.99. Fantastic price for a really easy, simple, quick quilt. If you prefer the purple colourway, that's this one. Again, you get full instructions for this one. You get the white. And then you get these 2 beautiful Liberties. Large floral, very pretty, crocusy pink, like anemone kind of colour. And then the floral one, which is just it is the same colours, but a tiny version. And this gorgeous pop of yellow that's picked up in those 2 colours there. That is the purple one that's on the screen at the moment, $59.99. So we're going to move on to the cushions now, which is the gorgeous pretty pleated cushion. It's available in 2 colourways. This one here that the sample has been made out of, you get 2 Liberty prints. It's beautiful. Oh no, this is Riley Blake. Sorry, you get 2 Riley Blake prints. I don't remember. Gorgeous. It's like a watercolour flower garden. Beautiful, like with a teal coloured background. The same fabric with the white colour background, and then you get a pale pink and a yellow, and then you get the white, and that's used for the construction of the cushion and for the cushion back as well, and full instructions. And there is a link in there so you can go to Kerry's blog so you can see the tutorial to make this if we don't manage to finish all of the demo. The other colourway for that is this gorgeous summer hot orangey pink. So this one is Riley Blake?
Liberty.
Liberty. You get them around the wrong way. This one has Liberty fabrics in, so you've got this lovely orange and white print here. Gorgeous pink, orange and white there. And then you've got these lovely shades of orange, beautiful marbled pink. Another orange and then the pink for it. So you've got enough there for the cushion back and the construction of it and all of the pleats on the front as well. And obviously full instructions. Right.
We're ready to go.
Ready to go.
So I have already pressed all of the fabrics. So when you receive your fabrics, you're going to cut these down according to your pattern booklet there. These again are 2.5 inch strips. We're simply folding those in half. Now your plain colours, in fact, the orange doesn't matter because this is just a plain orange. So you're folding that in half, pressing, but your patterned fabric, you need to be able to see those beautiful patterns on there. And then again, to keep this a nice, easy, fast project to make, we're just going to make piles of the colours. One of these strips will actually be used on the envelope back. So what I tend to do from the fabrics is choose your favourite that you want to showcase on the envelope back as well. And pop that to one side, so you're keeping that to one side. So I'm starting with the orange, and what I've done here is I've marked up the fabric. So this is a polycotton fabric inside the kit, everything else is 100% cotton. And I've marked these up, and I'm simply just taking the raw edge, so that double folded raw edge, lining that up on the pen mark there. And I've increased the stitch length. No, I have. I thought I'd already done that. To 5, so a nice long stitch length on there. And all we're going to do is alternating sewing the strips to the panel to create that lovely texture to the front using those.
Okay. Why do you use a longer stitch length for that then?
Just so it works through it faster, and it doesn't need. We're not going to be pressing onto there anyway. You could leave it at your normal 2.5.
Is it because of all the layers? Does it?
Just because of the
it
layers,
help with
yeah.
the
Yeah, definitely. So 1/4 inch, in fact, 1/8 of an inch down from that raw edge. Just find that pedal. It's just trying to get away from me today.
I know. I find it creeps under the desk,
it's going under
and
the
I don't
desk
know
today.
why. It just.
I think it must be the shoes I've got.
I
on.
don't know.
I'm managing to kick it away with me.
It always creeps under the desk, and then I have to sort of disappear to find it back again.
So once you've sewn that first strip on, now because of time today, I'm not going to pin again. I'm going to work through these. But if you're making this for the first time, simply line this up onto that pen mark that you've created. I've just used a heat erasable pen. Line it up to that pen mark, and then we're going to sew along that raw edge again. Now when I pop this onto the machine, I'm just going to turn the fabric and sew across these, just so you can see how they come together nice and quickly.
Yeah. But that's nice actually. So again, for a beginner, you're drawing lines.
So you're just simply following your lines.
And also, if you don't sew totally straight, it gets covered.
Yes, absolutely. So now I've arrived pretty much at the bottom of that strip. I'm just going to raise that presser foot, shuffle that needle across, tease a little bit of thread out, select my next strip, which is that gorgeous, I love this one.
Yeah, that's such a pretty one.
Really,
isn't it?
really
It's
pretty.
It's just hot summer.
And I'm just going to line it up, so I can see there by eye that that is lining up nicely. Again, 1/8 of an inch. And this really is how nice and easy this project is.
So I guess for your first few strips, if you pin them on and take
for
them
your first
out.
few, and if you're new to sewing and you've got more time than what I have,
then take it out from the machine every time.
Then take it out and pin it up and take your time with this, because you don't want them to end up, you know, when you look at it later on that they're at an angle. You want these nice and straight.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing more frustrating than having to unpick, especially if you've skipped a step like I'm doing. But again, personal preference. And already you can see that these layers are building up. So each time just raising that presser foot.
I've seen a lot of these pleated cushions though in expensive interior stores. I think they must be very in at the moment, but they are gorgeous, aren't they?
I just love them. I really love them. They're a nice way to inject some colour into your room, whether it's you know, whether it's your living area or whether it's for your sewing room, or now of course we've got our garden furnitures will be coming out. And
yeah, they just, I think because of the fold, it just, because you've got the extra fabric, they just look more sumptuous.
Yes, they do. They do. It's just a lovely texture on there, isn't it? So I'm literally just pivoting that around each time and sewing that in a row. But as I mentioned, now the link actually isn't in this particular pattern, but you can find it if you go onto our blog. And we did a sew along for this, a live sew along, so you will be able to watch that back.
So if you go into your blog and put in pretty pleated cushion, you'll be able to find that.
Well, if you go onto the blog and just look for the picture of it, it's there as well. So we were finding that we were having lots of questions where people can find the tutorials. So for newer projects that we're doing, we are pre-recording where we can. And for previous ones, we're doing those as a little sew along. This one's actually already been done. I think we did this in Christmas fabrics actually. On the
yeah, well the great thing is once you've got your kit, you've got the pattern, you've got all the instructions. I mean, $24.99 for a cushion kit, including either the Liberty or the Wiley Blake designer fabrics, is brilliant. And then you can make more. You could do it in velvet.
Oh yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it?
I wonder if it'd be too chunky, because you'd have a lot of layers in the seams. I don't know. But If it works, you'd look
Shall
amazing.
we try it?
Yes, could you?
On your next demonstration. We'll
try
do
it
one
in velvet. I just think with the
it
seams,
would look fabulous in
you
velvet.
would have a lot of
actually.
layers, wouldn't you, in the seams? But
yeah, I'm not paying attention. Look, I've missed the line. Getting excited about making another one in a different fabric. But just by having the piles of fabric at the side of you, you know the order that they're going in.
Yes, I guess because you've got to stay in the same order for evenness.
Although
so you've alternated plain.
I've
with
alternated,
print.
but actually we did get some photos through the fans page where people had done blocks of colours. So you know, if you wanted to do that, have a play with them. I love seeing what people make.
Yeah, I know, because they do things that you wouldn't think of doing.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't have done that. Oh, that's interesting. Yes, you could do like all of one print, then all of another.
Yeah.
Or you could do it like rainbow.
Yeah, absolutely. An ombre. I mean, this one gives a nice ombre effect, doesn't it?
Well, it does, because the colours are
so
close,
vibrant,
aren't they, and joined together, but you could do that. I know, it's always nice. Well, I think that's the great thing about working on Sewing Street, is that we are part of this amazing creative community of you lot.
It's so very true. When I got in this morning, I was supposed to be bringing the samples in, and straight away I was pulled in. Yeah. And Hannah was looking for me. I was like, that's my attention span. There is pretty fabric out, and I've been drawn into it. Completely forgot within the space of 2 minutes that I was supposed to be making a cup of tea and setting up the set.
Yeah, because we found some load of fabric at that stage.
It was fabulous.
Nice. I know, and it's lovely, and everyone has ideas. And if you ask questions, particularly out in the fan page, somebody always knows the answer.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I think sometimes, I'll answer that. And I think, 68 replies, okay.
We'll catch up with those ones. So I'll stop just there, really, so you can see how lovely this is coming together. What you might find as well is that you know, some of the strips end up slightly off the edge, so you simply can just trim those away. Yeah. And for this particular kit, it is an envelope back, so a nice easy envelope back. But as I mentioned just before we started, choose your favourite one, you know, pick your favourite one.
Right. Oh, let me have a look at the cushion. Let me take that down so we can show.
So this one has
show
got the
what you mean
on the back. Now, you're cutting the same amount of strips.
Right. So, yes, so the back
of
of this one, look, you can see the favourite one. That goes in the back of the envelope.
That's right, yeah. So keep that to one side for the back of your envelope. And then you're simply just alternating these. Now, what you might find with the top one, if you're putting a really plush cushion in there, is that it might just press against this one. So what I tend to do along the top strip, so if you imagine this as your top strip, and you can see already that pushes up a little bit, yeah, is just run just a slip stitch under that top one, maybe the second one, however you feel comfortable, but that just stops this from pushing up too much.
Oh, I see what you mean, because the
top one always tends to push up just a little bit.
The puffiness of the cushion will push it up. Yes.
And just slip stitch that one down.
Okay.
But there we go. Beautiful. It's lovely in the orange, isn't it?
Beautiful. Well, that's brilliant. Thank you, Co. We have run out of time. That was fantastic. Lovely. Do you know when you're back with us?
The 22nd.
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 Nice. Okay. Well, we will see you then. See you then. Thank you so much. It's been brilliant. So, have we got any of the egg kits? Yes, single figures. Single figures. We have a very, very, very few. Must be just like 2 or 3 of the eggs. There's the beautiful egg. If you want the kit, there's all the kit contents. You get the polystyrene egg, all the pins, all the fabric, and the ribbon roses, and the ribbon to make the patchwork Easter egg decoration. Only $11.99. Right, the blue quilt. You need to check out them. We have got more people who have got the blue one in their baskets than we actually have in stock. So if it's in your basket and you want it, or if it's not in your basket and you want it, you need to get it in your basket and check out, because it is going to sell out. And remember, it has the 2 beautiful Liberty prints and the blue and the white. It is gorgeous. So anything that you've got in your basket for that one, please do check out. Next hour, we've got sewing machines and tools. So if you're thinking about a new sewing machine, or you want to learn more about a sewing machine, or you've got some questions, I will be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. Talk about sewing machines and tools. So see you in a bit.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Harrison. I live in Bromyard in Herefordshire with my 3 children and my dog. I've been sewing for over 30 years. I first started at school. We always did lots of sewing, and my mum used to sew at home as well, so that's where my love of sewing has come from. My background is in costume, as I'm sure you can see, and I make for film and theatre and TV. I've worked on films such as Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, Evita, James Bond, and theatre work. I've done things like Mary Poppins, Guys and Dolls, Prince of Egypt. I've also worked for the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet. When I worked at Angels, I was lucky enough to meet lots of film stars. They're all walking around the building and in fittings. And some of the people that I bumped into and met were Sir Richard Attenborough, Hugh Grant, Imelda Staunton, Juliette Binoche, and I even got in the lift with Christopher Lee. And that's where I met the lovely John Scott, which obviously you all know. I'm really pleased to be joining Sewing Street. I can't wait to see you all.
And welcome back to Sewing Street. I've got 2 beauties with me today. They're sewing machines. I'm going to start though with the 570. So I've got 2 of them I want to talk to you about today because I particularly like them. But I'm going to start with the 570. This is a fantastic price. Now I said if you were with me at 8 o'clock, just have a look at that price, £649. Have a shop around, and I think our price is extremely competitive. Not only that, we've managed to keep, we had a special birthday offer with it, where you got a free pattern and a metre of fabric worth £17.50, and we've kept that offer today, which we shouldn't really have, but hey, that's it. So, now the price that we've got this for you today is £649. And we have had a look round because it's really important to us, because it's really important to you, that our prices are competitive. So we found it on another website. That's at the moment today £739. So that is a genuine price. I mean, if you have a look around, that's why it's important. I mean, because if you're going to buy, I mean, if I was buying a new sewing machine, I would spend a lot of time, well, firstly deciding what one I wanted. Well, I think you need to decide what your price range is. And I know we always get tempted a bit. When I bought my very first sewing machine, I obviously I misunderstood how much machines were, and so I got that wrong. So you kind of have a price range. Then you need to decide as well, what do you want this sewing machine to do? Once you've decided on the model, then we all shop around. We're not going to pay more than we need to for a sewing machine. So it's really important, whenever we set the prices on our machine, that we agree with Elna as well, we make sure that we are competitive. Otherwise, you would just all shop somewhere else. And also, the more of you that have a sewing machine and sew, the more that you will stay and watch with us as well. Now, this is a beautiful machine. So we sell lots of different models of the Elna machine. The 5 series are the more basic range that we sell. If you look on the website, you see we sell all different sorts of machines. But there are 3 different 5 series. Now, this is the 570A. And this is the sort of the top, I would say, of their basic range. It has extra features to the other 550 and the 560, and it's back in stock as well. And it has been out of stock. Let me bring it in. Look at this. Now, very importantly, with this machine, you get a 2-year warranty. Now, it's up to you whether you pay for it in one full payment of $649. If you want to spread the payments, you can spread it on 3 equal payments of $216.33. That is interest-free. That's really important because we're not making any extra money from that. That's for you to spread the payments, and you pay for it now, and it will be sent to you direct from Elna. In fact, I saw on the fan page the other day that somebody had ordered a machine from us on the Monday, and on the Wednesday it was delivered. So they obviously send them very, very quickly. And you get it sent straight away. And if you've done it on split pay, those other 2 payments will come out later, but you will already have the machine. I think it is worth investing at the best machine you can afford, because you do get what you pay for. That's what my recommendation when I have bought new sewing machines, and I've talked to other people, is buy the best machine that you can afford. And you need a quality machine, because most of us sewers, we give our machines a hard time. You need a decent motor in your machine. You need a good solid body on your machine. It's not a toy, it's not a kid's machine. Don't let anyone else touch it. No, I don't mean that. I don't let anyone touch my sewing machine. It is, you know, it's a machine. That's why it's called a sewing machine. It has a solid body. It has solid parts. It needs a good motor so that it can run, and it can run fast. Now, this is a computerized sewing machine, and the best thing about a computerized sewing machine is it does the thinking for you. And I know a lot of you, sometimes you think, well, does that mean that it's all going to go wrong and I won't understand it? No, it's got a 2-year warranty. That's not going to happen. It's just, it works out for you. You tell it the fabric that you're going to use, and it sets it all for you. There are so many features on this machine. Now, we all have different things that we want or don't want from a machine. Most people say to me, well, I don't want loads of stitches because I won't use them. Well, firstly, that's not actually true. You may not use all of the embroidery stitches that you're given, but why not? Give it a go. If they're there, they're free, aren't they? They're on your machine. But you will probably use a lot of the utility stitches. And I think that when you look at the stitches that you get in the machine, now in this one, handily, all the stitches are on little slide out cards. A lot of the stitches on here are actually utility stitches. And when I say utility, what I mean by utility is they're stitches that are used for different fabrics. So if we pull out number 1, these are stitches, they're not embroidery stitches. They're stitches that are used. You've got straight stitch, you've got the straight stitch where it's swung round, you've got the bar tacks, you've got zigzag stitches, you've got overcast, hem and overcast. All of these stitches here are ones that you use. I mean, these are all the buttonholes. Look at them all of those buttonhole stitches, because depending on where the buttonhole is and where it's going to get, depends on which buttonhole you should use. The manual is very good, it's very clear, and it will explain what stitches you'd use for what. So if you're working with jersey, and maybe you're just hemming a t-shirt, maybe you don't normally work with jersey, but someone asks you to hem their t-shirt, you need a stretch and overcast stitch. So if you haven't got an overlocker, which I don't have an overlocker, then when you're working on things and you need to finish the edge, you can do it with a zigzag, if you've just got a straight stitch and a zigzag. But if you've got an overcast stitch, I mean, there are several overcast stitches on here. These ones are on the edges, there's several in here. That will finish the edge like a zigzag, but with a little bit more of a stretch. There are stitches on here that means that you can seam and finish the edge of cotton fabric, stretch fabric, thick lycra, thin t-shirt material. These are all the stitches that you will use. They're not the decorative stitches. They're all for different things. If you go through the manual, it does tell you, so do I need to hem jersey? Is it medium weight or is it lightweight? It will tell you which one to do it. So there are 380 stitches on here, including the alphabet. So that's number 1 card. Well, there's 2 number 1 cards. There's no other one. Again, we're moving now more of these into some of the embroidery stitches, but you've still got things like this. You can use these stitches here for darning. These are really good. This stitch, this is brilliant if you're doing patchwork and you want to add a bit of decorative to it. So if you're doing for the quilting, is that the straight down the middle, if you keep that running down the straight on top of the seam, you get this decorative stitch either side. It looks really pretty. So even some of the utility stitches you could use for decorative things. So they're all here. What I would say is when you get your machine home, have a go with it. Use every single one of these stitches on a plain piece of white fabric, and then you know what they do. Otherwise, it's always the temptation when you get a new machine, you think, never going to use that. Then we get the next card. We're moving on to decorative stitches. We've got some lovely like leaves and hearts, scrolly things, It's beautiful. So much. I mean, look, you know, and there's another one as well. I mean, I keep going. There are 380 stitches, including an alphabet as well, which is absolutely loads. So that's important. So when you say I don't need the stitches, you will need the stitches because you will need them so you can use them for other fabrics, even if you don't use all the decorative ones. You get the thread cutter, and if you've not haven't got a thread cutter on your machine, you are going to have I got a face normal? You are going to love that. So when you've finished, you press the thread cutter, it cuts the thread, it leaves enough length of thread and you can take it out. You don't need to use the thread cutter. So if you're doing gathering threads, you don't need that. You just lift up the pedal and the needle and you can take it out if you need the lengths of thread. It has the lock stitch function just here. That means if you want your machine to do a few stitches on top of each other, rather than having to reverse, it will do those lock stitches on there. It's got I mean most machines do, but forward and backwards is really important. You need to be able to reverse. What I love in particular about the Elna machines is the ease of threading up, because it's got numbers on it. It's got diagrams actually printed on the machine so that you can see how to thread it up. It has the slow and fast pedal function so that you can, if you're doing something that's delicate or you're new to it and you can get it right on slow, but when you need to go super fast, you can get it super fast. It has loads of feet. So these are the main features of it, so that you can read them through and see what they are. So you've got a sewing space 170mm. That's a decent size sewing space. You've got the free arm, which means that you can take the front section off it if you want to, so that you can, if you're maybe stitching something like you're sewing the lining to the inside of a bag, you can get all of that round your machine so that you can sew round and round. Really good for sleeves, but particularly things like the lining on the inside of a bag. This is where all the tools live, and that just clips back into place. So that's the LCD screen, so you can press all of the buttons, you can see what's going on. The horizontal full rotary hook with a transparent bobbin cover, that's great, so you can actually see, because the bobbin cover is transparent, you can see how much thread you've got. Needle threader. If you've not had a needle threader on your machine before, it's a life changer, because trying to, let me show you, I'll just pull it down, trying to thread a needle is not the easiest thing. So there's the needle threader, so all you have to do is hook the thread through the edge of the hook, and then it will thread the needle for you, and then it just pops back up again. So that's built in. Fantastic, honestly. That is a wonderful feature. The thread cutter and the needle threader suite. You've got the retractable feed dogs. Obviously, you need if you're going to do free motion embroidery, because you don't want them. But it comes with feet, but you can also buy other feet as well. It's got one built-in light. It's an LED light, which means the bulb lasts for ages and it doesn't get hot at all. There's one built-in in the machine itself. You've got the bobbin threader and the built-in thread cutter, as I said. The pressure foot adjustment, which is really important, because if you are stitching on very lightweight fabrics, you need a hard pressure on the fabric to get it to run through. If you've got thicker fabrics, you need to release the pressure a bit so that again it will run through. So that's really important. It's something you think, why do I need a pressure foot adjustment? It makes a difference with the thickness of the fabric that you're using. You've got the extra high pressure foot position. I absolutely love that. And I did wonder why I need. So normally when you lift the presser foot, it's down. So there we go. Can we see? We'll just come in and show you. Normally, when you've finished, you lift the presser foot, or say you're turning around a corner, or you want to move something, you keep the needle down and you lift the presser foot. And that's the normal height for it. But if you're doing something, if you were watching the last time, would you see Kerry when she was on the one before, when she was putting a zip, and when you need to lift the pressure zip foot to move the zip or move a pin out of the way and then carry on sewing. Sometimes that just isn't enough, but it's got the extra high bit. And I know that doesn't look like a lot, but honestly, that is the extra that means that when you want to turn around a corner or you need to go over something, or if a pin is, if you've sewn too close to a pin and it's at a funny angle, or you need to move the zip slider out of the way, just having that one extra function of being able to lift the presser foot a little bit higher. This is brilliant. I mean, and all of this is in this one machine. I said to you this was the, you know, the 5 series, which is the more basic range that we sell, but this is all in this one machine, and I still haven't finished. It's also got the extension table, which is fantastic. It's much bigger, makes your machine bigger, it all clips on, and it gives you more space, which is great when you're sewing things like curtains or big quilts where you don't want it all hanging off the end of your machine, which puts pressure and tension. Before I had extra space on mine, I used to have like my quilt, my curtain, actually over my shoulder while I was sewing, so that I didn't put too much pressure on it falling on the floor. This has got the extension table. And it's one of those things that you usually pay extra for. It's like an accessory, but it comes with it. It's got the stitch reference charts that I showed you before. Start and stop, which is great. So if you don't want to use the pedal for when you're stitching, you can use the start and stop button. There are some people who prefer to stitch sitting on the floor, or lower down, or they find it difficult if you've got mobility issues and you don't want to use the pressure foot. Maybe you're in a wheelchair. All of that kind of thing. It's a fantastic feature. And on this level of machine, you wouldn't normally get that. You know, because we see so many machines, you can almost tell, right, that's the level of thing, that's the thing you will get. Built-in needle threader, thread cutter, okay, that's the level of machine. So there's a lot of features on this machine that you wouldn't normally see for that price. You would expect to pay more for. So for £649, you are getting a lot on this machine. You've also got the up-down needle position, which means you can choose whether your machine stops with the needle down or with the needle up, which is brilliant. It's got the auto lock, so that's how you can, and again, you can program your machine. You can decide, do you want the machine to work a few stitches on top of each other at the beginning and the end of a seam before it cuts the thread, and then that's the lock. That's really useful. The automatic thread cutter, obviously, and it's got the thread cut memory key, so you might not want it to cut the thread every single time, because particularly say you were doing gathering stitches and you need to keep them. But if you want it to do it all the time, you can change the memory so that every time it finishes stitching, it cuts the thread. And also you can set things into the memory as well for it, which is really useful. The other machines in the 5 series, so the 550 and the 560, don't have that function. Now, feet. I don't think we have, probably haven't got them all in the machine, but they all live in this little front section here. They all live in there anyway, so that, which is quite good. So you've got your, look, there you've got your storage system. So in this machine you have the standard foot, the A foot. So that's the one that you will be using probably 80% of the time. When you set the stitch you want to do, it tells you what foot you need to use. So if you set it for a specific like zigzag, or you're setting it for overcasting, it will tell you on the LED screen, it'll put that letter on, it'll tell you which one you need. So if you're doing satin stitch, then you need a foot with a bigger space in it so that you can do the wide stitch. And it's amazing how it knows that, and it won't let you, it makes you do that. It tells you. Now, those are the sort of features I would expect from a much higher spec machine, because it's got a computerized machine. This is what it will tell you all of those things. Obviously, it's got a zip foot. But, you know, it depends how long it's been since you've had a new machine, because they didn't always used to come with them as standard. It's got a blind hem foot, which is lovely, because that means that you can do this. When you're hemming a pair of jeans or curtains and you want, you do like a little stitch on one side and one on the other to just pick up a small amount of fabric. It works really well. It's got a 1/4 inch seam foot. I think that is fantastic, because that comes as a standard foot. I haven't got one. I really want one of those, and mine doesn't, and my machine is really high spec. It comes with a 1/4 inch seam foot, which means when you're doing patchwork or quilting and you need the 1/4 inch seam, it has like a little metal guide that sits over the edge of the fabric, which means you get a perfect 1/4 inch seam. It's got the automatic buttonhole foot with the stabilised paint, which is brilliant. And as I showed you, there were 7 buttonhole stitches on this machine. And all you do is press the button and it does the whole foot for you. It comes with bobbins, it comes with the seam rib, comes with the large and small spool holder, which is really important because if you don't have the right spool holder, depending on the size of your spool, your thread will go through unevenly. And it's got all the extras like the spool pin, the lint brush, it's got the needle set screwdriver, the foot pedal, instructional video. It's got the hard cover, and don't forget the extension table. That is key. So this is a brilliant machine. You are getting a lot for your money here. This is the machine, you know, this will keep you going for a long time. It's got loads of extra features. Don't forget there is the split pay option. If you want to spread the payments, it doesn't cost you any extra. It's 0% interest. We will take the 216.33 out of your account. Now you will be sent this machine direct from Elna with the 2-year warranty. And then next month we'll take the other 216.33 and then a month after the final payment. But it is yours to play with straight away. With all of this in one machine, I think this is a fantastic. If somebody said to me, you know, I'm starting out to sew, or I've been sewing for a while, and I want one, I would go because I think it's worth paying the little bit extra for the extra features you get on this one. Because after a year, and then you find out that, oh, I haven't got the thread cutter. That's really useful. But it's a quality, this is not, you know, it's not a kid's machine. It's not a toy. It's a beautiful sewing machine. I mean, it's not really worth our while not selling good quality machines. So we've chosen these Elna machines and they are beautiful. As in, well, they are quite beautiful, but no, as in they are lovely to sew with. They will put up with a lot of stress. So, lovely machine. Anyway, look, if you've got any questions at all, message in. We have got loads and loads of you out there who have bought this machine, who use it on a regular basis. Ask them. I've got a review here. Is that not a review? Oh, that was the next one. Sorry. Only because I was confused. But if you want to know, have a look. Ask them on the fan page. Loads of you out there have bought this machine and use it regularly. If you go onto our website, all the features that I just showed you, they're all listed on there. Or go on the Elna website. Have a look at it. And that bundle, I think, will probably get taken away from us because that was the special birthday bundle, but we've managed to sneak it in today. So if you buy it today, you will get the free pattern and a metre of fabric worth £17.50 just for today only. But it is a lovely machine. It's pretty portable as well. I mean, it's a good solid machine, but as far as weight go, it's fine. If you need to be taking it to, you know, it's not a kid's machine. You're not going to be just carrying it around everywhere. But if you do, it doesn't, you know, you've seen it. If you watch Sewing Street, we use these machines all the time. It won't bounce around, but it is fine. It is fine to be portable. It's not noisy, no. I mean, we have to be careful on television which sort of machines, because quite often what we do is while I've got guests presenting, so with Kerry just presenting, while she's sewing her seams, then I can talk about the next section, so we can't have noisy machines. When I had my first machine, I couldn't really sew after 10 o'clock at night because I lived in a terraced house and the neighbours would complain. Now I can sew all the time. But I mean, machines have got quieter, but it is a nice gentle machine. Otherwise it would be very difficult for us to have on it. But it's a good solid motor. On the stitch plate as well, very importantly, you've got all the markings, so you can use them for your seam allowances, but you've got them in imperial and metric. Oh, can I show you? Oh yes, sorry. So you see these, you've got imperial and metric. So down here you've got 10 mil, 20 mil, 30 mil. So when you're sewing, ooh, that way. When you're sewing here, that's the millimeters and this is the inches. All you have to do is run your fabric down the edge of it and then you'll get them. And also, can you see here, this side, can you see the angles that are marked? It's not easy to see, is it? So you've got 45, 50, 55, 45, 50, 55, 60 degree angles. Now you can use those when you pivot your fabric. If you need to then sew across at an angle, for example, if you're stitching like a mitered corner, a mitered binding, you need to stop and sew across at an angle. The angles that are printed on the sewing machine plate, you can line that up with your edge of your fabric and you can then sew at an angle. There's often features like this, is why it's worth reading your manual. There's often lots of features that you see on your machine, you think, never use that, don't know what it's for. But it is really useful because some patterns come with metric seam allowances and some come with imperial, and this does have both marked on it, so you haven't got to work out which one that you need to use. Okay. Right, so that is the 570A. 570A. If you've got any questions, do message in. Have a look on the Amazon website. Please do feel free, shop around, have a look at prices that you see elsewhere. Remember, we've got the special deal today. But ask our viewers. They'll be able to recommend them to you. Right, before we do the other machine. The Jubilee one. Yes, so before we go on to this beautiful machine, look at this. This is the Aurifil Hero set. Guess what that's been made for? Oh, it already existed. I thought that's the special Jubilee set. Good for your Jubilee stitching. Actually, red, white and blue, very useful for lots of things. You've got your bright fabrics, your dark fabrics and your light fabrics. 100% cotton, Aurifil, 3, they're large spools as well. 1,300 metres on each spool. So I know it's red, white and blue, but it is your light fabric. The red is really good for reds and purples and dark and greens even. Kind of goes with it, don't ask me why. Blue, really good for any of the dark thread fabrics, really good for sewing on. 1,300 metres on every spool, and it's Aurifil thread. If you've not used Aurifil thread before, have you ever sewn and found you get little bobbles in your thread and you have to keep unthreading your needle? If you use Aurifil, it doesn't happen. Top tip. Love Aurifil thread. You can save it for your top stitching and your decorative stitching, but with the big spool sizes like that, really good for seaming. It is a 50 weight thread. It is used for your normal sewing, but it sort of feels it sits in the fabric better. I'm not sure why. Message. I've never used a computerized machine until the weekend. I thought it'd be complicated and beyond me. My own machine broke down, so I borrowed my sister's Janome, the same as the Elna 720 Pro. I was amazed how soon I managed to get the hang of it. It wasn't terrifying at all, so now I'm very tempted. Love Sewing Street, so many projects I would love to do, just not enough time. Oh, I feel your pain, Sophie. It's true, isn't it? It is true, is that you think, and honestly, when I bought my latest sewing machine, I said, I don't understand computerized, it's all going to wrong. No, it's computerized means it does your thinking for you. Now, this is the machine that I want. Not that there's anything wrong with my machine. Not that there's really anything. Well, there is. This, to me, now it depends what you want to do a sewing machine to do. This is, well, it's the one Delphine's got. But I've wanted this for a long time. It's a proper semi-industrial sewing machine. It is a workhorse. It will go throughout all of your sewing journey for you. It has all the features that I would ever want. There's nothing wrong with mine, but this machine is so much better. It is built like an industrial sewing machine. It is absolutely solid as solid can be. Yes, it is portable. Yes, you can lift it, but to be honest, once you've got this sewing machine out, it's not going anywhere anyway. But it has an amazing solid base. Now, there's loads and loads and loads of features on it. So I'm going to tell you why I love it. It's super solid, super solid. It has lots of options, and I think that's what you need with the sewing. I mean, it's computerized. It's got loads and loads and loads and loads of stitches. It's got loads of utility stitches. It's got loads of decorative stitches. But it's an extremely solid machine, and it has a very strong motor. It goes so fast. So if you want to if you're just doing lots of straight sewing, maybe you're making curtains, maybe you're doing like strip piecing and you just want some speed up, it has a choice of its It is, I mean, I've not seen a machine as fast as this. It's 1,200 stitches per minute. The great thing about it is that it has different stitch plates, different stitch plates depending on what you're doing, and it has a special professional grade needle plate that you put on that is for the super fast stitching. So when you look at your needle plate, if you look on your machine, most needle plates will have not just one hole where the needle goes through, it'll have more of a gap. So that if you're doing a zigzag stitch, for example, the needle can go backwards and forwards across, and it will go in the hole. If you look at your machine, you'll see that there's a groove rather than a hole. You go and have a look at an industrial sewing machine or an older sewing machine, like a really old, it's just one hole for the needle to go up and down in. That makes it more stable, so that the machine can go faster and it can pick up the stitches better. So on the professional grade needle plate, it just has one hole. So the one that I've got in here, no, that's not the professional one, but it will be in my box. Look at I've got the pedal out as well. Look at the size of the pedal. So much control. So in this machine, you get this box. It's not a little accessory box that just slides under here. No, it's a big accessory box. So let me show you. You get this gorgeous box. Loads and loads and loads of feet in it. So look, you get 3 needle plates. You get your straight stitch needle plate, and then you get your HP plate. Now, if you look at this, can you see it has one hole there? That's what the needle goes through. When you select specific stitches, it tells you that you have to put this plate on. And it goes so fast, but it's perfect. The reason the machine is so solid is because the motor is so big, it can go so fast. You can just whiz through your stitching, but it needs that solid because you don't want that machine rocking around when it's doing the speed of those stitches. Now, the professional grade plate has all the same markings on, all the seam allowances, but you use it for that straight. So if you've got this plate on, for example, and you select a zigzag stitch, it won't work because otherwise you would break your needle. So that's one of the plates. It also comes with a straight stitch needle plate as well, and then you have the normal needle. So you have 3 plates depending on what you're stitching in, and they're really easy to take on and off because my machine, I have to get like a screwdriver underneath it. With this one, there's like a little clip on the side that you just press, and that just pops it up, and then you pop it back down. Really easy to change. So you don't have to try and lever it off. One of the other things I love about it is it comes with a walking foot. I mean, it comes with loads of feet, but these walking feet, they can cost up to about £70 on their own, and it comes with that as standard. It has got absolutely loads of feet. I mean, when Delphine was in last, she said to me, have you had a go? Because I love free motion embroidery. She said, have you had a go with this machine? So she set it all up for me. Oh, it was an absolute dream. These are just a few of the technical features. I mean, I told you, it is a really solid machine. It's got an aluminium frame. It's not going anywhere. It's really solid. It has a flatbed. It doesn't have the free arm like the other machine, but that's because it's a semi-industrial machine. But it does have the extension table as well, so you can get a really big space with it. Nice big screen size as well. It has, probably haven't got to that bit, an independent bobbin winding. Oh, which, you know, if that's important to you, that'd be another reason why I want this machine. So if you run out of thread in your bobbin, you can wind another one without having to unthread your machine, because it has a separate motor for winding the bobbin. So you can do that and then just put the bobbin back in. I think that's fantastic. I mean, it's got the retractable feed dog, obviously, which is great for free motion embroidery. It has 3 different free motion embroidery feet. It's even got a transparent one so that you can see what you're doing when you're stitching through it, which even has 1/4 inch markings on it. So if you want to do, say, free motion quilting, and you want to do echo quilting, you know, where you stitch 1/4 inch away from the seam, it has a transparent free motion foot so that you can do that. Honestly, there's just nothing this machine doesn't have. It has 3 lights, so if you struggle to stitch in the evening and you want to be able to see what you're doing, it's got 3 lights on it. You can really see everything. It's got a thread tension control manual. Now, that does make it sound like, oh, is this not a computerised sewing machine? Because normally with a computerised sewing machine, it tells you it sets the tension for the stitch type you've used and the fabric, but because it knows that you might want to change the thread tension, you can do that. So it's not that it's not computerized, it's if you want to do that, then there is that facility to do it. The feet are easy to get on and off because they just clip on and off, just like all the Elna machines, to be honest. It has the knee lift press thing. Now I thought the knee lift presser foot, which looks like this. So it's very difficult to demo, but it's got a hole in the front of the machine that you just pop that in. And then, you know when you're using your machine, and maybe you're quilting using your hands, and you want to lift the presser foot, but there's no way you want to let go. That happens to me particularly when I'm quilting, if I'm doing a big quilt, or if I'm doing a machine embroidery and I want to keep hold of it, but I hold of my hoop, but I need to lift the presser foot. You can put the special bar in, which comes with it. You can then use your knee to raise and lower the presser foot as much or as little as you want. So you've got your foot on the pedal making it go. You can use the knee lift to lift the presser foot. It really, really makes a difference. That was another function that I thought I wouldn't need, but know that I would love to have. It's just got so many feet. It's even, I mean, they're standard, you know, it's like, look at the size of the buttonhole foot. Those. Right, we're on accessories. There are so many of those. Look at the buttonhole foot. There's so much in here. Massive box. You even have, they're not in there. I like the box. You've even got then they must have disappeared. You have these are for different size thread cones, but there are also thread nets. Oh, they haven't. I can see them. So it even has, look, these thread nets, and they are, you know when you use those really big cones of thread and you need them to have control, you put the nets on the thread, and then you can put these on top, and so it means you can use from small spools up to really big cones. I mean, I think the box is lovely, isn't it? The box is very impressive. It does come with needles as well, which I think is quite handy. But look at all these feet. So that's that. So standard foot, you've got a rolled hem foot, which is brilliant for doing those tiny, like 3 to 5 mil hems. Obviously a zib foot. The satin stitch foot, so if you want to do a wide zigzag and you want the stability, obviously make sure you've got the right plate on, that will do that for you. You've got the open toe satin stitch foot, which means that you can see more what you're doing. The blind hem foot, same as the other machine, really good for the blind phone. Overlock foot, there are loads and loads of utility stitches on here for stitching on jersey, on stretch fabrics, and if you're overlocking, which means that you are finishing the edge, you have a special foot for that. It's got the 1/4 inch seam foot. It's got the darning foot, which is fab when you need to darn someone's jeans. It works really, really, really well. It's got the free motion quilting foot. Now, this is really good. So I showed you this one earlier. So it's got 3 different heads. Now you can use that for free motion embroidery or quilting. I don't know whether you'll be able to see it because it's clear. So I put it on the table. Will that be better? So this one goes onto the free motion foot, but on it there are little marks as well. So if you're doing free motion quilting or free motion embroidery, you can see the fabric beneath it. But on the actual foot there are 1/4 inch marks all the way round, so that if you want to do echo quilting, there we go. If you want to do echo quilting, can you see the little marks? Just about. Then you can line those up with where you're stitching, and you can stitch exactly 1/4 inch away from it. It's just little features like that that make quite a big difference. Now, it is £1,799. So last night, before I came on air today, I had a really good look around because I wanted to know, because I really want this machine, I wonder if it's cheaper anywhere else. And I honestly, now you might be able to, but I honestly could not find it anywhere else brand new. I did see it on AliExpress and then it said out of stock. So I think that might have been a lie. But I honestly could not find it anywhere else. So in order to spread the payments, if you don't want to pay the £1,799 today, you can split it into 5 equal payments of £359.80. That means it will be sent to you direct from Elna. You will get the 2-year warranty, but it will be sent to you straight away. And then you will have all the other 4 payments taken out from your account at monthly instalments until you've paid for it. But it won't cost you any more. We only do that as a service to you if you want to spread the payments. But if you're serious about sewing, if you love sewing, you know, if this isn't the indulgent machine that's going to have all these beautiful, well, it does have lots of beautiful stitches, that just has beautiful stitches. We've got a FIFO review, free, great machine, can't rate it highly enough, it is amazing. Now, these are independent reviews on FIFO from Jacqueline in Ayrshire. These are people who've bought them from us but have put their reviews onto FIFO because it's an independent site, not on our website. Solid base, easy to understand dials and function keys, smooth one sewing. I love the drop needle and the scissor functions. I know, and I think if you said to people, right, what's your favourite 3? We'll all have slightly different ones. Another message from Jane. What a fabulous machine. The best money I've ever spent. Worth every penny. I love it. I mean, it is. To me, it's the free motion. I normally on my machine or any machine I've tried, you have to go, don't go too fast, don't go too slow, be very, very careful at the tension. And I get to try them out. And it was only the other day I was speaking to Delphine because she owns this machine. She says, I've set it all up for free motion. You can have a go. I wrote almost a whole poem on a piece of fabric. It was so easy to control and it went so fast. And the fact that you've got the choice of the feet with it as well. But it's a really good solid machine. To watch it sewing on the professional plate at full speed is amazing and it does not move a muscle. So if you know, this is your hobby, this is for you, this is what you love doing, it's a dream. Right, so while we're talking about specialist machines, we do also have the blind hem. Now, this is an industrial sewing machine. Now, we've got a limited number of these, so what I would recommend, if you've got the date for that, the 2nd of February, March, last week, sorry. I know, I've got really confused this month. 2nd of March, this, literally days ago. This was demonstrated on air. That's what I would recommend to you. If you missed the show and you are interested in the blind hemmer industrial sewing machine, basically, if you do a lot of taking up, you do a lot of hemming, it's an industrial sewing machine. It's used in factories. It's used for doing serious hemming. If you're hemming people's curtains, you're hemming people's jeans, you're doing lots of that sort of stitching, this is the machine for you. It's only $579 and it is, you know, an industrial hem machine. It does one thing, but it does it beautifully. If you go and have a look at the, go onto YouTube and put in Sewing Street. Oh, okay. Oh, no, because you can do it on the website now. So if you go onto the website and you see that TV guide there we are. There's me and Kerry. Click back to the 2nd. There you go. And then if you go all the way down to the bottom, see Tony CM 500 blind hemmer. Click on that. And then there's Vix. There's the lovely George. Yeah, you have to go through the hem. And there he is with the blind hemmer machine. So, yeah, we can go back. I know, they keep ironing. So if you want to see him, because these are the guys who own the company who sell the machine, if you want to have a look, if you're interested in it, because obviously we don't all watch all day, every day. So if you're interested in the blind hemmer machine, which I know that you love, we've had some fantastic reviews about it. You know, if you do alterations and you're doing a lot of alterations, or if you're a business, maybe that's what you do. This is that little extra thing. Well, we all know, don't we, that sometimes you have a tool, even like the bias binding maker, which is probably £1.79. It does one job, but it does it brilliantly. And that's the same as the blind hemmer machine. Slightly more than the £1.79 of the bias binding maker, but the same principle. Some things just do one job, but they do them brilliantly. So, and again, that is on split play. I can never say 3 equal split pays of £193. And you pay one and it will be sent to you straight away. Remember, it is interest free as well. Right, let me move this beautiful beast. Do you think anyone will notice if I take it home with me? I love the size of the pedal on it. Look at that. A lot of control. Love that. What I like about this pedal, I noticed as well, is you can wind the wire up, the cord up inside. Yeah, if I keep talking about it. Because on mine, the cord is too long. It trails across the floor, but you can wind it up. You know, like inside a kettle, so where you can shorten it. You can do that inside. Anyway, the large iron rest comes in 3 different colours. So if you don't want to be putting your iron up on the end all the time, or maybe you've got your iron next to your machine, you want to just pick it up and iron, and you want to just lean it on silicone, you just have to choose your colour. So this is the large, so this is for your normal size iron. Silicone iron rest purple, it just means that you can put your iron on there without having to stand it on it, which is just quite useful if you're doing a lot of, you know, when you're pressing a seam open and then you're moving to one side and pressing, you don't want to keep putting it up and down and up and down. It's really useful. That only £8.99, and it is, or you can just have it sat on your ironing board, because I think, oh, I better pick the iron up, it's going to burn it. But when you're sewing ironing, not normal ironing, you are constantly needing to put it down just while you move the fabric. So that's it in purple. I also have it in green. There we go, lime green. Super pretty in lime green. £8.99. And if you prefer black. Or is it dark blue? Dark navy. Gosh, no, it's not black, it's dark navy. Very dark navy. Yes, navy. So navy, purple or green, £8.99. Yeah, you can't really see the little raised points as much. Silicone iron rest. It just gives you a bit more grip on your machine. So if you've ever kicked your ironing board as you walk past and your iron's fallen off, which I have done, it won't happen on there. We've also got them in the mini size. So if you've got one of these mini baby irons, which we are still waiting to come back in stock, but if you do have a baby mini iron, we have that one in purple. These are made from silicone, lightweight and portable, and very flexible. Heat resistant up to 220 degrees centigrade. It's a rest. It's not a leave that on and go out down the pub with the iron plugged in. I'm just saying, it is an iron rest. It is... Yes, in fact, it says on the back, do not leave hot iron on the pad attended for an extended period of time. And it doesn't say in brackets while you're down the pub. But do not leave it for any extended period of time. But it's really good. I know when I do, I'm often put my iron up and down, really good for that. You can get it in purple, or you can have it in my favourite one. That's nice, isn't it? Little bit of spring zesty pink. Actually, I bet Kerry would like this one. It's even got little hooks. You could hang it up, should you want to. Or green. Nice little present for someone. Although, do you think it's a bit bad? It's like buying someone an iron, you know. My uncle bought my auntie a set of saucepans once, and she threw them all at him and said, don't ever buy me things for the kitchen. Do you think that's a bit like buying somebody an ironing rest? Maybe you just buy one for yourself, but actually, very useful item. Quilting gloves. Well, I wasn't sure which ones we were doing. Now, I've got some of these because I opened the packet last time we were in, so I had to keep them. So I'm not allowed to open this packet, but I don't need to because I know how they work. And can I say that they come in, these are medium to large size. I've got very small hands and they fit me absolutely fine because you just move the things down. So I think if you've got large hands, it's fine, but if you've got small hands, it's equally fine. Really, really good. So they have like rubbery bits on the fingertips so that when you are quilting a large quilt and you've got to move it through, and obviously not overly, but you've got to guide it through. I end up holding the quilt and makes your hands really ache if you're doing something big. Or things like curtains when you're trying to get a curtain to go through because you're either when you're hemming it or if you're hemming the lining, if you're sewing the sides down. These gloves means that you just put your fingers onto the fabric and you just move it because the grippy bits grip to them. £3.99, they're lovely. Also, actually quite useful. I've used them before because they're white. If I'm picking up something and I need to keep it really clean, I'll put the gloves on. But you know, when you get a bit hot under your sewing machine because you've got all this quilting to do, you get it stops you getting sort of sweaty, wet hands on your fabric. So £3.99, but they are, honestly, they really work. Because I thought, oh, well, since I've been allowed to keep them, I'm going to give it a go. And I sort of like glided them through. So if you do a lot of quilting, really useful. Spare blades, who hates, hands up who hates running out of their rotary cutter blade? Me. And sewing machine needles. In fact, the other day I bought myself 10 packets of sewing machine needles. I am sick of running out of sewing machine needles, and I've got a packet 10 of these as well. They are the normal 45mm, your standard rotary cutting blade. Really useful. You've got 3 in there, and they come in the little storage case so that you can keep them. What I do is I keep this case, and when it's empty, I've written old blades on mine, and I put all the blunt ones in there for safety disposal. This will fit all of your 45mm rotary cutters as well, because luckily they're all standard. And my final thing, I like this product. Have we not? Right, there's 50 spools in here, and they come in this brilliant box. Now, 500 metres on everyone's spool. Now, look, it is polyester thread, but that's fine because I'll own up, I use polyester thread all of the time unless I'm doing something very specific and I want to use cotton. I know that the cotton thread probably is better to use with cotton fabric, and I use it for my specialist stuff or my top stitching, or I want something. But my normal sewing seams together, I use polyester thread, and the reason for that is it comes in lots of colours, it's cheaper and it's stronger. Now, this is 40 weight, so it's very slightly lighter weight than your normal 50 weight, but honestly, this is absolutely fine. Absolutely fine, and because it's 40 weight, it sits within the fabric a little bit better than the 50 weight. It's listed as machine embroidery thread because you can use it for machine embroidery, but honestly, you can also use it for normal hemming and seaming. When you want a lot of different threads and you want them in lots of different colours, of which there are 50 here, you've got everything. It's 99p a spool. So say, for example, I'm sewing some yellow. How many have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 yellows and oranges. So imagine what we've got in greens and blues as well. And you get the box. You have to remember to put them in opposite directions or they won't stack. But if you need to increase your stash, and it's so annoying when you can't find the right colour thread, you need to also put them back in properly. Oh, look, there he is. Here's one missing. Right. There are only 6 of these left. 50 spools in 50 colours. Remember, 500 metres per spool, you know, and you've got super vibrant blues to whites and creams and everything. Right, thank you so much for joining me today. What a lovely day I've had with the lovely Kerry and all these amazing tools. I've even had a play on my favourite machine, little stroke. Tomorrow on Yarn Lane and Sewing Street, who is presenting tomorrow? Fix is with you tomorrow at 8 o'clock. She has got lighting and tools. Still need lighting. Still getting dark early, isn't it? So lighting and tools. Oh, 9 o'clock. Cara is in with Cat of the Month, the British short hair. Oh, I wonder if that's like the British one. I like the British short hair. If you've got a British blue or I used to have a British short hair, but the red one. Very beautiful cat. Very beautiful. Look like that marmalade cat. The British short hair is Cat of the Month with Cara at 9 o'clock. So if you're collecting that series, don't forget to tune in then. 10 o'clock. Oh, it's Sashko. Oh, that'll be all beautiful things Sashko. I imagine it's fabrics and threads. At 11 o'clock, it's the Embroider Buddies with Cara. Oh, I know what those are. I know those are those gorgeous animals that you can embroider. I had one at home and exactly what they are. And 12 o'clock, it's Fabulous Fabric. Thank you so much for joining me today. Thank you for everyone who's messaged in. I will see, well done, if you've bought my favourite machine. Well done. Please let me know how you get on with it, because I really want one. And I will see you back here next week.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles.